Board members, IT has asked that we keep our cameras off until public comment is over, because if people are dialing in, we just want to save the bandwidth. Thank you. That's not my wheelhouse. And then we can turn our cameras on after public comment is over. All right. All right, it is 7 p.m. Before I call the meeting to order, I do want to announce I do have the slide up there if you're at home and you like to dial into our Google meeting for public comment. The directions are there. We are also trying a lot of things. We're back on cable 991 tonight. We're also trying to simulcast in Spanish. So there's a lot of new things going on tonight. So hopefully it all goes well. Okay, I will call the business meeting, or the meeting to order. May I have roll call, please, Board Secretary?
Anderson. Delgado. Miller.
Vice President Miller, can you hear us? Well, here we go. Can you hear me now?
Miller. Delgado.
Welcome to Google Meet. Enter the meeting pin followed by the pound key. Thank you. You're muted because a lot of people are on this call. Press *6 to unmute. You unmuted yourself.
Yay, thank you. Make sure everyone else is muted. All right. Is this better? Perfect. All right, it is 7:04, and after some technical difficulties, the information for public comment is displayed. Also, IT is asking that everyone keeps their cameras off in order to conserve bandwidth. We are trying to simulcast in Spanish, and we're back on cable 911 tonight, so we're doing a lot of things at the same time, and hopefully it all works well. So 7:05, may we have roll call, please, Board Secretary?
Anderson. You're muted. I saw you trying to speak. I'll take that as a you're here.
But we still can't hear you, Board Member Anderson.
Delgado.
Okay, so now you may be able to hear us, but now we can't hear you.
Anderson.
Here.
Delgado.
Here.
Jacobs.
Here.
Levy.
Here.
Miller.
Present.
Wong.
Here.
Larson.
Here.
All members are present with Larson and Wong in the boardroom.
With the approval of the agenda, may I recommend we keep only 3A and the consent agenda, and then postpone everything else until our business meeting?
President Larson,
Yes.
I was actually going to make that recommendation, but I was going to include item 3B, just so we could take care of that along with item 3A. But I'll defer to your suggestion. Just wanted to ask.
Okay, I think either way would be fine.
Okay, well then I'd like to make a motion to amend our agenda, and I was going to say postpone items 3C through 3G under action items. Is that adequate, or did you also want to postpone closed session?
Also, closed session, please.
As well as postponing closed session, and would you like a date for that? Because I had written down January 26th.
That's when we would want to move it to. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion, a second, to approve the agenda with postponing items 3C through G, as well as item 5 until our business meeting on the 26th of January. Are there any questions or discussion regarding that?
I have a concern with, let me pull it up. We have not finalized policy 723.41, so it may be difficult to handle Rule 1. We finalized that first few sentences, but if you read through the policy, it still reflects what the policy would have read before the changes to the first few sentences were made.
The discussion at the time with Rule 1 was there was a recommendation by myself that we did not need that, but there was the question of keeping it on there for the full board to adjust the language based on the new policy language. So that's why it was left on there and not moved back to committee, but left for the full board to discuss.
But here's my concern. We haven't flushed out policy 723.41. We just changed verbiage in that first sentence, but the rest of the policy is now incongruent with those first few sentences. So since policy 723.41 has not been flushed out by the board, I think it would be challenging, especially tonight, to move on with Rule 1 of that policy. Does that make sense?
The policy 723.41 was adopted by the board, so it is in effect. Rule 1 was not adopted by the board, so it's not in effect at this point, and that's why it remains on there.
Okay, let me attempt to clarify. So one, I do have issues with it not being congruent. And then 2, Rule 1, I believe you had recommended that we eliminate it. And then there was discussion with closing because of staff shortages or specific instances like that could potentially be handled through Rule 1. And I just don't think that tonight is the best moment to flush out those nuances of whether or not we should keep Rule 1 for the policy.
I don't disagree with what you have said, Board Member Levy. In fact, that was the intent of leaving Rule 1 on there for the full board to discuss, altering it with the context of allowing the superintendent to have some measure of authority without having to bring the decisions back to the board each and every time that the school closed, as it is written in the policy that was passed. So that's where we're at in terms of whether or not we want to tackle that tonight.
And
Thank you for that clarification. And after this, I'll yield to the will of the board. But typically when we're in policy and personnel and we're constructing a new policy, not augmenting existing policy, we have legal counsel, we have notes drawn up before we enter that process. And so my only pushback was that with those things not in place and what lies ahead of us this evening, I don't think that tonight is the best time to tackle that. But again, I yield to the will of the board.
Okay, are there any other questions regarding the motion to keep items 3A, 3B, but postpone everything else? All right. All in favor of approving the agenda as amended? And to clarify, that means we're going to keep items 3A and 3B, but then postpone everything else until our business meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, and the consent agenda. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, the motion passes and the agenda has been approved. The Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing the screen. It is the time for public comment. We are going to have a hard and fast 3-minute time limit because we do have a lot of public comment. If you've already turned in your comment slip to the board secretary and someone has already said what you were hoping to or your thoughts have already been shared and you don't feel the need to speak anymore, that's fine. We also have, we're going to try to do it with Google, people maybe dialing into Google Meet. We have some emails that have been read, and then people may want to come up to the podium and speak, and we're going to try to rotate through them. All right, so let's go ahead and who's our first speaker in the boardroom tonight?
Our first speaker in the boardroom tonight will be Kendall Schellenberger.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kendall Schellenberger. I live on 1611 Townline Avenue. I'm 8 years old. I'm unmotivated, unsocialized, and stressed out. Hopefully, you can make in-person school not a dream, but a reality. Hopefully, all of you make the right decision tonight. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Board Secretary, do you have an email ready?
Yes. The first email I have is from Kylie Kamholtz, and she's a high school student. My name is Kylie Kamholtz. I'm a senior at Beloit Memorial High School, and I wanted to email you about the reopening of the district. As much as I wish we would have gotten to have our senior year, I think it would be incredibly negligent to reopen, even if it is the hybrid version. I understand mental health is an issue for students, but maybe we could set up mental support groups via Zoom, or just study groups to help students academically who are falling behind or need the extra help. I myself have seen the change in my performance as a student. I was once a straight A student and now I'm struggling. But I feel strongly that this is not because of the curriculum, but because of the lack of motivation a lot of us students are facing. But I still do not think this should give others the motivation to encourage the school board to reopen. Many are angry that we are the only district that is not open yet or has not proposed some version of in-school learning yet, but I would personally like to thank you for this decision in the past to stay closed. With our district being so large, reopening even in a small-scale setting, hybrid version, will put the rest of the community at risk. I am scared for the staff throughout the district, as most are within the age frame of those with a greater risk. I am not only deeply concerned for them, but also the younger staff as well. Everyone's situation is different. Younger staff may have to take care of parents who is at risk or their children. I would also like to mention the safety of the students. This virus is new, and scientists still do not have a full understanding of what can happen to someone after getting it. Recently, it's come out that 15 to 30% of the people that survive COVID are developing myocarditis, which is an infection in the heart that leads to lifelong heart failure. This is not the only lifelong condition people can develop from COVID. I would also like to add that the students asking for schools to reopen are the same students that have not isolated once this entire pandemic. Some claim they play volleyball with 300 plus people, which is true, but then this student goes on to post photos of them with these other volleyball players, no mask in sight. One of the students urging to reopen admitted to partying and catching COVID that way, but after recovering, continued to party. I question the maturity of my classmates, and I fear that right now, through this time of crisis, they are not thinking clearly. With this hybrid version, yes, there would be less students in the school, but I'd like to argue that the mutuality of my classmates proves most will not follow the necessary precautions that are put into place to stay safe. With students going back, even in smaller masses, the risk is still so great. With possible asymptomatic cases, spreading it to loved ones and other classmates will only increase the spread through the rest of the public within our community. I'd also like to bring up parents' argument that health officials are urging us to reopen schools, which is incorrect. Health officials are saying if we truly want to take a risk at getting COVID, at least close the bars and open the schools. Did you call time? Okay.
All right, thank you. Board Secretary, who is next in the boardroom?
I have Tim Vedra, and I know of at least one email yielding 3 minutes to Tim, so he would have a total of 6.
Okay.
Did you have another person?
There were 2, Mr. Ehrenberger and Kurt Hendricks both emailed you.
Oh, yes, that is correct. So he would have 9 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Press the button? Okay, thanks. We don't have these fancy things on our computer. Cool. All right. President Larson, board members, and Dr. Keyser, I stand here representing the proud, hardworking, and dedicated professional educators of the School District of Beloit who are united. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Tim Vedra. 1516 Windtrace Court. I'm Rockton, Illinois, and I'm the BEA president. Sorry about that. We are asking for a safe, controlled, and successful return to face-to-face instruction for our staff, students.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Vedra.
No.
We're also doing translation, so they asked me to slow down for just 1 second. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I feel like a movie director tonight. All right, we're ready.
Okay. I am here tonight representing the proud, hardworking, and dedicated professional educators of the School District of Beloit, who are united in our request for a safe, controlled, and successful return to face-to-face instruction for our staff and students. We recognize that our students learn most effectively and safely, in the classroom, but distance learning has allowed for instruction to be delivered effectively and safely during a pandemic that has sickened thousands of Rock County residents and unfortunately killed 125 of our family, friends, and neighbors. Student and staff safety needs to be paramount in any decision that is made tonight. Our district opted for distance learning, which has been effective as a vast majority of students have been engaged in that learning. Beloit should be proud of the fact that they have opted for health and safety of students and staff. Setting an arbitrary return date that does not take into account the fact there is a new variant of the COVID-19 virus that is even more contagious than the original strain, does not take into account the high rates of the virus in Rock County, and the strained hospital capacity will severely jeopardize the health and well-being of students and their families, as well as our staff and their families. The vaccine is nearly here. The beginning of the end is in sight and is only weeks away. This is the most encouraging news that we have had since the pandemic began, as professional educators will begin receiving the vaccine in about the next 3 weeks. Given the high level of COVID-19 cases in Rock County and the new strain of the virus that is still being researched, distance learning makes sense to continue until the vaccine has been made available to staff who opt for it, obtain the complete doses, and immunity has been established. It takes about 5 weeks total for the vaccine doses and immunity to reach maximum level. Our professional educators and paraprofessionals have poured their heart and soul to make distance learning successful, and the engagement data illustrates that fact. The district does not have an accurate number of students who will be returning to face-to-face instruction. Parents need to be able to make an informed choice about sending their children back, which would include a survey that outlines exactly what a day would look like at the elementary, intermediate, and high school level. A safe return when the county metrics and vaccine dictate can only be successful when we know exactly how many students we will see back in the classroom. Right now, it is only speculation, as the district did not ask the right questions in their survey to give parents an accurate picture of what the cohort model or a typical day will look like in school. It is going to look and feel much different than face-to-face instruction did just a year ago. Staff has not been made aware of what the plan is for a return to face-to-face instruction. It is extremely important that both staff and parents know the requirements and expectations to implement a safe and orderly return to face-to-face instruction. Staff needs to be provided with the time to hear the plans at the levels, ask questions, get answers, and provide input to make that return successful. There is no need to rush this return, given the current case levels in Rock County and the availability soon for all staff who want to be vaccinated. A comprehensive COVID-19 specific handbook needs to be developed for parents that outlines expectations and requirements for students to be in class when it is safe. This includes a mandatory, strictly enforced mask policy for all students and staff, which is supported by 95% of the professional educators in our survey. Staff also needs a comprehensive leave policy in place that is specific to COVID-19 that provides for leave to be granted without penalty to the employee should they be required to miss work due to contracting COVID-19 or being exposed to it. The district owes this leave to its employees, as their profession will be requiring their exposure to the virus. Our buildings are not set up for a safe return until the metrics show that the virus levels have decreased in our community and vaccines have been provided for staff. Research shows and health experts recommend that fresh air is necessary to mitigate virus concentration in the air and help prevent spread. We have many classrooms across this district without windows that open or too few windows that can be opened to allow for an adequate exchange of air, and the minimum recommended is 4 times per hour in the classrooms, and this will, if we can have that, this will help to keep students and staff safe. Training for staff on simulcasting has not been completed and will be rushed with the number of PD opportunities between now and the arbitrary date of February 1st. Distance learning is being effectively implemented. A rushed return to change the format will lead to breakdowns in the system and hamper further progress until staff can be adequately trained and have had their concerns addressed with workload, technology issues, and so forth. Our special staff, those teaching art, music, PE, and those that teach multiple sections of classes are going to be unnecessarily exposed to more students and therefore put in more dangerous situation regarding their exposure to coronavirus. Supplies used in those classes will need to be sanitized after each class to adequately assure safety, and there is not enough time between classes to accommodate the needed steps to clean between classes. Our health staff, who are the registered nurses and health room assistants, are already spread too thin with contact tracing that occurs each day just for staff. There is not adequate staffing to cover all of the contact tracing that will be required for staff and students each day, which will impact the safety of students and staff. Strict cleaning protocols will need to be followed to ensure student and staff safety. There are serious concerns that these protocols will not be able to be met because schools lack the staff to complete them. This will further jeopardize the health and safety of students and their families and staff. Under the current model of distance learning, covering of classrooms has not been an issue as staff have been able to deliver instruction. If screened out of the classroom, they can do it from their home as long as they are physically able to. This has avoided covering classes with substitute teachers. Substitute shortages will prevent classrooms from being covered with return to face-to-face instruction. This will further impact students' ability to receive instruction delivered in a consistent format. We are in the middle of a pandemic that is very contagious. It has sickened thousands in Rock County and unfortunately has proven deadly to many in our county. The School District of Beloit chose a safe, effective method for delivering instruction that protects the safety of staff and students as well as their families. Again, we need to be proud of that. Use that commitment to safety in a marketing campaign when recruiting professional educators to come to Beloit. We can return to face-to-face instruction when it is safe to do so. Given the current metrics in the county provided by the Rock County Health Department, we are not at that point for a safe return to the classroom. The number of cases is still too high. Community spread of the virus continues to be high, and area hospitals are still showing high numbers of COVID-19 patients with staffing levels strained to cover the care of patients. The end is in sight. Effective vaccines are going to be available very soon. In the meantime, we have an effective method of instruction being delivered by our excellent staff. We ask that you continue that Beloit Proud tradition and commit to our students, staff, and families by giving our superintendent the ability to determine the date for that safe return based on science, public health experts, feedback from families, students, and staff, while keeping in mind multi-generational households, the recent COVID-19 variant, and the availability of an effective vaccine that will be available very soon. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you very much. And then Board Secretary, when we're ready and the translation is caught up, is there anyone on Google Meet who would like to speak? And our technology problems continue, and the timer in the boardroom is on the fritz. So Board Member Wong, our clerk, will be using his phone for the timer. I apologize. Okay. Can you please admit the first person on the Google Meet? Okay, and people who are in the Google Meet, please, before you start, state your name and address for the record. You may have to hit *6 to unmute.
Hello, board, colleagues, and community members. My name.
Wait, hang on one second, we lost you again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Whitney Klein, and my address is 1131 Central Avenue in Beloit, Wisconsin. As a disclaimer, I think it is important to acknowledge my viewpoints and background information that has led my thoughts to where they are today. I am a school social worker in the district and have contracted COVID-19 from my school building without having any students in the building. As a social worker, I recognize the importance of in-person schooling regarding the safety and wellness of our students. I support in-person learning as long as staff safety and wellness is prioritized. Moving forward, I have concerns that staff safety, specifically support staff, will be jeopardized. Thus far, there have been many unanswered questions in terms of dealing with behavior and district substitutes. My individual school took staff questions and concerns and did their best at answering as many of them as possible on January 4th, 2021. Though our administration said all answers are subject to change pending decisions from the school board and district, the responses we were given shows that this is where our building and the district is headed in terms of policy and action when looking at reopening in-person learning, whether that be their chosen decision or it be due to the lack of guidance given from the board. The first question was in regards to behavior and states, what will happen if a student refuses to stay in the classroom, high flyer or runner? We were told individual student plans will be made. As a support staff, this does not bring any peace of mind to my safety or my role when dealing with young children who may be escalated or disregarding distance and mask policies. As a support staff, my role often involves de-escalating children, and there have been no guidelines to how I will be able to do this while maintaining my safety, let alone reassurance that all discipline matters will not simply fall on support staff to minimize contact with multiple staff members. The next question was, what happens if a teacher is quarantined for 24 days due to household exposure? Will we have enough substitutes or be allowed to work from home if able? Part of the answer we were given was if you are able to work but unable to come to work due to not passing the screener or being quarantined, you will be able to work from home and coverage for students will be arranged within the building with existing staff, including paras and support staff. I fear that if we do not have adequate plans for substitutes, then I will quickly take the role of a substitute teacher, making it impossible to also manage my everyday job duties within my given workday. The final question I will bring to your attention states, what will be the consequences if a student and or parent refuses to comply with safety measures? How will we enforce them? If they take it off or refuse to wear it, what is the protocol? We were told students will be sent home and a meeting will be held with the family to develop a plan. Working at a school with children as young as 4 years old, I recognize that this is going to be very difficult for many students and would like concrete answers to what these developed plans would be moving forward to ensure that we will actually have a plan and take these policies serious for our students, staff, and family safety. I will not feel comfortable or support our return in person if these topics above are not addressed and resolved to protect the most vulnerable staff in our building. I fully support and look forward to a return to in-person learning as long as our staff safety is fully considered in addition to our students and families. I know that this is not easy, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Board Secretary, who's the next person in the boardroom?
I have Christine Raleigh.
Good evening. My name is Christine Raleigh. My address is 1518 Euclid Avenue here in Beloit. There is certainly so much that needs to be taken into consideration when it comes to opening our schools up to some form of in-person learning. I'm confident that all who have come this evening have this in common, a concern for loved ones and people of all ages in our community. Teachers have persevered through uncharted times, navigating and adapting, faithfully pouring themselves out for their students. Parents and students have also persevered through change and adjustments to daily life. It is safe to say everyone has different needs in this current time due to the pandemic. Some have high-risk individuals in their household they desperately want to protect. Some have other extreme stressors taking a dangerous toll on their mental health. Some have living situations that simply aren't conducive to a completely online learning experience. Members of the board, please take notice of the needs of all the families and teachers in our community. Please hear the dire petitions from those who are not having their needs met currently by what is being offered in our district. To give voice to these families, I am advocating for the approval of the proposed option submitted by the superintendent that includes a type of in-person learning option, as well as a choice for continuing strictly with online distance learning. Our school district is the only one in our county that has not opened for in-person learning this year. If others have done this safely, following the current precautionary methods in place, surely we can find a way to do this also. Some families are doing well and need the online options currently offered. Some families are definitely struggling and desperately need some form of an in-person option. Please consider how to best serve all involved with our schools by providing options for both in-person and online learning.
Thank you very much. The next email, please, Board Secretary.
They're switching translators again. Okay, the next email is from Deep Fun. As a parent of 2 students at Todd Elementary in the School District of Beloit, I am writing to humbly ask the school board to carefully discuss and consider the pros and cons of various plans of actions related to school opening and operation before making a decision, and to not rush the process. I understand that we are in a very bad lose-lose situation in which no matter what decision the board makes, some or many people will be upset or even angry, and for legitimate reasons. So I will support the school district no matter what. That said, I think that the district should not fully reopen for in-person instruction when school resumes in January, because based on the data that I've seen, then January and February will be the worst period of this pandemic when hospitalizations and daily deaths will be the highest. If school reopens for in-person instruction in January, I will not send my kids back. At the same time, I understand the hardship that online education and distance learning have been creating for many families. So I hope the district can consider some sort of hybrid education to allow students who have very high need for in-person instructions to physically attend classes, while the rest can continue with online education or distance learning. Note, disliking online education or distance learning does not equate high need. Thank you for taking my comment. I would like this to be read out loud at the meeting. Sincerely, Deep Fun.
Thank you. Who's the next person in the boardroom?
The next person in the boardroom is Amber Fremming.
Hi, I'm Amber Fremming. I live at 2020 Master Street. These last 10 plus months have been very hard for all of us. At the beginning, we didn't know what to expect. We now know enough to make the steps in sending our kids back to school face to face. We know the steps needed to make it safe, a safe transition for both kids and staff. All other districts around us have made it work, and so can we. If there are parents and students who don't want to, they still have a virtual or homeschool option. I understand that some teachers have reservations as well, but as you may have noticed, a lot of other people and a lot of other industries have continued since day one. Grocery stores, restaurants, etc. have been open, and we are able to go to them in hundreds at a time. They have found a way to make it work. I can't tell you how many times I've had to calm my youngest son down. He has weekly meltdowns. When he gets like that, he can't breathe because he gets so upset. It breaks my heart. I can't change this for him, but you guys can. Both my kids have such fire in their eyes. Not anymore. Yes, I am biased. I have such wonderful children. They are so respectful and kind, and they are so passionate about so many things. But that is fading away. This has changed our kids forever. Let's not lose them any more than we already have. This world is so concerned with physical health. What about mental health? From what I have seen, mental health seems more important than physical at this point. We can throw around numbers and statistics, but let's be honest, those numbers have been manipulated so many times, we have no idea what is true and what is not true. So many of these kids are begging you to let them come back. How many times in the past have you had students beg to go back to school? Enough is enough. You say Beloit proud? You want us to be Beloit proud? Then show us you care and send our kids back to school face to face. Show us what Beloit proud is. I have heard too much about our district having low graduation numbers, low test scores, and being uneducated. Well, you are making this very true by not sending them back. In reality, they aren't learning anything. They are being given busy work. My son is taking welding virtually. He is getting no hands-on whatsoever. He will be able to tell you how to weld, but he won't be able to show you. March will be a year since they have been in school. That is ridiculous. Please, please send them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have someone else on Google Meet? All right, please state your name and address for the record before beginning. And it's *6 to unmute. Hang on one second, we can't hear you. We're going to see if we can unmute you.
Caller, if you can hear us, please do *6 on your phone to unmute.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Nick.
Thank you.
My name is Magdalia Rodriguez, and I reside at 2501 Butlin Drive here in Beloit, Wisconsin.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm calling. I have nothing written down, and I'm just calling. I am a parent in the district, and I have kids over at Robinson, Aldridge, and also in the high school. My concern of the kids actually being sent back to school in our Hispanic community, we don't believe in nursing homes. We don't believe in putting our elderly in the nursing homes. Right now at my home, everybody that lives here being essential, one of them brought COVID home. We don't have a choice. We have to go out. We have to support our families. We have to bring money home. There's absolutely no way that we could stay without working. Unfortunately, that person brought COVID home. And as I'm speaking right now, I have my grandma here with hospice service due to COVID. My kids were exposed. I was exposed because of one person that is essential. Everybody's exposed. Sending the kids back to the building with all these families that have people at home with health conditions and stuff. Some of us were not affected with the COVID as bad as my grandma, for instance, now that she's in hospice right now. I honestly don't think it's the perfect time to have the kids go back. And I understand what they're saying, the mental health, the kids that need to go back. Some of the people are doing it because they don't have a babysitter. They want the schools, the teachers to take care of their kids and stuff. And I understand that because they also need the money to pay for the babysitting and stuff. But right now, I think our health, the teachers' health, everybody's health is a lot more important. My kids, virtually, yes, their grades have gone down. Yes, they have. But as parents, we have to stay there. We have to push them. We have to make sure that we're right and behind them. It's not only the teacher's responsibility for our kids' education. As parents, we need to step up also. We cannot just leave it all to teachers and stuff. If there's going to be a choice for them to do hybrid, 2 days in, 3 days out, and there's parents that want to do that, that's fine. But I'm keeping mine at home safe, where they're not exposed. We had a meeting here at home about it, and we've all agreed that kids don't want to go back to school. They're afraid. As much as we don't want to hear the news, we're living it. COVID hit our home. We have a 91-year-old person here at home with hospice due to COVID, due to one person that went out to work, being essential, and was asymptomatic, had no symptoms at all. And now we're going through this here at our home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to pause a minute for the Spanish. We lost the simulcast. In the meantime, Board Secretary, can you ask the next person in the boardroom to come up to the podium?
Okay, we're back in session. Heidi Anderson.
Hello, my name is Heidi Anderson. My address is 1003 North Street in Beloit. My husband and I raise my stepchildren full-time, and obviously we live in the district. This past year, we actually transferred our first grader to go to a private school. We are lucky enough to be able to do that. Our daughter is a freshman at Memorial. I have written an email to all of you in regards to our children and the impact virtual learning has had on them. So tonight, I'm here to advocate for our community as a whole. I've spent most of my life in Beloit. I attended Hackett, Royce, which is no longer, McNeil, and Memorial. My background is in elementary education, although I am not currently teaching. I have spent quite a bit of time in the schools as a substitute a few years back. For these reasons, I feel I have a fairly good understanding of what our school system is about. I will start by stating I do not envy your positions. Unfortunately, the district has had several obstacles to overcome for many years now. It is not the same as when we were growing up. Our state ranking, unfortunately, is kind of embarrassing. There's a lot of turnover. Several families live in poverty. We have a large number of homeless teens, the list goes on. And now you get a pandemic. I do not personally have the answers on how to solve these problems, but I think a good first step is getting our kids back to in-person learning. Over the years when I was teaching, I learned that school is sometimes the only safe haven that a child has. It provides a consistency, nurturing environment, and stability that some of these children might be missing in our community. My question for you tonight is, what is happening to these children? I know you have the numbers of who's participating and how they're doing with the distance learning. My guess is the number is probably low. For the children that are already at a disadvantage, how is virtual learning really working for them? Do they have a parent at home to help? When we have already proven that as a community we have lower numbers, how can we justify keeping our children out longer? I believe that COVID is nothing to joke about, but when is enough enough? It has been almost a year. This is probably about as under control as we're probably going to get. Kids can go to Walmarts and water parks, but not go to school. We might have to go virtual here and there, but at least they are in-class learning. I'm completely for the hybrid model. I think each family should be able to choose. But I do not feel that teaching our children 3 hours a day, 4 days a week is even close to quality education. I know there are many people who are working for the district that do not want to go back, but I feel it should not be focused on what the staff wants, but what the kids need. When making your decision tonight, I hope you keep in mind all of these points. I see several districts around us that have made it work. It will take some planning and dedication, but please do what is truly best for our children. That is the reason you've been elected to the positions you have. Give them a safe haven, the education and compassion they deserve. Don't let them fall further behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board Secretary, the next email, please.
Amy Tibbetts, who is an associate professor of Spanish at Beloit College. Thank you for all that you have done to support distance learning during this challenging time. I am extremely concerned with the discussion that now, January 2021, is a safe time when we all know that it is not for students, teachers, and administrators to return to in-person learning. I request that all parents be surveyed regarding the decision to return to in-person only instruction. Likewise, I ask that the district acknowledge that completing surveys is not always an easy option for some households. I request that there be public acknowledgement and discussion that the pandemic has disproportionately impacted households of persons of color, especially African American and Latinx families. I ask that the board discuss that returning children to schools will expose them, their teachers, their administrators, their families, and any other persons within their familial social bubble to a dangerous and highly infectious disease for which, in all likelihood, they will not have been vaccinated. Kids do and have died from COVID-19. In a full return to in-person teaching, as the only option resumes in January 2021, we will be unenrolling our children from the district and opting for a more sensible solution until our community's infection rates are much, much lower. Most sincerely, Amy Tibbetts.
Thank you. Who is the next person in the boardroom?
Kelly Klobes or Klobus?
Good evening. My name is Kelly Klobes. I live at 8716 West St. Lawrence Avenue in Beloit, Wisconsin. That's actually in Newark Township. I purposely, when I moved back here 5 years ago, I purposely enrolled my children into the Beloit School District due to the dual language instruction program. And that's something that I feel that our district offers that nobody else does. Honestly, I feel that that program is something completely separate from the rest of the district, which is kind of crazy to say. However, I have 2 children, one that does very well in distance learning. Honestly, you can throw anything at her and she can probably figure it out and be great at it. The other one is extremely intelligent. However, she has a need for that social type of involvement, right? And I don't understand how we've been out of school for 5 months, yet every other school, like many of the people who have come up to say things have been, that are in the county, have been in person or have had some sort of hybrid version. I know for a fact that there's some very intelligent people who sit on our board, and there's some very intelligent administrators within our school district. And the fact that the representative from the BEA was up here speaking on behalf of the educators and stating how they need to have these things put in place, how do we not have them in place? How is that not already done after 5 months of being virtual? What has everybody been doing? I ask those questions because all these other schools have figured it out. How can they have it figured out from day one, or even figuring it out over the past, say, two terms, and we can't? To me, that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Because I know that there's a way for people to figure things out, and I understand. I don't think there's a single person in this room that's on the Zoom calls or in our district that doesn't have concern over another one's well-being. That's not what's at question here. What's at question here is whether or not there's a way for our children to have that social interaction that they desperately need to get their faces off of a, pardon my language, screen. Instead of, that's all their we have to deal with that at home already to give them screen time. Now we're telling them that they have to spend 3 or 4 hours in front of a stupid screen in order to do their schooling. They're not learning what they need to learn. It's disappointing that I have spent 5 years pouring my heart and soul into a district, being on the PTO board and taking part in many things throughout the district and Hackett Elementary School, to know that this is what it's come to. So thank you for the time. Hopefully we can get this resolved for everybody to be happy.
Thank you very much. The next person on Google Meet.
The translators need a moment. We don't have anybody.
Okay, we don't have anyone else in the Google Meet. Who would be the next email? And when they're ready, you can go ahead and read the next email, please.
Okay, the next email is from Nicolette Meister. She resides at 731 Harrison Avenue. I have one child in the school district of Beloit who participates in dual language distance learning. We are fortunate to have a small pod of families working together to provide our kids social distance learning, but it hasn't been easy and it certainly doesn't replicate in-person education. We all yearn to return to in-person education, but I don't support doing so when it puts the safety of our teachers at risk before the district survey about distance learning results is shared, before families know the SDB plan for a safe return, and before we know whether the SDB has adequate staff to support a safe return. As imperfect and difficult as distance learning is safe learning. This is critical when the Rock County 14 positivity rate remains above 30%. Haphazard reopenings, strict social distancing, combined virtual and in-person classrooms, and possible periodic closures will only cause more disruption for students and teachers. I urge the Board of Education to carefully consider the risks of a premature return to in-person instruction and take the necessary time to fully understand what is at stake. Thank you for your time and attention. Nicolette Meister.
Thank you. Who's the next speaker in the boardroom?
Jamian Copper. He stepped out for a moment.
All right, do you want to call the next person? We'll put him next.
He's the last person I have here in the boardroom.
Okay, let's go ahead and do another email.
Okay, this one is from Jessica Fox Wilson, a resident of Beloit. My name is Jessica Fox Wilson, and I'm a resident of Beloit. My daughter attends Todd Elementary School. I am writing today regarding the issue of the school reopening policies and procedures. I listened to the public comments during the last school board meeting. I understand people's concerns with distance learning, but I fear that only one side of the issue is being heard. According to the Rock County Reopening Dashboard, we are in a tenuous situation in Rock County during the global pandemic. As of December 16th, Rock County's COVID-19 test positivity rate was 29.9%. Hospitals do not have adequate staffing to address the increase of patients with COVID-19. Less than 35% of ICU beds and 50% of ventilators are available for use. After the holidays, experts fear that there will be another surge of virus cases. I am very concerned that the school district is considering reopening because I care about the safety of the kids in our community and the safety of teachers and staff. I recognize that engaging in distance learning is incredibly challenging for children, caregivers, and teachers. I have personally been grateful for the tremendous amount of work and care my daughter's teachers have gone through to make online schooling accessible and engaging. I will always prefer to have my student attend classes in school with teachers. However, in this unique, once-in-a-century pandemic, we should weigh our children's and community's health and safety with their need to be in the classroom. Furthermore, I would like for there to be an opportunity for more parents to give input about their experiences with distance learning and the district's choices. I completed the recent survey, and I think that parents need the time to be able to complete the survey and work with their children's teachers and principals. Please do not make a decision based on lopsided public comments. Instead, please wait to evaluate the current status of the pandemic and listen to the diverse opinions from our district's families. Thank you. Best wishes, Jessica Fox Wilson.
Thank you very much. And can we have the young man in the boardroom?
Jamie and
Board President Larson?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it sounds like there are some people who might still be trying to call in that for some reason aren't getting through. Could you please advise on what they should do if they'd like to get through on the phone?
Please stand by while I consult our technology people. All right, go ahead, please.
Alright. I clicked this button. Hi, my name is Jamion Copper. My address is 610 Wisconsin. I'm a junior at Beloit Memorial High School. As long as I can remember, I've been involved with any and every opportunity to participate in sporting activities. I am most passionate about basketball, but I enjoy football and running track as well. Ever since the pandemic and the cancellation of all sports, lots of athletes have struggled to maintain good grades. I'm speaking specifically about basketball right now, but I know lots of athletes in other sports are struggling too. We feel that sports will give us kids the extra motivation that we need in school. Also, being able to compete in sports throughout the years have brought some of the best memories of our childhood lives. While some of us look to take our sporting careers to a higher level, we feel that without a season, we won't be able to pursue that. Some of us plan to use our athletic skills to obtain scholarships and acceptance letters from colleges so we can be able to go after our higher education and athletic dreams. These times are essential to us because we will never get back these years. I'm highlighting all of these things just to show how important being able to participate in athletics is to us. I am hoping you consider giving us the opportunity to play our sports without forcing us to be exposed to unhealthy conditions. I happen to be a person who is always on honor roll and takes my academics very seriously. I am also a person who learns better in person than virtually. However, I am terrified with returning to school at this time. Our district is huge, and I do not believe that with our current state we would be able to safely return. I think we should be given the option based on how comfortable families are with returning to school. I also do not believe that even with a hybrid method, it would be very effective for us at all. Bringing us back into a building just to tell us to sit in the same room all day doesn't grant us any new education than allowing us to stay home and join class virtually. Overall, I'm asking that you allow our athletic program to continue with, of course, strict guidelines to participate without making in-person school a requirement. We should be able to have a choice in school participation and still be able to compete in sports. If you think about it, social distancing and being safe with a team of no more than 20 people is much safer than asking 50% of the students to attend in person anyway. I have participated in travel basketball events all throughout the summer and fall and felt much safer at those events than I do going to Walmart and parading students back into the building with the current conditions on the table. I hope you take everything I said into consideration and help us students pursue our dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I can speak on behalf of the entire board when, one of the things I enjoy the most is hearing from our students and see how they come and participate in local government decision-making process. So thank you very much. Okay, Google Meet, please. Okay, please do the *6 to unmute and then state your name and address for the record.
My name is Lisa Anderson Levy. My address is 723 Church Street in Beloit. Good evening. I'm going to take a little bit different approach than what I've heard so far. First, thank you, President Keiser, for following the limited state and federal guidelines about how best to keep our children safe. As others have recognized, this pandemic has disproportionately impacted Black and Brown communities where structural inequities in healthcare and other services have been exacerbated by the pandemic. These inequities have meant that Black and Brown people have contracted COVID-19 at higher rates than whites and have died at higher rates than whites. Locally, the Wisconsin State Legislature is complicit in these deaths because it relinquished its obligation to protect the public by mandating wearing masks and limiting the operation of businesses, specifically restaurants and bars. The state of Wisconsin has chosen business over children's welfare. This is the context in which we are operating now. Making informed decisions about our community's most valuable assets, or children, requires input from more than just a few privileged parents venting at a school board meeting. Although several members of this board pay lip service to listening to the community, it seems clear to me that the board listens to community members with the biggest megaphone. The decision about when or how to reopen schools is too important to only consider the input from middle-class white folks. Has the board reached out to and or collaborated with any community partners about reopening schools? For example, has the board consulted with the local NAACP or Latino services providers, local biomedical researchers? Has the board consulted with city council or the city manager? With whom has the board collaborated as it gathers data to make this important decision? I encourage the board to stop being reactive and to do the work of reaching out beyond the narrow band of parents who are only interested in getting sports restarted. Please remember your obligation to serve the entire Beloit community. Black and brown people do not need white saviors to speak on our behalf. We need you to listen and partner with us to ensure all our children's needs are equitably addressed. We do not need school board members to make offhand comments about our laziness. We need more humility and less judgment from board members. In fact, board members who comment on the laziness of community members increase the burden on marginalized communities who already deal with systemic oppressions and disparities. There are at least two lessons we can learn from the attempted coup at the Capitol last week that are worth mentioning here. First, vast numbers of residents of the United States have been underserved by their public schools, whose funding has been eviscerated over the last 60 years. One consequence of the deliberate undermining of public schools is that large segments of the U.S. population are unable to accurately evaluate information and determine what is true and what is not. They are unable to discern what is fact and what is conspiracy. I mention this because the board needs to gather data from a wide variety of people and organizations, not simply from the loudest group. As the nation saw last week, it is possible for a large, loud group to be completely misinformed. The board must not allow itself to be bullied into making a quick decision by those with the loudest voices. Stop and take the time to gather data from communities across the city of Beloit. Our children are worth your time. The second lesson from the attempted coup at the Capitol is that we have a white problem in the United States. By this I mean that in the national prioritization of whiteness as structure, ideology, and personal identity, we have accepted the tenets of white supremacy in how we organize our schools. Instead of using this time during the pandemic to examine and rethink what we do and how, some are trying to return to normal as quickly as possible, even though we know that that way of being benefited some children and families more than others. This district must not continue to allow the opportunity hoarding of white parents to goad us into making snap decisions without consulting other community partners. Do we need to reopen schools? Yes. Should this decision be reactionary? No. Please take the time to collect information from community partners and integrate these data into survey material gathered from guardians and parents. Then take the time to analyze these data so that you can make thoughtful and strategic decisions that are proactive and not reactive. Listen, the horse is already out of the barn. The sky has already fallen. pick your metaphor. Our task now is to work together to rebuild a district that serves all of our families well. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Board Secretary, is there an email?
Yes, from Alicia Wash, 637 Harrison Avenue. On behalf of the BEA, I respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening in the interest of the safety of our students, our staff, and our families. At our current state of communication and planning, we will be unable to professionally and effectively transition to in-person learning on this date, which is a disservice to the students to whom we are committed. Please consider the following point. Teachers have not been equipped and have not been trained to teach an in-person group and online group of students simultaneously. Teachers have not been surveyed to determine what we need in classrooms to do this effectively. Teachers have not been asked how they feel about trying to teach simultaneously in person and online. There has been no professional development provided on how to navigate a hybrid model, as the proposed model has been mostly hidden from teachers and staff. Teachers have not been asked what their needs are in order for this to happen with appropriate technology and support. Based on this point, I again respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening and allow time for the safe and effective return to school that our students deserve. On a personal note, I would like to add that I am very disappointed in our district and how little has been communicated to staff about what is being proposed. I have worked 11 years in this district and never felt so disconnected from what is happening and feel that my voice and opinion is not being heard during this process. I love Beloit, love the families that I serve, and know for a fact that we can do better as a district. I feel that opening schools February 1st is a rushed decision and has not been communicated to families and staff appropriately, and our safety is in jeopardy as a result. Sincerely, Alicia Wash.
Thank you. Is there someone else waiting Google Meet? Is there any
Yes.
time yielded to this person?
I don't know because I don't know who's waiting, but I do need a translator for this person, I believe. So we need the person to do *6 to unmute.
Okay. Please press *6 to unmute.
Is this a Spanish speaker? Okay. Rosa Maria, can you translate that?
Yep. She's speaking or not yet? Oh. Señorita, tiene que quitar está en mudo ahorita. No se escucha. Tiene que presionar la estrella y luego el 6.
I think she hung up.
She hung up? Okay. All right.
Aló.
¿Aló?
Hola, espera un momento, por favor.
Sí se escucha.
Ok. Mi nombre es Sandra Murillo. Soy mamá de una niña de La Jaques.
Ok, un momento.
Mi opinión al respecto.
Ok, un momentito, por favor.
Okay. My name is Ana Murillo,
Dígame.
and I am a mom at a Hackett Mom. Sigue adelante. Voy a pedir que pause de vez en cuando para poder interpretar.
Ok.
Sigue adelante.
El nombre, soy Sandra Murillo, la mamá de una niña de la Hackett.
My name is Sandra Murillo, and I am a Hackett Mom.
Mi opinión al respecto,
My opinion,
no estoy de acuerdo que los niños ingresen a la escuela,
I am not in agreement that the children should return to school,
ya que no solo peligran los niños,
it's not only putting children in danger,
sino también sus familias.
it's also putting families in danger.
Y en lugar de que este virus apacigüe,
And instead of reducing the number of virus cases,
se va a seguir propagando más en muchas más personas.
it will propagate more in everyone, in different people.
También debemos pensar en los maestros, que son los que están con los niños.
It's also putting in danger the teachers who are always with the students.
Y pues es incómodo tener uno que estar con esa incertidumbre
It's uncomfortable to be with that uncertainty
de que en algún momento sigamos propagando este virus.
that we should continue propagating this virus.
Es todo.
That is everything.
Gracias.
Muy amable, gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have another email?
I have an email from Daniel Borowski from 1301 Chapin Street. He has 3 children enrolled in the Beloit School District. I have never felt more proud of the Beloit School District than I did from the beginning of the pandemic. While other school districts in the country opened and closed with disregard to the deadly virus that surrounds us, Beloit took the brave and correct steps to plan for distant learning. This was the right choice for 2 primary reasons. 1, teachers had all summer to prepare for online learning. No one prefers online learning to in-person instruction, but the teachers and staff did a remarkable job organizing and helping parents and children prepare for the year to come. 2, we need to protect our teachers, many of whom are at risk to COVID-19. For the district to force reopening at the potential expense of their lives is unethical and immoral. Moreover, that parents, especially those who have experience in healthcare, would bully the board to put our teachers, parents, and children at risk, as we saw at December's meeting, is even more shocking. On the flip side, I am well aware that online learning puts a burden on parents, grandparents, and guardians who have to navigate work, arrange for childcare, and minimize the risk of contracting COVID. So let's be clear, the situation stinks, and there are clear downsides to any path we take. For any single parent to suggest that their approach is better and reflects the needs of everyone is more than presumptuous. Thus, I would ask the school board and superintendent to do the following as we move ahead. 1, please don't make a hasty decision that puts lives at risk merely to accommodate a loud, demanding, privileged minority. Take the time to survey all of the parents in the district and make sure, in particular, that the voices of Black and Latinx families who have been disproportionately hit by the pandemic are heard. Indeed, let's not forget that most online survey results don't usually represent the majority of families. There are barriers, and we need to make the extra effort to reach out to those who don't usually have a voice. 2, revise and resend the survey. The survey that we sent on December 17th made No mention of safety, health, or of the COVID virus. It's a shocking omission. To ask whether our children learn best in person or online misses the larger point, namely, that in-person learning could have fatal results on members of our community. Are we really willing to risk lives? Rock County is still in phase 1. Again, please take your time in making this decision and don't cow to the pressure of a vocal few. These decisions are hard and nuanced and require that you understand the full picture of our community and offer flexible responses that meet the needs of our students, but also our teachers, staff, and parents. Thank you for listening. Best, Daniel.
Is there anyone waiting in Google Meet?
Yes.
Please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record. Is there someone else waiting in Google Meet we can let in, or okay, can you read another email, please?
Erin Wilson, parent. I would like to express my gratitude for the work of this board on behalf of the children in the school district of Beloit. I have a third grade daughter at Todd Elementary School in the dual language immersion classroom taught by Senora Ramsey Martinez and Ms. Milchman. Those two teachers have handled distance learning well. I feel that my daughter has learned a lot this year. Todd Elementary School is doing a wonderful job providing learning opportunities. At this time, I do not feel that full-time, 5 days a week, in-person instruction should be started for all children in the school district. I believe that we should stick to the plan laid out at the beginning of the 2021 school year for returning to in-person school, which includes Rock County 14-day average percentage of positive test is less than 5%. I believe that 5% is attainable through community support and diligence. As a community, we can work towards that goal together. While we work towards 5%, school for the majority of students should remain as online distance learning. However, if there are at-risk students and students requiring disability accommodations that would be served better by in-person instruction, a plan for safely bringing them back to school should be worked towards but not rushed. Make sure that teachers have the time, space, training, and support staff to hold in-person classes safely. Your decision to continue online distance learning or make alterations should be supported by science. Please do not make this decision based on my letter or on the heated arguments presented by anyone or group. It would be my recommendation to listen to all arguments and reconvene a few days later to present a decision and a plan. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Erin Wilson, Beloit, Wisconsin.
Thank you. Do we have the person back in Google Meet?
Different person this time.
Okay. Go ahead and let them in, please. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin. Please press #6 or *6. I'm sorry.
Amanda Montero.
Okay, and your address?
1949 Jackson Street, Beloit, Wisconsin.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling. I have 3 daughters that are enrolled in the school district of Beloit. I have 1 in high school, 2 in McNeil Middle School. We have been out for almost a year. My children are falling further behind, and I work a full-time job. I'm a single parent, and I do not have the tools nor the resources to educate my children to the potential that they need to be at. They have
IEPs in place, and I do not know how to accommodate that education and skill level that is needed to educate my children. I feel that they are falling further behind. We've pushed them on, and it is now to a level where they are sinking. I am trying to get them enrolled into private school for next year if we do not go back to school, because education is very important. You cannot go anywhere as an adult without being able to read, write, anything. And I feel that we are failing our children. There are certain things that can be done to prevent being sick. Yes, the masks help, but having cleaning tools and schedules and being able to keep people distanced, but also taking the measures needed to keep them safe with cleaning. It comes down to how you keep your area, and I am not thrilled that my kids have not been in school. Do I know that it's taking a risk of them getting sick? Yes. But at the same time, their education is very important. I am not a teacher. I do not know how to teach my children, and we do not have the resources to teach our children via our textbooks, internet failure, not being able to log in. There are many obstacles that our children are trying to go and surpass, and we are failing them. And that is what I would like to say. I'm not opposed to going back to school. Would there need to be cleaning and extra measures taken to keep our kids safe? Yes. I'm an essential worker. I work 6 to 7 days a week. And we are taking measures. If you protect yourself, you can avoid the risk of getting sick. That is what I would like to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. Bye.
Board Secretary, do we have another email?
This email is from Stephanie Raypatch, Aldrich Professional Educator. Dear members of the school board, way back in September, I wrote a letter to the editor of the Beloit Daily News talking about how after schools went virtual in the spring, when the pandemic hit, people were praising teachers and saying things like, we don't get paid enough and we deserve anything we want, because parents were suddenly having to deal with their children all day long, and apparently they weren't aware of how difficult this could be. In my letter, I said that I wondered how long this adulation and celebration of teachers would last, and it seems that I now have my answer, as parents forget these sentiments and clamor for us to, quote, suck it up, end quote, and return to face-to-face teaching in our classrooms, despite any concerns for us and our families' health and safety. According to the Rock County COVID-19 dashboard for school districts website, the percentage of positive cases reported in the last 14 days is 31.1%, and the number of new cases being reported over the last 14 days has gone up consistently. Both of these criteria are listed in the red as high concern for the transmittance of the virus within the schools. Also, knowing that several of my students and their family members have already tested positive or have had the virus because of their inability to follow the CDC guidelines and not socially gather in large groups, or because of situations where we have intergenerational families that have no choice but to live in these large groups, I am even more worried about coming back into the classroom where these students can bring the virus with them and cause it to be carried home and spread to those family members who are trying to be careful to follow the guidelines to stay healthy. Hope is on the horizon with a vaccine being currently administered to some members of the public, so I would ask that the school board consider waiting until educators and school staff have had the opportunity to get this vaccine to ensure that a safe reopening of our school could then occur. We need to not only think about the health of teachers and staff at the schools, but also about the health of our students and their families when considering this very important issue. I miss my students. I miss being in front of a classroom and not just in front of a computer screen. I miss life as it was before March 2020, but I want to return to, quote, normal safely. And for this, I ask you to please listen to the experts and make an informed decision when considering our reentry into our classrooms. Thank you for your consideration. I am Beloit proud. Stephanie Raypatch.
Is there someone else in Google Meet? Please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin. Did they fall out? Yeah. Okay. Can we have another? Is there someone else waiting in Google Meet? Can we let them in, please? All right, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, please, and then you can get started. Okay, can you please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record? Is there one more? Okay, go ahead and let them in, please. All right, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello?
All right, please state your name and address for the record, and then you can get started.
Hi, my name is Hayden Sharma. I live on 1617 Town Line Avenue.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, so I've had neighbors call in tonight or be in presence tonight. I work over at Alders Intermediate School as a school security officer. I've had my neighbor come in tonight, and one of her daughters. I've seen coworkers come in tonight. I've had friends, people I've known for many years on all different ends of the spectrum tonight. And as someone who's grown up in the political sphere, I'm familiar with how the process works. I guess my main ask of the board is that going into tonight, you actually listen to both sides and take that into consideration. Listen to what everyone has to say and don't just go with pre-locked-in votes that I know sometimes people go with. I know that can tend to be a more secure route, but I feel that with how divisive of the topic is, listening to the people on both sides of the spectrum is a fundamental necessity of everything that's going on. I don't envy your position. I can't imagine how stressful a time it is, but I just ask wholeheartedly that the voices of tonight are heard, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful night.
You too, thank you. Is there anyone else in the Google Meet? Okay, I think we'll just go ahead and do all of the Google Meets, then we can do all of the emails after. Can you please press *6 to unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and then you can begin.
Yep. Hi, my name is Misty Kropp. I live at 517 St. Lawrence Avenue. I have 2 children in the school district. One of them is one of the runners that one of the social workers described earlier. Even with me right there, he will, after 10 to 15 minutes outside of the house, take his mask off because at 11, he just doesn't understand. I also have an 8-year-old little girl who has a severe immune deficiency, and if we go back to school, I am working as a contracted driver of a school bus. I'm obligated to take our kids to and from school every day, and while I miss all of my children dearly, I didn't even get to say goodbye because one day we're in school, one day we're not. But looking at it this way, I'm going to have to choose, and this is just my personal issue, I'm going to have to choose between going back to work or staying home without a job to take care of my child. What worries me the most is that there are all of these other contracted bus drivers, janitors, anyone else who's contracted through the district that is going to be in significant more danger of contracting the virus or bringing it home to their families if we go back in person to school. I just wanted to add that in because I'm not sure if anyone else is thinking about the contracted employees through the school that aren't direct staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We need to pause for just one moment while the translators switch.
Okay, and is there someone else waiting on Google Meet? Do you want to go ahead and let them into the Google Meet, and I will have them get unmuted? All right, we are switching translators, so if you can press *6 to get yourself unmuted, and then when you're ready, I'll ask you to state your name and address for the record, please, and then you can begin. So hold on just 1 second, please. All right, go ahead, please state your name and address for the record. Please press *6 to unmute, and then state your name and address for the record.
Hello.
All right, please state your name and address and get started.
Okay, my name is Ayana Yokri. I live at 945 Elm Street in Beloit, Wisconsin. And I'm just here to talk as a minority teen at Beloit Memorial High School for minority teens at Beloit Memorial High School. First, I want to talk about the school's reopening. I think it's a very bad idea. I worked as a McDonald's worker in South Beloit. In that job, I worked with many students from other schools who had in-school learning, and they told me about the risks that they were in. They told me about the students that did not wear their masks, the teachers that did not enforce the rules, and I think it would be a very bad idea for us to go back with the amount of minority students that go to the high school that don't even have such things as masks and other things in their own homes to go back to school. It would be a bad idea in just putting other people at risk. I'd also like to talk about mental health. I heard many people talk about mental health in this board meeting. And as someone who struggles with mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, I find it very disgusting that they're talking about it to fit their own narrative. It's just, it's not something that you talk about when you want to talk about. It's something that we should have been talking about for the school district of Beloit, for the many teens that struggle with it. This should have been a topic that shouldn't be just talked about because you want it to fit your own narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board Secretary, who's the next person in the boardroom? We've had a few more people request to speak.
I have Ross Thomas.
My name is Ross Thomas. I live at 1755 Jackson Street in Beloit. I just have three observations. I can't add anything to what some of these impassioned parents have been saying. I have 11 grandchildren in this district who are not going to school. But one observation I had was when I left my Culver's restaurant in Elgin, Illinois. The jubilation of my teenagers coming to work that had been able to go to school that day, today, first day. U46 school district, 38,000 students, and they're making it work. And those high school students that came in were just elated that they got to see their friends. And they did the distancing, they did the learning, they were so elated to see their teachers again. The teachers were elated to see them. If you don't want to go to school, then don't go to school. The parents, don't let your kids go to school if you have a problem with it. You know what? That's the way it is. Also, the observation I have of 38,000 people that come through my drive-through in the last year, since we opened on March 2nd of this year and had to go down to drive-through. All the teachers came through to get food from the teenagers that were there. Interaction, I mean, they didn't have any problem going through to get food, but they have a problem going to school to teach kids. Also, the last observation, I watched this whole meeting, and this is the high tech that we have in this building, and we still have problems with getting people on the phone, getting people online. What do you think a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old has to go through? My gosh, at this adult level, you people are intelligent. And we can't deal with internet, phones, Google, all this kind of stuff. That's the observation I have. If you can't do it at the high level that you guys are at, what do you think these kids are going through? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there someone else waiting Google Meet? Okay, can we let them in, please? All right, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you can get started.
Hello.
Hello, can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Ken Bernier. My address is 2514 Sunset Drive, Beloit, Wisconsin.
Thank you. You can begin.
Well, this school thing I think is ridiculous. I think all these kids need to go back to school. If parents don't want them to go back, them kids should be able to stay home. There are a lot of kids that want to go back, a lot of parents that have jobs that can't afford to stay home. You know, this stuff you guys got going on with learning on the computer is not working. I got 5 kids ages from 11 to 17, and all but one is doing good. Everybody else is F's, D's, failing. They're all going to be working at McDonald's time they're 18 years old. And nobody going to have an education. So I'm just speaking my mind that I think all this, if they want to wear a mask, wear it. If you don't want to wear it, don't wear it. You know, there's pros and cons to every part of this. In school, out school, crossing the street. You can get run over, driving a car, flying an airplane. Life's a gamble. It's a chance you have to take. And that's all I got to say. Appreciate taking my call.
Thank you very much. Board Secretary, the next person in the boardroom, please.
I have Robert Sviem.
Oh, press it again. It was already on. There you go.
All right. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about speaking tonight, but I got some questions that I think need to be answered. And a couple of them are, the longer that students are out of school, some are doing well, some are doing very poorly, some aren't even attending. When school gets back, is there going to be a procedure in place to evaluate all the kids and all their different levels of how they progressed? And then if they don't, are we going to set up a program to catch those ones up, or are we going to just let them fall out of the system? Because that's why I'm afraid a lot of them are going to do that. They're going to turn 18, they're not doing well, they're not going to graduate, and they're just going to walk away. We already got a big problem in this city with a lot of kids falling out, and we don't seem to be able to get a handle on that. That whatever they're attempting to do now is not working, and this is just making it worse. The longer we keep the kids out, the longer worse it's going to get. And you need to open up the schools. If people are afraid, there's people a year from now are going to be afraid. I know people now that are going to be afraid to leave their house when this is all over. People got so scared about this COVID. And a lot of it, I'll go anywhere. A mask I wear because you make me wear it. And I know people have had it. Some people got it bad. Some people haven't. I haven't. But we got to get the schools open. I got a granddaughter who's 5, special needs, and she's falling behind because she can't get in-person learning. Putting her in front of a television screen is like watching cartoons on a Saturday morning or during the day. She needs that structured in-school situation. She's not getting it. We've seen her fall further and further behind this year because she can't get it in school and nothing's available. So I encourage you to open the schools. If students and parents don't want to send their kids to school, they can keep them home. But there are a lot of people who need it. Teachers, I see the Chicago School District is starting to reopen. And if they can figure out a way to reopen, we sure in the heck ought to be able to do that in Beloit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have another person in Google Meet? Okay, will you let them in, please? All right, will you please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you can begin.
Hi, my name is Debbie Furman. I live at 2201 West Grand. And I have a dozen grandkids that are in this district from 3 different families. And some of the ones that have IEPs are really dropping behind. And they might benefit from going back to school. I'm sorry to turn myself down. Anyway, I feel that there should be some type of hybrid classes, at least for the kids with IEPs, to where they don't get any more behind than what they are. Other countries are able to send their kids to school safely. And my son lives in a foreign country, teaches kindergartners. They all wear their masks. So it can be done. There's no excuses. And so I just feel it's in the best interest of the kids, at least some of them, even if you have to do hybrid classes, just to get back to class. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
Who is the next speaker in the boardroom?
Tori Champany.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Tori Champany, and I live at 1820 Burton Street here in Beloit. I wasn't planning to speak, and I'll keep it brief. I think I just wanted to reiterate for the folks on Zoom or whatnot, make sure you take a look at the proposed plan. I think people maybe either didn't look or don't understand. If Beloit goes back hybrid, that doesn't mean you have to go. If your family chooses to stay virtual, you still have that choice, and it doesn't have to be through K-12. The proposal is that your child could still have full virtual school with their teacher from Beloit schools online. So please make sure you take a look at that and understand the plan. I think the goal of Beloit School District is always to serve all of Beloit School District children. That's the thing, we need to give that choice. We need to give choice for the kids that want to stay home and choice for the kids that need to be in person. Well, my kids aren't here anymore, but if I choose to send my kids to school, that doesn't mean you have to send your kids to school. You can make the choice that's right for your family. We're just asking the board to just consider that all of us can make the choice to meet the needs of our Beloit School District child. Thanks.
Thank you. No one else on Google Meet? Okay, anyone else in the boardroom?
Kathy Crawford.
Okay.
Is it already on? Okay, cool. Kathy Crawford, 1765 Congress. I have 3 children in the district, the 7th grader, an 8th grader, and 11th grader. We all are going through the same thing. Everybody in this city is going through the same thing. I think
Excuse
that...
me, Kathy, is your mic on?
Yeah, I think so. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I'm just talking too fast. You good? All right. So at first I was so like, go back to school, but go back to school, but go back to school. 2 of my children got COVID. One has it right now. He's very ill. Kind of scared me a little bit. I don't want me or anybody else who may be asymptomatic to give it to anybody sending our kids to school because they're not sick, so we won't know. We all have a choice to send them to school, yes. So we have some at home, some at school. How do you think the teachers are going to teach? That's going to be a lot to ask of our teachers, to teach simultaneously in the school and online. Or we're going to have our kids come to school, sit in a room for 7 hours online. And I don't know what's proposed. That's what I've been told. I don't think that's smart. You can always just keep them at home, safe. I think that everybody wants to throw the blame on the district should do this, the district should do that. We all work. I work 2 jobs. My kids are struggling a little bit, but we're starting to set up, like a little, I can't think of the word, sorry guys, but routine, thank you. the routine and they're starting to get a hang of it, finally. And I think that maybe we put too much pressure and responsibility on the teachers when it is our responsibility as parents to actually teach our children as well. It's not, you know, my kids are in DLI and we have great teachers at McNeil. I'm gonna tell you, shout out to McNeil. We got great teachers. We are blessed with really great teachers and they're really going out of their way. But I know that everybody is not as fortunate as us. With that being said, I think that parents should be more involved whenever you can. Emails, you can do that from work on your lunch break. You can check their grades. You can text them. They text us for everything else. Can you go get me something to eat? Bring me home some hot Cheetos. Hey, text them and say, hey, what are you doing? How's your school day going? Do you need something? Do I need to contact a teacher? I think that falls on us. I think we are missing the point here, missing the mark. We always want to blame the teachers, blame the district. I think you guys are doing what you can do. And I appreciate that. I think that, I think we have to think about the safety of you guys, of our teachers, of our kids, excuse me. And also because I work in healthcare, I see that the COVID is rising. The medicines are going out quicker and quicker and quicker. You know, we've had people die. It's kind of sad. It's kind of scary, and I just don't think that we're pushing it and we're not prepared for it. I think it's going to be I think it's going to blow up in our face, and then the people who want their kids to go back to school are be coming back blaming you guys because everybody's sick. Thank you. Ooh. 1 second left. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, we have someone in the Google Meet. All right, can you let them in, please? Can you please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record? And then you may begin.
Hi, this is Caitlin Bernier, 2514 Sunset Drive.
Okay, go ahead. Oh,
I'm a junior at Boyd Memorial High School.
I'm sorry, can you hang on just 1 second? I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, we're good to go now. Thank you.
I'm a junior at Boyd Memorial High School, and as a high school student, I feel we should go back. We should have the choice, and if kids don't want to go back, they don't have to. And if parents don't want to send their kids to go back, they shouldn't. Let the kids who want to go and learn. I'm struggling as I'm normally a straight A student. With that being said, I feel like we should at least have a choice of going back.
All right. Anyone else in the boardroom wanting to speak? Do we have someone else in Google Meet? All right, please let them in. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin. Can you please press *6 to unmute and then state your name and address, and you can start talking? Caller, can you please press *6 to unmute yourself? I'm sorry, we can't unmute you. You have to press *6 to unmute yourself and then start speaking. Can you please let someone else in? All right, please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
Yes, my name is Beverly Hines, H-E-I-M-Z. I live at 1135 West Grand Avenue in Beloit.
You may begin.
I'm sorry.
You can go ahead.
You're breaking up.
You can go ahead and start talking.
Okay. I have got grandchildren in the Beloit School District, and I have stood by and tried to help them, and I've watched them struggle. And I believe that with the right amount of sanitizing and masks and cautions, that they should be able to go back to school and be in a classroom situation. My granddaughter, this is her first year of high school, and she's always got excellent grades, and she is struggling. So I would say that maybe it should be a trial to get the kids back to school.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Vice President Miller.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to make a motion to please extend our meeting time by 30 minutes. And may I make the motion twice, please?
I'll second that.
A total of 6.
So we have a motion and a second to extend the meeting twice for 30 minutes for another hour. Are there any questions or discussion regarding that motion? See none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. All right, is there someone else? Please let them into the Google Meet room. All right, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you can get started.
Hi, this is Janice Montero, 1756 Jackson, Beloit. And I am, for the record, requesting that we do go back to school. My grandchildren are and have IPs, and one of them was a straight A student and now is barely passing. They need to be in school.
Okay, is there anything else?
I believe not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there, okay, please let them in. All right, please press *6 to unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin with your comments.
My name is Jennifer Bernier, and I live at 2514 Sunset Drive. And I feel these kids should have the opportunity to go back to school. A lot of kids are failing right now and socially not making it, mine being especially one of them. He has an IEP with speech teacher, and even though she has been great at trying to keep him where he needs to be, he's still socially not there. I have an 11th grader that is failing that went from A's and B's to D's and F's. 4 hours of school a day really isn't teaching these kids anything 4 days a week. I feel the district is failing these kids by not giving them the opportunity to go back when Janesville has had a few setbacks, but they're in school and it's working for them. We should have a plan that should be able to work for us and have the parents make a choice like the school district of Janesville does. I just feel the district should stop letting these kids down and let them go to school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Or can you please let the next person into the meet room? Please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and you may begin with your public comment.
Thank you, Kyle. Aislinn Pounds, 1239 Porter Avenue. I am a parent in the school district. I do have a child at Beloit Memorial High School at the current time. I just basically want to say that I believe that the children should not go back to school. I do believe we do need to continue with distance learning. I understand that students will be given the option and parents would have the option to be able to send their children back to school in the event that they would like to under this new model. Who aren't given the choice are our teachers within the district. They're not given the choice now to be able to go to school. There are plenty of adults that continue reckless behavior, and those adults that continue to have reckless behaviors and not wanting to follow the protocols as set forth by our government, our health department, those are the ones that are putting our students in risk. And that's how things are going to get spread. I don't think that the school district Beloit needs to necessarily look at other models, including Janesville School District, having nephews in the Janesville School District, and having nephews who have been sent home multiple times throughout the year because of the cases with COVID. I think that this is something that we need to be able to look at our own city, look out your door, and parents need to be prepared to be able to say, this isn't the parenting model any of us signed up to do. Nobody signed up to do this, but we are adapting to it. So if you're not adapting to it within yourself, we need to be able to make sure that we offer you additional resources other than what we have. We're still a community. Even if we're not seeing each other at parent meetings or anything like that in person, we're still a community. So come together with your community at your school. If your kid is needing help and you're here and you're not here because you're a single parent or you need additional resources, reach out to each other. We're still a community. And a lot of people are forgetting that. So within that community, build your team, build your bubble for who you can use for your resources. We're all still here together. But we aren't going to be together if cases continue to go up. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. All right, go ahead and let the next person in, please. All right, please press *6 to unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin with your public comment.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Harmon, and I live at 742 Kenwood Avenue. I'm a senior at Beloit Memorial High School this year, and I've been very, very involved since I stepped foot in elementary school on my very first day. Everyone in the district who knows me knows that I'm extremely hardworking, I'm extremely passionate, I'm extremely dedicated, and I'm one of the happiest students that you will ever meet. Unfortunately, though, since COVID, this has all changed. My anxiety is through the roof. I have lost the will to even leave my bed most days. Not only me, but my twin brothers who attend school at McNeil as well. Another point I would like to make is that before online school started, I was a 4.0 straight A student. I was involved in over 15 clubs at the high school, and I was in the top % of every single class. In AP classes, I'm in NHS, and I'm a Porter Scholar. But now where I stand, I'm struggling to pass the last class that I need to graduate. Also, the final point I would like to make is that as much as I understand everyone's scared to go back, countless districts around us, Hononegah, South Beloit, Janesville, they've all gone back to school, and they all come to Beloit, to Walmart, to go to eat, to shop, and to carry on their lives. So what is the difference in giving us a choice? My mom, who is extremely high risk, my dad, who is extremely high risk, and myself, who have extremely high risk, have been working since the very beginning of this pandemic to keep this country running. And I truly believe that everyone should be willing to put in this effort. I understand you're scared, but again, there will be choices to stay home, to go to school. You don't have to go back. So please, 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 on behalf of all of the students, just give us a choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, the translators need a minute.
Okay. And is there someone else waiting in the Google Meet? Okay. We go ahead and let them in, and then we'll get them all right to go. All right. Go ahead and please press *6 to unmute yourself, and then I'll have you hold on for just 1 second before you begin. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and then I'm going to have you wait 1 second before you state your name and address to begin your public comment. We're just switching out translators. When there's someone else, we have no way to stop it. I mean, like, we can't. It's unfair to let some people speak and then say we're done now, and others want to go.
This person has my unit, so they don't tell them the next person in.
Yeah, please.
And I'm ready.
All right, please press *6 to unmute. State your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your public comment.
Hi, my name is Reese Marroquin. I live at 2104 Master Street here in Beloit. I am currently the 7th grade special ed teacher at Cunningham, and I just want to give a shout out to all the teachers across our district that are working really hard to try to make distance learning for our kids. We all know it's not ideal, but we are really trying to make it work, and it really makes me sad when I hear parents on this meet that are saying we're just defining busy work and that we don't care and that it's okay for us to go through drive-thrus and we don't want to come back to school, which is so far from the truth based on what I'm hearing from my colleagues and my coworkers. So just wanted to give a shout out to all those teachers because we are working hard, especially to my Cunningham family. I love you guys all. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else may be let in. All right. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your public comment.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Cecilia Ramírez. Yo vivo en el 23.
Ok, por favor, espera un momento. Necesitamos una persona para traducir. Ok, señora, estamos listos.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi
Good
nombre
evening.
es Cecilia Ramírez.
My name is
Y
Cecilia
vivo en
Ramirez.
el 2367 de la calle Robinson.
I live on Robinson Street.
Yo tengo un estudiante inscrito en el distrito escolar
I have a child in the
y
district.
realmente estoy muy preocupada
I'm
que
really
los
worried
niños puedan regresar a las escuelas. Yo
for them to
pienso
return
que
to school.
es mejor que los niños estén con clases virtuales, que
I
continúen.
think that the children should stay in virtual school.
Entiendo que han perdido cerca de 9 meses de educación
I know that
en
they
las
have lost about
escuelas,
9 months of education in
pero
school.
cuando paramos la educación en marzo, la educación en las escuelas en marzo, el
But when they
riesgo
closed
era
the schools
alto.
in March,
Y ahora el riesgo sigue siendo muy alto. Entonces, yo en particular no entiendo cómo es que los niños podrían regresar a las clases si el personal docente
I
no
don't
está
understand how the
vacunado.
children could actually return to school. if-
Creo que no sería justo que pusiéramos
would
las
be
vidas de
right.
nuestros hijos en riesgo cuando podríamos esperar a que por lo menos todo el personal
Cecilia,
docente esté en sus
Cecilia.
vacunas. Ajá.
Sorry.
Yes.
¿Puede
Okay.
repetir algunas de esas cosas porque no había capturado todo? Y si puede decir una oración y luego yo lo repito en inglés.
Okay. ¿Lo puedo kind of Spanglish so we can help each other?
Yeah, sure. It's fine.
Yeah?
Because we're...
I was saying,
no, sorry, go ahead.
bueno, estaba diciendo que yo pienso que si el riesgo era muy alto antes, en marzo,
If we thought that the risk was
el
high in
riesgo
March,
sí-
the risk now
sigue siendo muy alto ahora.
is even very high. It's still high.
So, si mandamos a nuestros hijos ahora, cuando el personal docente no ha sido vacunado, nuestros hijos
If we
siguen
send our
estando en mucho
children to
riesgo.
school and our personnel hasn't been vaccinated yet, we're sending our children into a risky situation.
So, yo en lo personal sugeriría que sí, yo sé que los niños tienen que regresar a clases y es importante.
I know that children
Pero
need to
que
go
por lo
back to
menos-
school and that it's very important for them to be in school, but at least
Esperar a que por lo menos el personal docente tenga su set de vacunas.
to at least wait until all the teachers and all the personnel have their vaccinations.
Y yo entiendo que probablemente algunos profesores no querrán ser vacunados,
And I know some
Pero,
teachers will not be
eh,
vaccinated.
pero si la mayoría lo hace, los niños estarán, personalmente los profesores estarán protegidos y de esa manera los niños no se contagiarán tanto y no traerán el riesgo más alto a la familia entera.
Okay, so then that would pose less risk to the children, and then the children posing less risk to their families at home.
So, mi punto final es, si hemos esperado 9 meses para estar seguros, ¿por qué no esperar un poco más, un poquito más para continuar seguros? La vida de nuestros hijos es importante y de los maestros, de todos, nuestras vidas son importantes.
If we waited 9 months already, what's a little bit longer? And it's important to be in school, but it's more important that our lives are more important.
Es todo. Thank you. Gracias.
That's
Gracias.
everything.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you. Okay. Can you let the next person in, please? Okay. Can you please press *6 to unmute and then state your name and address for the record? Please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin with your public comment. Caller, can you please, oh, here you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, I can. Thank you. My name is Kim Lindsay, and I live at 213 Rockton Avenue in Rockton, Illinois. First, I would like to say thank you to the many students and families, educators, community members for coming and voicing their concerns to the board tonight. I would like to say also that I'm an educator in Beloit, and I'm very Beloit proud, even though I don't live in Beloit. But knowing that COVID is real and experiencing it firsthand, I'd like to say that myself went through a very extensive route of the COVID and was very, very ill. So I look at it as I would really like to protect those families and those children that are in my care every single day so that they won't experience what I've experienced. To see, family members watch how the illness affected my own life, and that I still have some after effects I'm dealing with that may never go away. It's that. I'm not calling in to get, people to be sorry for me. I just want to know that COVID is real. So my first point is that teachers do care. We care about the safety of our students. We care about those families. We want to protect them as much as ourselves. So we're not selfish just thinking of our own means, but also thinking about the families and the children in our care. The next point that I want to make has to do with the schools around us that have been going face-to-face. If you're watching media or you have relatives or friends or family that have been in those schools, you will see that they've been in and they've been out. They've been in and they've been out. I've heard talk about mental illness, and the things that it does to our mental health. Think about what it is going to do to everybody, staffing, teachers, families, kids. If we are in and then we're out because of a COVID spread, you go back in and you come back out again. So we are, thinking also about that as well. I worry about the mental health of coming back and going in and out. Also, I'd like to make the point that distance learning is hard on teachers too. It's not that we all decided one day, hey, this is what we want to do. We miss our kids. There isn't one teacher in this district that doesn't miss their kids. We love our families 110%. We're giving 110%. Some of us even more, because we want to see our families succeed. And we know that, parents and the elders that are in the household may not have the knowledge or background to teach some of the things that need to be taught. But that's why we're here. We're a resource also. We're not just a teacher. We're here for you to reach out to also, and we're willing to help in any ways that we can. So we really do care about our families and what this virus could do or may do in the future if we come face to face. Do we hope for face to face? Yeah, we miss our kids, we miss our families too, but we also are concerned about the safety and the health of everyone. But what I think hasn't been made as a point
I'm sorry, your time is up.
That's okay.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we still have a caller in the Google Meet room. If you wish to make a public comment, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your public comment. Is there any other person then?
No, there's 3 waiting. 4.
All right, go ahead and open that first, Mary. All right, caller, please press *6 to unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your public comment.
Priscilla Elamine, 2114 Wisconsin Avenue. I was calling because looking at the model and listening to people calling in, you guys are tasked with a very difficult decision with the superintendent and the board. And just remembering that throughout all of the ups and downs and ebbs and flows in education, one of the things that we always come back to is that educators are experts in educating, and we need to remember that health experts are experts in health. And when we're making this decision, I think that that's something that needs to be front and center. Rock County and the Department of Public Health have indicators and markers and zones for a reason as to whether or not the buildings are safe to bring students back to school, what grade levels should be coming back to school, and then all of the health and safety measures that should be in place. I think that a lot of people, when they hear come back to school, they're just thinking about going back into the buildings, but they're not actually thinking about what it will look like, feel like, and be like in the school. It's not going to be what it was when it ended in March. You're looking at completely restructuring the sizes of classrooms and the direction students are walking down hallways and how many students are near each other, whether or not they're using their lockers. There are so many components, if we're following public health guidelines, that are going to shift the way school feels. And if we're really thinking about students' mental health, that will impact that. In addition to that, when we're thinking about these decisions, a lot of people are comparing the school district of Beloit to the surrounding areas. Let's be realistic and compare apples to apples. When we're thinking about the surrounding areas, we're thinking about populations where we have a lot of students of privilege and a lot of students in the population of students of colors is extremely low. So if we're going to compare our district to other districts, let's look at districts that have high populations of students of colors and think about what they're doing. How are they supporting their students? Thinking about the best practices in education, what does that look like? Everything that DPH is telling us to do around setting up classrooms is counterproductive and counterintuitive to what we know our students need in the classrooms in order to get quality education. So just bringing them back to the building won't fix what our students need. All of our students need to be back in the building. They all need a quality education. This isn't just about the some, this is about everyone. And furthermore, when we're thinking about bringing those students back, I hear a lot of people talking about personal problems and talking from a place of privilege. Let's think about the students who would be most affected by this. Let's think about the families who would be most affected by this and really make sure we're putting out surveys and reaching those families and getting their input. Thinking about the teachers. What does the staff survey say? How many of those teachers feel comfortable coming back? How many would potentially take leave?
I apologize. Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, caller, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your public comment. Can you please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your public comment?
I wish not to state my name. I live at 557 Locust Street.
All right, go ahead and say what you'd like to say.
I think we should go back to school because I'm a 7th grade student. I used to be an AB student, and all my grades have dropped down to an F. No matter how hard I try, no matter how many teachers help me, all my grades are still low. I think we deserve the choice to go back to school. We need hands-on learning. I get that some kids don't want to go back to school and it should be optional. Then don't send your kids to school.
Is there anything else?
No, that's all.
All right, thank you so much for calling in tonight, honey. All right, can you please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and you may begin your public comment.
Yes, my name is Linda Applewhite, address 637 Hackett Street, Beloit, Wisconsin. I keep hearing a lot about my kids are failing, and at first, yes, I have 3 kids. One is a special needs student, 11th grader at BLA, a 9th grader at Beloit Memorial, and a 7th grader at Cunningham. At first it was rough, but now all 3 of my kids are almost all straight A's. The district is not failing any of our kids. They are doing their best. And I know that because I see it every day. These teachers care for each one of our kids on their Google Meets and how much my kids say, please, thank you, and enjoy seeing their teachers every day. It warms my heart, and to hear so many people say the district is failing them, it does hurt. I know everybody has different things going on, but I am lucky enough that I am here to help keep my kids on track, being that I currently, as a contracted worker through the district, I can't work at the moment. But I'm able to be here and take care of my kids and be on them and keep them on track. And I still go and do what I have to for my job when they tell me to. I'm available for my job. But I appreciate everything that the teachers do for all 3 of my students and for all the kids in the district. I don't want my kids to go back to school, though. It's not the right time for it. It really isn't. And they're doing well with the distant learning. This is where they're safe. I want them to stay here. That's my decision. But I do know, I want you to know, my kids are not failing. They are doing very well with their schooling. And I'm very appreciative of all the paras and all the teachers that are putting in the work to make sure they are getting their education. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, we need a switch.
Okay. Go ahead and let the next person in. We'll get them ready to go. All right, caller, please press *6 to get yourself unmuted. We need just 1 second before you state your name and address and start your public comment. I'll let you know once we're ready. Okay, go ahead, please.
All right, here we go. Hi, my name is Ben Saldar. I live at 820 Milwaukee Road. I'm a senior at Beloit Memorial High School. COVID sucks for everyone. I think we can all agree that. Hold on, let me mute myself. Yeah, okay. So COVID sucks for everyone. I think we can all agree with that. And that being said, there's nothing more that I would love than just go back to school, see my friends, and learn in person. However, I also believe that we as a school district have a duty to help keep the public safe and prevent the spread of COVID. I believe that sending kids to go back to school would do the opposite of that. We've seen it across the country time and time again. Schools open, cases spike, and we have to shut down school again. I don't know. At home, I know I'm safe, that we're not spreading it at all. I feel like the vaccine's coming. We just got to wait for a little bit longer, then maybe it'll be safe again to open up. That's my 2 cents. I yield my time.
Thank you so much. All right, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and you may begin your public comment.
Hi, my name is Alma Pelez, and my address is 2105 Kenwood Avenue. First, I want to talk about the many students in the school district of Beloit who are immunocompromised. Many of these students are at a higher risk of contracting any illness, including my sister who has Down syndrome and autism. She will not understand how to keep a mask on, and this will make it even more likely that she will contract COVID if schools are reopened. Another thing I want to talk about is transportation. There's kids who won't have a way to get to school. Yes, the bus is always an option, but even that costs money. Money that many kids living below the poverty line simply don't have. If they do take the bus, they won't be able to social distance. This will put them and everyone else taking the bus at risk. I've heard a few people talking about mental health to fit their own narrative. I think it's a disgusting thing that now it's being brought up when so many students were struggling with it while they were in school and their calls for help were blatantly ignored. They can't just pick and choose when to care about students' mental health and safety. Because of the pandemic, more kids started picking up jobs to help and support their families. This learning allows them time to work. There are students at the district who are privileged enough to not have to worry about helping their parents pay bills, and all they have to worry about is playing their sports. For sports, I think there should be a compromise. Sports should still go on, but all students should not be brought back just so sports can commence. I think the main reason that students want to go back is sports. With this compromise, they will get what they want without putting so many people in the community at risk. As a 2020 graduate from Beloit Memorial, I didn't get an end to my senior year. I didn't get to walk the stage or say goodbye to any of my classmates. It was upsetting, but I knew even then that the safety and health of our community was the top priority. It's upsetting to see that 1.7 million cases and 365,000 deaths later, people are still advocating for the reopening of these schools. It's selfish and saddening thing that people don't have enough empathy to care about another human being's well-being. I'm not saying that they should never be allowed to go back, but to at least wait until the vaccination because it's right around the corner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your public comment. Please press #6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record, please. I think you just muted yourself again. *6 one more time. All right, looks like you're unmuted.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead, state your name and address for the record, and then you may start your public comment, please.
My name's Alexia, and I live in 1949 Jackson Street, and I think we should go back to school. And I'm failing, and my mom's a full-time worker, so she can't help me when I'm at home. I have an IEP, and I need hands-on. And I believe that we should go back to school, and we should have options.
Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No.
Thank you so much for calling tonight.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye. How many more emails do we have, Board Secretary?
I would say between 25 and 50.
Okay, board members, we have between 25 and 50 emails that are supposed to be read for public comment. I'm all in favor of allowing the public and people to say what they want and share their ideas. But can we have the board secretary list their names and addresses into the minutes as wanting to speak on behalf of this topic? She can also then forward the emails to the board and we can read them. Yes, Vice President Miller.
I wonder if we are going to go that route, if we could recess and let people read and respond if they so choose individually, because I feel like just sending us the emails now without time to read it, really, we wouldn't get a chance to take those thoughts into consideration before we convene to discuss the issue.
For 25 or 50 emails, how long?
Like, I mean, it doesn't take as long to read quietly on your own as it does to have it read aloud and translated, you know? So, but also, I don't know how I feel about that either, because I mean, I feel like some people submitted this to be heard, in public, since it's public comment, maybe by people besides the board. So, I mean, I'll defer to the good of the group. I just think that if we are going to do that, we need to give ourselves some time to actually read those.
I know, I think there needs to be a motion one way or another.
I kind of feel that the community is more interested in hearing out the plan and having us deliberate to make that decision. I think we have heard a lot of different comments, and they go all over. There's a lot that don't want the schools to open. There's a lot that are in between that will open with conditions, and there's a lot that want to open. So I think we have pretty much heard perspectives from all sides.
I agree with Board Member Delgado, and I think that the community is eagerly awaiting to hear what we decide this evening. I'd like to make a motion that we respectfully continue with the meeting with the presentation that Dr. Kieser has for us. So since it is 9:45, so that people, I'm afraid, otherwise it's going to take another good hour at least, and I think that, so my motion is to go ahead and listen to Dr. Kieser's presentation so that before it gets much later, so that the public has an opportunity to hear what our decision is, and also that we can make good decisions before we get really tired. That wasn't a good motion. That was too long. I would be open to any friendly amendments.
Perhaps to end public comment and continue with the agenda. Is what you're
Yes,
looking
I
for,
would like
Board
to
Member
make a motion to have the emails forwarded to us and continue with the presentation by Dr. Kieser at this time.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to have the emails forwarded to us, any public comment, and then to continue with the presentation. Are there any questions or discussion regarding that motion? Oops. Yes, Board Member Levy?
Board Member Levy, we can't hear you.
I don't see her on the screen. Did she fall off?
Yeah, she's on here and she's unmuted.
Oh.
Okay. How about Board Member or Vice President Miller, you can go ahead while we wait for Board Member Levy.
Thank you. I appreciate how late it is, and I appreciate the fact that we want to have a clear frame of mind when we hear the presentation and vote on this. I think we all knew this was going to be a long night, and I'm not in favor of foregoing the emails. I think that it's reason. I understand that there has to be a cutoff point, and I think usually other folks usually set like a deadline for when you need to sign up to send emails. So maybe if Ms. Shope wants to make a call, or if we want to make a call, that like anything submitted by 7 o'clock perhaps. But I do think that if people are tired, we can recess, come back, and listen to the rest of the emails that were submitted for public comment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for your patience. Here is my concern. People who submitted information for public comments, my assumption is that they wanted for us to consume those comments before we made a decision, and I'm just not sure how respectful it would be for us to make a decision and then at some later point possibly go through their comments. And I get the lateness of the hour. Is there a way that Secretary Shope could read the name and the address for the record and give us the top line of what the gist of the email is? And so that way we still have some sentiment about the information that our community wants us to take into account before we make this decision.
Okay, the motion that's on the table is to have her forward us the emails and then continue on with the presentation. So we have to vote that up or down. Board Member Anderson?
So I think that we we need to listen to these because people took the time to voice their opinion, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be listening to the community and doing what they want us to do and taking into account. Us not listening to those public comments right now, right before we make a vote, is kind of sending a message to those families saying that they don't have a voice. And I think that's the wrong message that we want to send.
Any other questions or comments regarding the motion on the table? All right, seeing none. All in favor of having the board secretary forward the emails to us and then continue with the presentation? Please say aye, and I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Anderson,
Nay.
Delgado,
Nay.
Jacobs,
Aye.
Levy,
Nay.
Miller,
Nay.
Wong,
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
I have that the vote failed 4-3.
All right, go ahead and continue reading the emails.
I'm sorry, President Larson, we're going to read the emails. How much time?
I guess until they're all gone.
How are we going to know?
Anything submitted after this time won't be read.
I'm sorry?
I would say anything after 9:52 p.m. won't be read unless somebody has a motion otherwise.
I make a motion. Do we need a motion then, correct?
Yeah, so if you want to cut out some of the emails, I mean, pick a time, that you want to cut them off at.
Well, it is 9:53. I make a motion then that beginning now at 9:53, we have a cutoff for emails.
Emails were supposed to be turned in by 3:30 this afternoon.
Is there a second to that motion? All right, the motion fails due to lack of a second. Board Secretary, what is the cutoff for the emails? What's posted?
So typically comments have to be in a half an hour before the meeting starts. I did ask that when the release went out, that comments try to be in by 3:30 today due to the fact that we were starting with meetings at 4 o'clock, and I did not want to miss anybody's comment by having it get buried in my email while I was in meetings that started at 4. But typically, we say that they need to be in a half an hour before the start of the meeting.
How many are there? Do you know how many there are to that 6:30 point?
I cannot tell you exactly how many I have as of 6:30, but I can tell you that I probably have 10 to 12 that came in after 7 o'clock, after 6:30, I mean.
All right. Is there another motion, or should we just continue with reading the emails? Then before we get started, then I would suggest a motion to waive the policy with the time limit, because we're already due for another extension of the meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to waive the policy. I believe it's 173, don't quote me, with the time limit for the board meeting. Any other questions or discussion regarding that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, the motion carries, so that means we won't need any more extensions tonight. All right. Board Secretary, go ahead and continue reading the emails.
I do want to let you know there is a phone call waiting as well.
Let's go ahead and take care of the phone call, please. And it was policy 171, not 173. Close. All right. Can you please press *6 to unmute yourself, then state your name and address for the record?
It's Catherine Strockbein, 1124 Olympian Boulevard.
All right, go ahead and begin your public comment, please.
I don't want to make this long because I know that y'all probably aren't even listening anymore, but we need to go have the choice to go back to school, period. I know so many smart, driven students whose school careers have just been completely ruined and shot by this. You're setting up my generation of students who are already in a district that, a lot of us are set up to fail. And you're pushing the learning gap even further with these kids, and even especially the little kids. You really, and it's not even that, you think of these students who don't have a safe place to go except for school, who don't feel accepted in their home, who don't have anywhere else to go but home all freaking day, and they have nowhere to go. I've seen kids in these positions speak out, and nobody cares. And especially you guys, the further you push us, giving us the choice to go back, the further you just make it clear that you do not care about the students in our district at all, because you didn't care about them before, and now we're sitting here having some of these kids' lives could be completely destroyed because they can't go back to school and get what they need to have done, and it's ridiculous. If you don't want to go to school, okay, cool, that's great. You're going to have the choice to stay home, but some people need to go back, period. And a lot of these teachers saying that they don't want to go back are not social distancing. They're not doing any of that stuff, and it's just ridiculous that just because some people don't want to go back and online's working for them, it's not working for many people. And it's not even just that, I know so many people whose mental health has been completely destroyed, and that's problems that are going to continue for years, for the rest of your life. That's not something that you just fix. And honestly, going back to school would help them so much, even if it's just a hybrid model where we go back for a few days. And I just do not understand why we cannot have the choice. That's all I got to say.
Thank you so much. Board, I am asking, is there interest in cutting off the Google Meet? And continue with the emails. Okay, go ahead with the emails, please. Let me know, I guess, if somebody comes in the Google Meet.
The next email is from Steve Johnson. He's a high school educator and coach. In a staff meeting at Beloit Memorial on January 6th, a potential model of the schedule upon students' return to in-person learning was discussed. The plan that was presented had some non-negotiable parameters which may be worthy of further negotiation. The following is a list of features of the plan that I find potentially challenging to support. Item 1, the proposed schedule would have all teachers record classes for the benefit of off-site cohorts. In tech ed, most learning does not take place in the front of the classroom. It takes place at the workstations and on the machines. We feel that the camera would more likely be an obstruction or a distraction, and therefore a potential safety hazard in the tech ed classroom. The consequences of safety compromises in our classrooms can be devastating. An alternative proposal has been sent to Ms. Pels for review, where Cohort A would still be on site on Monday, Tuesday, and Cohort B on Thursday, Friday. While off-site, they would be assigned related work in lieu of viewing likely inadequate classroom video. Item 2, the proposed schedule permits 5-minute passing times between classes. Traditionally, I would use that 5 minutes for a run to the restroom and for hall supervision during passing time. I am trying to imagine squeezing classroom sanitization into that 5 minutes. Here's a brief description of my classrooms. The cabinetry shop has over 3,400 square feet with seating for 12 students, over 20 machines, of which 10 to 12 are frequently used, and an unspecified number of hand tools. The CNC shop has over 2,500 square feet with seating for 0 students. I plan to use cab shop for classroom. 14 machines, of which 3 to 6 may be used in a class day, and an unspecified number of hand tools. Challenge: effective sanitization in these spaces is likely going to take more than 5 minutes, leaving no time for hall supervision. I feel that what needs to be sanitized has yet to be specifically defined and should be subject to SDB Health staff review for effectiveness. I see 3 possible sanitization scenarios. A, does the teacher take sole responsibility for tool, machine, seat, work table sanitization between each class? B, do we rely on students to sanitize prior to and/or after each use? C, since I generally teach 2 classes in each shop each day, do I sanitize 6,000 square feet of tools, furniture, and equipment at the end of each day? Item 3, I am unaware of the plan for new student orientation. One should be scheduled as part of the student's return to school. Steve. Hello, I'm Gregory Malweg, sorry if I mispronounced that, a community member that would like to voice an opposition into the discussion for in-school learning at this time during the surge in the virus. Given the surge in this country and in the Beloit area and it being in the red condition, I feel this is not the time, and if the board would wisely consider and wait for just a little while longer until this newly elected national administration can roll out their plan for vaccination of our country and community. We are almost there, and so I feel there is no need at this time to add or create more to the problem at this late time. There has been enough deaths and sickness, and our medical personnel across this country is overworked and stressed out at this time. Let us endure a little while longer because the answer to this is almost here. You'll all be happy and able to rest easy knowing you didn't add to the problem and still accomplished your task. Thank you. The
Can you,
next,
I'm sorry, we have someone in the Google Meet. Can you please
Okay.
let them in?
Hi.
Can you please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your public comment?
Yes. My name is Rebecca Charles. I live at 2227 Carnforth Place, Beloit, Wisconsin. I'm calling because I'm currently receiving my master's in social work, and in my classes we discuss this issue of schools being closed, and the social work community is in consensus that schools being closed is disproportionately hurting Black and brown students, especially those living in poverty. I think this is an issue of equity. This is an issue of privilege. To say that your kids are better off at home does not mean that other kids are. And it's a privilege to be even to sit through a 4-hour meeting about this issue and not have to work nights and not have to see your kids struggle going through school. I think I see only parents asking for a choice. No one is forcing you to go back to school. If that's what you were to vote on tonight, all I see is parents asking for a choice. How would you feel? How do you think parents feel who have no choice in staying home? You just have to stay home. Students and parents have no choice right now. All parents are asking for is a choice. I hear students crying out to their board, asking for help. I think what we're doing right now will have effects for the next few decades on our society, on our town. And I just think what's happening to the kids is criminal, and there should be a choice. I think teachers are essential. I think if Walmart workers and nurses and doctors decided that it was unsafe for them to work, we would be failing right now. People would be dead. I think what we're doing to children is wrong, and I think teachers are essential, and it's time that we realize that they are essential. Give them the things they need to get back to school safely and quickly. And I heard a board member say that this town has a white problem. I think this town has a school board problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please continue with the emails?
the next email is from Brooklyn Westbury, a sophomore at Beloit Memorial High School. I'm sending you this message to address my personal thoughts about reopening school buildings. There is a tremendous number of students who are opposed to returning to in-building learning, but these voices are largely unheard. I understand that distance learning has proven to be a challenge for various students, but is the best solution really just to throw us back into school? A vast majority of individuals advocating for the return to in-person learning are advocating for the wrong reasons, such as wanting to see friends, wanting to play sports, wanting to go back so things can return to normal, etc. I won't even get into the number of disciplinary issues we have as is within our buildings, but add forcing children to be masked at all times in a building. To me, that sounds like a complete recipe for disaster. By asking us to return, you are asking us to risk the lives of our loved ones. As much as so many others, I wish to return to the building learning, but I know that now is not the time. The vaccine is not yet widely available. We would be placing teachers at risk every single day. It would be in the best interest of the community of Beloit to wait until the 2021-2022 school year to return to in-building instruction. The vaccine will be more available, and we wouldn't be returning in the middle of the cold flu season. As school board members, yes, part of your job is to be the voice of the students, but you also must remember that we are students sharing how we feel, and you are the adults who we are asking to validate our feelings. Please, board members, be the adults, make the decision that is going to be smartest and safest for the entirety of the Beloit community, and wait to reopen our buildings. Thank you. And they need a minute for changing.
All right, go ahead and let him in. All right, go ahead, press *6 to unmute yourself, and then hold on just 1 second. We're switching out translators.
President, they're ready.
All right, they are ready. Go ahead, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Martinez Garcia, and I live at 1333 Nelson Avenue, Beloit, Wisconsin.
Okay, go ahead with your public comment.
I'm calling because I've heard so many people say that we should go back to school, but I firmly believe that that is a very bad idea. I think a lot of people severely overestimate the ability of some students to keep on the teacher's clock. And I see many people fail to put it on properly. And if some people can't even put on masks properly, how do you expect them to social distance? So I think that's all.
All right, thank you. Okay. Okay. Vice President Miller, you got this. I'm going home.
Okay, sounds good. I have a question for our tech. Are we allowed to turn cameras on at this point, or is that only when we cut off phone calls? Okay, until we get an answer, we'll proceed. Ms. Shope, are there any other calls waiting right now?
We have one caller yet.
Okay, if we could please allow our caller to come in, that would be great. And then as soon as I guess our translator is ready. Sorry, it's hard because I can't see, so just let me know.
The call has been admitted and the translators are ready.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, please.
I can go.
Oh, yes, please. Go ahead, please. Go ahead and state your name and address, please.
I wish not to state my name. I live at 557 Locust Street. I hear that a lot of people are saying that it's putting teachers' lives at risk to go back to school. But what about the people that work every day? My mom's a full-time worker, and she goes to work putting her life at risk every day.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
Yeah. No, that's all. Wait.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're fine. Keep going.
My little sister also wants to say something. Hey.
Go ahead.
My sisters are all
We lost the call.
Okay, thank you very much anyway. I guess if they call back, let us know. At this point, do we want, since we set a deadline for email, did we want to set a deadline for phone calls at this point?
Hello?
Oh, hi.
Oh, *67?
Oh, no, we can hear you. If you want to state your name and your address, go ahead.
Hey, this is Tia Johnson. I live at 1621 Indian Road, Beloit, Wisconsin. And first, I want to say thank you for serving on the board. It's a wonderful job and service that you provide for the students and the people of Beloit. So first, thank you for that. I would not want to be in your position to have to make this decision. I know it's hard, but I also ask you to proceed with caution and hesitancy. There's so much we don't yet know about the coronavirus and these new mutations that are coming out. Even if we were to lose just one person due to this terrible, terrible disease that we are all having to deal with. We're all in the same boat. It would just be devastating. And my heart just breaks for the families that have to deal with this and for the teachers that have to deal with this. Please wait in moving forward. And if the community can come together to provide support for the families through churches or other means, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vice-
At this point, are there other calls waiting, Ms. Schultz?
Yes, and there's one that's already been admitted that just needs to unmute.
Okay, go ahead, please. You can press *6.
If you state your
Hello?
yes, if you state your name and address before you begin.
Thank you, Dr. Keiser.
Yes, my name is Jacqueline McAllister, 501 West Grand.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
I was just saying, go ahead with your comment, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I know the board has been working hard and very resilient tonight, and I am a employee of the school district. I am a special ed cross-category paraeducator. So with that being said, there's been many opinions and ideas expressed, but for me, being a educator with students here in Beloit, especially at Aldrich, I will follow whatever the board decision decides because I am committed to our students' learning. But one thing I did not hear was there's comments made about the staff, but I would like the board to consider even some type of leniency for teachers who do have children in school that may be affected with childcare at this time to go to work. Also, there are some considerations for teachers, whatever model we choose to go to. I think we should have an option to work from home due to childcare and due to the cohort scheduling that may conflict between different schools. Many people have expressed the different things about our educators. One, I am proud, we are Beloit proud. Our students are well taken care of by the best that we have. And the best that we give, we want, and we search for more ways to give to them. But let me explain a day at school for those who are still listening. When you are in a school district and you're a teacher or you are a paraeducator, we do not see each other. There are walls between us. We cannot share lunch. We cannot chit-chat with one another. So it's not an easy road for educators either. Of course, we know people in the building. We love them. We want to talk. We want to share something funny or something that we can discuss to make a day better for our students. We can't do that unless it's virtually or through course meetings or different meetings scheduled. So it's not easy on us, but we're not quitters. We are resilient in what we do, and we will continue to do that. But my request is consider staff with kids who need to work from home that they are raising. I don't care if it's a grandparent, or aunt, uncle, a brother, you know. So,
Thank you for your comments. Unfortunately, we've hit our 3-minute mark, but thank you so much for calling in tonight. And thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Love you guys. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
Hi. All right. Thank you, board member Wong. I was going to ask if we wanted to put forward a motion since there was a cutoff with the email time to cut off the phone at any point, but if not, that's fine. I would entertain a motion at this time.
I'll make a motion to cut off, as of 10:19, all calls coming into the Google Meets for public comment. And we can resume well, let's just leave it at that for now.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I have a question before we get to a second in case we need a friendly amendment. Ms. Shope, is there anyone waiting on the line right now? If we could clear the line before the cutoff?
Yes, there are 2 callers waiting.
Okay. John, would you accept a friendly motion to clear the line first and then cut off phone calls?
We'll leave it to the 2 calls and that'll be it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a friendly amendment. So there has not been a second yet. So currently the motion is, go ahead.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Board Member Delgado. So right now we have a motion to accept the 2 calls that are waiting and then to close the phone line. Is there any other discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, all indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Ms. Shope, if you would please bring in our next caller. Thank you. Go ahead and press star 60 to unmute, and then you can please state your name and address. Name and address.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so my name is Anna Sanchez. I live at 904 Oak Street. I will make this as brief as possible. I believe that we should not go back respectfully. I understand that there are students that are struggling, but there are students that are always struggling constantly, whether we are in school or not in school. I also have a quick question for the board members. You don't have to respond, but I think you guys should take this into consideration. If, God forbid, but we lose a student or we lose a faculty member or a teacher, is there any plans to go about that to respectfully respect those people and recognize? I just feel like if we go back, we're putting a lot of lives at risk, and there's people that go to work, there's people but they're taking the precautions. But if we go to school, there goes little kids' lives at risk too. There are children that they're going to put their mask on. Some will understand, but there will be those children that are not going to understand. They're not going to know, or they're going to want to rebel because they're kids. I mainly think about little kids because I love children. Older kids will probably listen more. They will be more respectful about it, but little kids maybe won't. So I just please ask you guys to consider that there's lives in your hands, and please make a careful decision because there's a lot of us that are in your hands. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. May we have the last caller, please, Ms. Shope? Hi, go ahead and press star 6 to unmute and please state your name. Please press the star 6 key to unmute, and then you can please state your address. If you're on the line, if you could please press the star 6 key so that we can hear you. Or do we lose them, Ms. Shope?
No, it looks like they're still on. They're just muted.
Okay, if you could please unmute by clicking 6, and then please state your name and address.
Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Thank you. If you could please state your name and your address.
Sure, Melissa, 951 Ann Street. I'm a teacher in the district, and I just wanted to respond to somebody that spoke probably about an hour and a half ago now. Sorry, I got disconnected a couple of times, but somebody said, please refer to the plan that was issued from Dr. Keyser. Please respond to the plan. Please respond to the plan. However, not even the teachers have received a plan thus far. And I'm really tired of that being an excuse and a reason why we aren't coming back to school, because the teachers don't know what they're doing. They don't know what the plan is. Teachers have responded to a higher call than this. Teachers have completely disrupted their usual teaching, the teaching that they have been trained to do for years and years. They have completely disrupted that to accommodate virtual teaching. And now, when there is an avenue to come back to in-person training, we have a venue to do that, and none of us teachers have been privy to that information. And I think that is a direct violation of, us as teachers having some kind of preparedness, especially when admin is under pressure of a deadline of saying, okay, we need to decide by this date. And one of the reasons is because our teachers are not prepared. If we have had almost a year knowing that this was coming, then we should have been privy to any plan, whether it's been published or formalized or not, or surveyed or not. We should have been prepared for this plan. I have plenty of students who have complained to me that their mental health is at stake because of this. Their grades are at stake because of this. We have the vast majority of our students who are not even coming to school right now. If we come back to school, then we will at least have the kids that cannot participate or don't want to participate because we're learning virtually. They have the option of coming back to school. If students are successful in learning virtually, they will still have that option. If there are parents that are fearful that their child is going to be contaminated or to be exposed, they still have the option of being virtual. As far as I know, I don't know, because the plan has not been exposed to us. I feel like that is the quintessential piece that is missing from this entire plan, is that nobody else knows what the plan is besides a very, very select few. I feel like that is a game changer. And I feel like if that was more transparent, because we all know that this was inevitable, we would all have to come back to school eventually. This was inevitable. To keep this a secret was irresponsible and very, very selfish. So tell us what the plan is so we know what to plan for. Us as teachers have complained of that for decades. And this time, it has been
time is up.
Detrimentally.
Go ahead and finish your thought there, and then.
Sorry, that's not what you want to hear. Bye.
No, it's okay. No, it was fine. Okay, sorry. All right, yeah, no, all right. So time is up there, and I think at this time we are moving to email, which will also be subject to a 3-minute time limit, unless somebody has yielded their time in email for that person's email. So are we ready to proceed with email then, Ms. Schultz?
Yes. The next email I have is from Sarah Arnsmeyer at 3494 Fieldcrest Court. On behalf of the BEA, I respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening in the interest of the safety of our students, our staff, and our families. At our current state of communication and planning, we will be unable to professionally and effectively transition to in-person learning on this date, which is a disservice to the students to whom we are committed. Please consider the following. It is irresponsible to set an arbitrary date for a return to face-to-face instruction that does not take into account the current number of cases of COVID-19 in our community, our hospital capacity, our current community infection rate, and the availability of the vaccine for building staff. While 13% of respondents support a return to face-to-face instruction on February 1st, 65% of BEA respondents instead support Dr. Kieser's plan for a return to face-to-face instruction, which takes into account all of the aforementioned factors, allowing for a safe and controlled return to face-to-face instruction while keeping student and staff safety at the forefront of that process. Based on this, I again respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening and allow time for the safe and effective return to school that our students, our staff, and our families deserve.
Thank you very much.
The next email that I have is from Yasmin Morales, a Hispanic mother of 3 children. And the translators need just one moment to switch.
Thank you very much.
Okay, they're ready. So Yasmin said she's a Hispanic mother of 3 children. One is 9 years old and attends Hackett Elementary School. My son is a good boy, but he is worried. He is afraid to go back to school because he is very afraid of COVID. He doesn't even go out to the stores for fear that he will be infected, much less does he attend large meetings. We are alone at home. I worry because he does not want to return. It would be very hard for him, and I do not want him to be traumatized. Although this year has been with distance learning, he has learned more this way, and I have seen good progress in him. As Bryant's mother, it was a very big challenge for me to be able to help my son with his work. I didn't go to school, and I cannot speak English, but that didn't stop me from supporting my son with the help of his teachers. They have done a good job and support us when we do not understand. They are very nice. For my family, it is better that they stay at home. We must remember that there are people who do not take care of their children and expose them to places where there are many people. If they attend school, they can expose children and families that are in compliance with social distancing and staying at home. It has been a very tough year for everyone. I have another 4-year-old boy. He goes to Even Start 4K. He is a mischievous boy who cannot stand wearing a face mask. I think it would be too many hours in which he will not follow the rules. He is a child who still does not understand the risks. Many parents who have children of these ages worry when we know that our children are more exposed because they do not understand the threat of this disease. Also, it would be very stressful for the teachers to be cognizant of all the children, since not everyone will follow the rules. You have to consider that they are exposed and they also have family at home who will be exposed or vulnerable. Please think about the teachers too. I hope you will listen to me. My family and I try to take care of our children, and we want them to stay home for the good of all, and we must avoid spreading COVID to the people who do follow the necessary measures. Thank you very much with all my heart. I hope you make the best decision, and greetings to all who work in the school district.
Thank you very much.
The next email is from Tony Capizzello, and he lives at 524 North Garfield Avenue, Janesville. I regret not being able to attend in person, but my pulmonologist has clearly stated that COVID will likely kill me, and indoor gatherings are a potential suicide mission for me. And no, COVID isn't the flu or pneumonia, as I've had those many times, and I'm still here. In the interest of the safety of our students, our staff, our families, and on behalf of the BEA, I respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening. At our current state of communication and planning, we will be unable to professionally and effectively transition to in-person learning on this date, which is a disservice to the students to whom we are committed. Please consider the following point. 95% of professional educators feel that any return to face-to-face instruction requires a zero-tolerance face mask policy that is enforced 100% of the time for staff and students. 95% of professional educators feel that a policy that allows for 6 feet of social distancing be established and enforced to protect the health and safety of staff and students when returning to face-to-face instruction. We are not set up to deal with any students who disregard the policy, nor do we have any way to control the student who turns loud and belligerent when asked to mask up. If a student acts up, as they sometimes do, the live streaming of the incident has already polluted the homes of all students in session. Right now, disruption can be silenced and students can be removed from the Zoom room, but in the new format, this would not be possible. If the voice of athletics is the main driver in this decision-making, I ask that you consider separating athletics from school under these circumstances, and that you are 100% honest with our students as you paint the realistic and unromanticized reality of what school will look like, because I know they are going to like it better than what they have now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next email is from Esley Flores. For my part, I would like my son to go to school because I see him very behind in his studies. He does not do his homework well. Even though we are there, I do not see him learning what he should be learning in school, and it worries me that my son is not learning enough. I think that it is time for students to return with their teachers to school, always following preventive security measures. My son, Eiler Flores, is a good kid and very intelligent, but right now I see that he does not feel good in his classes, and I'm concerned about his learning. As a parent, you always want what is best for your child. The next email is from the newspaper La Voz de Beloit, who conducted a survey in the Latino community to gather opinions about the possibility of their children returning to in-person classes in February. The survey consisted of following 3 questions. Would you like children to return to schools in Beloit on February 1st? How would you like the children's classes to be delivered? And if the children went back to school, what would you worry about the most? La Voz de Beloit has been asked to share this information, and parents would like their comments to be read aloud at the next school meeting on January 12th so that they can be taken into account. Preferences and teaching modalities conveyed by the Latinx parents. Most members of the Latino community in Beloit wants to continue virtual classes. The newspaper La Voz de Beloit conducted a survey in the Latino community to gather opinions about the possibility of their children returning to in-person classes in February. The survey consisted of the following 3 questions. Would you like children to return to schools in Beloit on February 1st? How would you like the children's classes to be delivered? And if the children went back to school, what would you worry about the most? Rock County has been one of the counties most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and there is a fear in this community that their children may become infected. On the other hand, the majority of Hispanics have essential jobs, and many of them cannot work from home. Also, a large number of Latinos do not have health insurance. Furthermore, many individuals have risk factors living in their homes. The first question was, would you like the children to return to their schools in Beloit by February 1st? Out of 50 responses, 41 people answered no, 9 people answered yes. The second question was, how would you like the children's classes to be? The following 3 responses were provided. Virtual as they are now, 37 people chose this option. In person, Monday through Friday at school, 7 people chose this option. A combination of the 2, a few days at school and other days at home, 6 people chose this option. The third question was, if children went back to school, what would you worry about most? Below are some of the responses received. La Voz de Beloit has been asked to share this information. Comments written by parents in response include mass infections of the COVID-19 disease, that our children will get infected and they'll infect us and high-risk people at home, that the necessary precautionary measures are not properly in place to avoid the spread of illness. I'm concerned about the health of the students and their families. If we get infected, we don't have health insurance. At school, they will not have the space they need to socially distance. they all will be as crowded together as they normally are at school. Young children do not understand how to keep their distance and how to correctly use their face masks and how to make the necessary precautions to stay healthy and not get sick. That COVID will spread among students, teachers, and parents. That the district will ignore what is happening as they always have with anything that has been reported to them in the past. That precautionary measures are not adequately carried out to prevent the spread of infections. The health of teachers. Robinson Elementary School does not have proper air filtration. The lack of responsibility of some parents.
All right, thank you very much for the Lavos email, and thank you, John, for the time.
Okay, the next email I have is from Christian Bell, a senior at Beloit Memorial. Hello, members of the board. My name is Christian Bell, senior at Beloit Memorial, and I am writing this on behalf of myself and all the other community members who are questionable of the plan to reopen schools. I have a few questions that I want you all to think about. 1, what are the plans for when a COVID-19 outbreak happens at the school? 2, what is going to happen when kids do not show up on their scheduled days and instead decide to not show up at all, or show up on the days they were not supposed to show up? 3, how are the students who opt for virtual schooling going to be affected? Considering it will be much different than virtual now and will be mostly independent, what will happen to all the teachers who are at high risk because of pre-existing medical conditions? Will you force them to be at the building, risking their health and well-being, or will you allow them to teach virtually? 5, finally, how and why is the new proposed plan better than what we have now? Many kids do not attend class during the 2 to 3 hours a day we have now. Why would they change and attend for 6 hours then? Many, like me, are learning just fine now and would not want to go back. We also would not want to do the new planned virtual schooling option. I believe the current schooling is the best and most reasonable option for education and health. I hope you consider all these items I have written about and in turn make the best decision for not you, but the community and city of Beloit. Please share this at the televised meeting. Sincerely, Christian Bell.
Thank you very much.
The next one is from Kaylee Lebrano, Aldrich teacher and high school coach. Dear school board members, because of the concern of COVID-19, I will not be attending the live board meeting in person on January 12th, 2021, and thus want my voice to be heard via email regarding the return to face-to-face instruction in Term 3. First off, I feel as though it is irresponsible to set an arbitrary date for a return to face-to-face instruction that does not take into account the current number of cases of COVID-19 in our community, hospital capacity, the infection rate, and the availability of the vaccine for building staff. While 13% of respondents support a return to face-to-face instruction on February 1st, 65% of BEA respondents support Dr. Kieser's plan for a return to face-to-face that takes into account all of the factors and allows for a safe, controlled return to face-to-face instruction while keeping student and staff safely at the forefront. Why did we allow Dr. Kieser to set up this plan for a return if we are not going to use it and take it into consideration? The board also voted to make uniform decisions by term at a board meeting in August. What happened to that decision? For once, I feel as though the school district of Beloit is doing the right thing by staying consistent and not flip-flopping back and forth between in-person and virtual instruction like other districts around us and losing instructional time. Second, there has not been a detailed plan presented to the staff regarding a return to face-to-face instruction from district or building administration. A detailed plan, schedule of day, lunch to breakfast, supervision, cleaning concerns, bathroom breaks for students and staff, arrival and departure, busing, hallways, passing time, inclement weather procedures, time to interact with students who are simulcasting, staff prep time, locker usage needs to be shared with all staff for input to be given, as well as time for training to make the successful transition from distance to face-to-face instruction. Please don't make a decision because you have a handful of parents who are upset, but think about the big picture and the entire district population. The fate of our lives are in your hands. Please make a decision based on that. Thank you, Kaylee Lebrano.
Thank you very much.
The next email is from Cassandra Leon, a current junior at BMHS. This email is to discuss about the thoughts of opening the school back up. I've heard many rumors that there is a possibility that in February, students are asked to go back to school. My students and I believe we shouldn't be allowed to enter the building as there is still a pandemic going on. We shouldn't be allowed to risk our health just to receive education that we are able to receive online. I understand that some students are struggling with online learning, so if the board does decide to open the school back up, the best option is to make it optional. I know many students are not comfortable going back into a building with around 1,800 other people during a pandemic, no matter how sanitized the building will be. I would like to ask for this email to be read at the school board meeting, and hopefully you guys take these thoughts into consideration. Sincerely, Cassandra Leone.
Thank you.
And the interpreters need a moment.
That's fine.
Board President, or excuse me, Board Vice President Miller?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a clarification question. Some of these emails sound very familiar to me. Are we going through every email that's been sent?
So that's a really great question, Board Member Jacobs. So anybody who requested that their email be read aloud would have sent it or asked it to be forwarded to Ms. Shope. So you're correct that some of these emails also have come to the board already. I don't know if there's a way to determine which ones we have seen and which ones we have not seen.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a great question.
Are these being read in the order that they were received, the earliest today to the latest today? Because that's the way they should be read.
Some of these were sent over the course of the last few days. Because I mean, I've read probably, I don't know how many of these.
I know there was some fresh ones sent in today that I haven't heard.
I do not know if they were even there.
Yeah, that's the part.
They're ready.
Ready? Are they ready?
Yep.
Well, if that's the case, it's board members.
Okay, the translators are ready. So this.
I think it's good.
You ready for me to go?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so the next email is from Kathleen Horvath, a school district employee. While I wrote directly to Board Member Jacobs based on our shared history, I felt it important to extend a portion of that message to all of you as well. It is based on 18 years within the school district of Beloit. Our families cannot tolerate an ineffective model for returning to face-to-face instruction. Pivoting back and forth, they want their children back in school 100%, which is not what is being offered. Our district staff cannot function as we have in the past. Building the ship while sailing is in this pandemic. It is irresponsible and dangerous to expect. I respectfully ask that you reconsider Dr. Keyser's original plan. Heed direction from the Rock County Health Department. As of January 5th, the positivity rate in Rock County was 31.3%. That is a long way off from the 5% he cited earlier in his reopening plan this year. According to the enclosed graphic, it is not in the downward trend either. Add the fact that a new strain has been found in our country already, and we are just asking for trouble. Collaborate with stakeholders to set up safety protocols and communicate them throughout the community. I'm amazed at the number of parents who are unaware of the latest developments in your reopening plan. Take more time to develop a comprehensive plan for a safe return to face-to-face instruction. Pressure states officials to amp up vaccine rollout to further protect everyone. We should be slated in the Phase 1B plan for vaccination. Then your responsibilities to the district and the community could be fulfilled with integrity and pride. Respectfully, Kathleen Horvath.
I apologize, the volume cut out on my end. Thank you very much, and I have read that ahead of time, so I didn't miss anything. Great. Next one, please.
This email is from Alma Peliz, former student of BMHS. Good afternoon. My name is Alma Peliz, and I am a former student of BMHS. It has recently come to my attention that BMHS is planning on opening back up and allowing students to go back to do in-person learning. While I understand that some students are advocating for the opening of the school, I do not think it's a good idea to do so. As a graduate of the class of 2020, my senior year was brought to a halt in early March by the pandemic. I did not get to have a full senior experience, nor did the rest of my graduating class. Yes, it was disappointing, but my classmates and I understood that the health and safety of our community was more important than us being at school. Since then, the number of cases and deaths have only increased significantly. It would not be a good idea to open back up while in the midst of a raging pandemic that has surpassed 21,700,000 cases and 365,000 deaths. It is inevitable that students and staff will get sick with a potentially deadly virus. I know many students who do not agree with what the school board and others advocating for the reopening are attempting to do. What is the benefit of opening school now that the pandemic is worse than ever before? That was it.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next one, please.
This one is from Lori Hall, school social worker at Hackett Elementary School. Dear school board members, I am writing as a concerned school district of Beloit staff member. I am worried about future plans for teaching and learning in the district and want a chance to share those concerns with the board. My daughter is an elementary school student in Janesville, so I have firsthand knowledge of how both in-person and virtual learning have worked this school year. While neither situation has been ideal, and I wish we could return to a normal school year safely, I urge caution in your decision-making process. The school district of Beloit has a distance learning model in place that is working. It is as effective as any model currently being implemented by any other school district. Our model provides consistent daily instruction for all students and avoids our district from having to yo-yo back and forth with in-person and distance learning, as other districts have had to do repeatedly. It has been difficult for my daughter to adjust to different learning models this year. In addition, since there is a lack of substitute teachers, she has had to adjust to many different ways of learning on top of inconsistency with who is teaching her class. When her classroom teacher has had to be out to quarantine, which has happened several times this year, she has had different adults teaching her throughout the day, and/or had her teacher at home teaching the class via Zoom and had different adults in the classroom to supervise the children. There have been so many staff out in Janesville that they have not been able to assign substitutes to her classroom. The staff in the building have had to take turns watching the students who do not have a classroom teacher, so the staff have just had to do their best to teach the children. But since they are only coming in for an hour or so at a time, it has not been a very high quality education for my daughter. Another major concern that I have is that a rushed return to face-to-face instruction will jeopardize the health and safety of multi-generational families who live in the same household. Asymptomatic students carrying the virus home may transmit it to older, more vulnerable people living in their household. As the school social worker at Hackett Elementary, I know that many of our students live doubled up with other people, either out of choice or out of economic necessity. Those who live doubled up out of economic necessity are considered homeless under the McKinney-Vento Act. I've identified 39 students as McKinney-Vento already this year. That's 11.34% of our school population. I believe this number is much less than the actual number of students who are McKinney-Vento, but families often do not disclose their living situation to school staff, so we are unaware of some students who are homeless. Also, this percentage does not include families who choose to live in multi-generational households. Finally, I'm worried that we will not be given enough time to prepare to have students in the building. We do not have the equipment or materials needed at this time, such as community classroom supplies, an iPad policy if students forget to bring them to school, air circulation.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
The next email is from Elizabeth Ford, a parent. I'm a parent of 2 intermediate school-age children in the Beloit School District. It is not safe for mine or any children to be back in school in person. How will in-person learning look for the children? Will they change classes or stay in one classroom all day? Will the teachers change classrooms while the students stay in one classroom? Will the students still be virtual while in person with their teachers that aren't in the classroom? Or will the teacher that is in the classroom with them be the one that is teaching them? How will disruptive behaviors in the classroom be handled? What is the procedure for if children become sick while at school? How will it be figured out who the sick child has been around? What will recess look like? Will they eat in the cafeteria with all the other students in their grade or in their classroom with just their class? All that needed to be decided and told to parents before making a decision, and should have been done before emailing out the parent survey so parents could decide from the facts and not just from their personal feelings. Of course, any parent will say in the survey that their child or children learns better in person, but that is in a traditional school format when we aren't in a pandemic. Parents need to be informed. We haven't been told of any plans nor heard the opinions from the teachers, administration, health staff, student services staff, etc., or what their standpoints are on the students returning in person. My children need consistency, so the risk of them being in and out of school due to COVID cases making the schools close for a period of time is alarming. There needs to be transparency, and all the facts and plans need to be laid out before making such an important decision. Also, our district is very different from other districts, so comparing what happens in other school districts to Beloit School District is nonsense. Poverty is much higher, our students are more diverse, and our student needs are much greater. Now, there is a new mutation of COVID that health experts say easily infects children. Have you researched that yet? I urge you all to look at the district as a whole instead of basing it solely on your emotions or your own personal situation. We are looking to you to make the safest choice, and frankly, in-person learning is just not safe yet. Thank you for your time, Elizabeth Ford.
Thank you.
The next email is from Heidi Schultz, a school counselor at Aldridge. I've had the privilege of working for the School District of Beloit for the past 25 years. I'm writing to address some concerns that I have with potentially returning to face-to-face instruction sometime during the second semester. While I agree that face-to-face instruction is the ultimate goal for all of us who have hearts for education, I believe it's very important to make sure that we have a safe, structured, well-thought-out, and communicated plan to all stakeholders involved. First, I have several concerns regarding the current situation with the COVID-19 virus. We are at a point where the experts are telling us that things are going to worsen before they get better. I'm hoping you are listening to those experts and the science when it comes to making these important decisions. I'm confused why we're discussing a possible return to face-to-face instruction when up to this point we've been focused on the high positivity rate and stress on our healthcare system in Rock County, especially in light of the new variant of the virus circulating in the United States and the world. I personally have much anxiety about this virus. I have been doing everything within my control to avoid becoming infected. I have an underlying health condition, and I know that I will be feeling very anxious with the addition of several hundred students to my building. I haven't been around that number of people since last March. My hope is that you as a school board member care as much about our staff as our students. I also hope that staff concerns will be validated and not dismissed because none of you can guarantee my personal health and safety or the health and safety of my family in the event of an exposure. I'm concerned that the school district currently has not developed a well-thought-out plan. It's my understanding that the intermediate principal spent approximately 20 hours outlining a plan that could work, only to be told no by the administration at Keck. I'm confused why the bus company is dictating what the length of the school day will be. I don't feel they should be involved in dictating anything to the district that impacts student and staff health and safety, including the length of the school day. I'm concerned about the possibility of families losing daycare spots if there's a rushed return to school and then not having a place for their children to go in the event of school closures. It seems to me that opening and closing schools could put more strain on an already stressed family. I believe that families and students need to be given the details of how school will reopen and what the day will look like in order to make informed decisions for their own health and safety. Many of our families include multiple generations in one household. I have concerns that a rushed return to face-to-face instruction could jeopardize the health of those families. I think it would be wise to structure a phased-in approach, starting slowly by allowing small groups of educationally vulnerable students back first, and eventually working towards adding grade levels in a cohort hybrid model over the following weeks. This would allow time for staff to address more immediate, unforeseen concerns that will certainly arise with a return to school. This would also give administration and staff time to assimilate and adjust to with each phased-in group. This would
Time.
also possibly, did you say time? Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Next email, please.
The next email is from Carla Helt, speech-language pathologist in the school district. First, let me wholeheartedly thank you for serving our beloved school district and for all the time you've already put forth in determining how to bring back our students in a safe manner. I know you've already thoughtfully considered many of these points, but I want to voice them to you, coming from a professional who works specifically with special needs students. I watched the last board meeting, and I was really concerned about the lack of a solid plan to return to face-to-face time with our kids, and I was confused about the idea of setting a rushed and arbitrary date for return, given Dr. Kieser's careful parameters he had previously set forth. Perhaps the board also felt rushed, confusion, and angst that day. As a speech and language pathologist who works with a huge spectrum of students with disabilities, I'm worried about students who have much difficulty with change, having to go back and forth with in-person and distance learning, as to my understanding. Other districts have had to do repeatedly due to outbreaks of COVID. When we brought some special education students into the building earlier in the year, many of them had difficulty keeping their masks in place and following the safety protocols. This made their teachers uncomfortable and anxious, which is not an optimal situation for teaching or learning. Students who need a lot of movement are also at a disadvantage in this regard. I wonder if our school nurses and health room assistants, as currently staffed, will be able to handle the contact tracing that will be required for employees and students. They already have their hands full, and now they will need to deal with in-person issues as well as monitoring all the COVID-related information. While I truly love my office workspace, there is very little air circulation in that small space, and I also worry about the safety of the air quality in general in my building. Our Beloit professional, paraprofessional staff have worked tirelessly to provide safe, successful instruction during distance learning. We have done the impossible in many situations. We have taught ourselves how to teach in a way we've never had to before. Personally, the majority of students in my caseload have shown progress and done a valiant job during their speech therapy sessions. I am so proud of them and me, but they are lonely at home, and I hope for their safe return to us. However, a rushed return with little time for a solid plan for face-to-face instruction puts significant stress on professional educators, many of whom are already at their capacity. I know some of our principals are desperately trying to work on detailed plans, including schedules, lunch, breakfast, supervision, cleaning concerns, bathroom breaks for students and staff, arrival and departure, busing, hallways, passing time, inclement weather procedures, time to interact with students who are simulcasting, staff prep time, locker usage. They need time, guidance, input from staff, and training to make the successful transition from distance to face-to-face instruction. I realize some parents.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Next one, please.
The next one is from Tasha Bell, parent. Hello, board. I write to you as the mother of 2 students in the school district. I'm writing to express my concern about opening schools for face-to-face learning too soon. The rhetoric around, quote, the students are missing out, quote, is misplaced. During virtual learning, I feel that my sons have grown academically, socially, and emotionally. I would rather keep my sons home and safe than send them to school and deal with a COVID death. It seems grim, but it is the reality we are faced with. We need to protect students and staff. I have witnessed my senior work diligently with his wonderful counselor, Mrs. Angela Snow, on college applications and scholarships. He has been able to meet one-on-one with each and every teacher he has. That would not have happened if he was face-to-face. The amount of time that teachers are putting in and making themselves available to students deserves praise. I'm thankful for Mr. C taking the time to talk about college with my son, Mr. Labrie checking in on him to make sure he is doing well. Mr. Flynn is allowed for his NHS hours and participation to be done in ways that are safe. These things are priceless. My third grader has been able to learn so many new and cool things. Miss Douglas has been amazing. She is available every day for one-on-one help if he needs it. I have no doubt that she will have prepared him to enter into 4th grade next year. His teachers that teach specials are beyond creative. He has completed art projects, read cool books, sang new songs, and completed countless activity logs, all virtually. Schools cannot handle an outbreak of head lice. So, no, I do not believe schools are prepared to handle a COVID outbreak. Schools are simply not safe at this time. I hope that staff voices are not only heard but valued. Do not be swayed the few loud and wrong voices. Listen to the voices that matter, the staff that will be forced to come in contact with countless households, parents, and students.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
The next email is from Dina Von Johnson, School District Educator. Board members, Dr. Keyser and Mrs. Michelle Schopp, the planning and implementation of COVID-19 safety precautions in our district has consistently been negligent. As an educator, I am frustrated with the ways that our Board of Education has obscured us from a cohesive and decisive plan of action. I am frustrated with the ways our business community is not supporting our children, be that when business schedules students for work shifts during school hours. I'm frustrated with the nagging feelings that this slapstick plan has not been fully thought out and that we are not setting our children up for success. These frustrations and feelings and concerns have been consistent for me since the pandemic started, and even I, as an educator, do not feel supported by the decisions that are being made for us and do not feel that we are doing the best for our children. I often feel nauseated, not from sickness, but fear of the unknown, fear of unexplained and seemingly random start dates projected by a Board of Education board member, fear that even our surveys and support emails are not being accessed by all the members of our community and district. Anyone who knows basic research skills knows that you need a representative sample for accuracy and validity. The lack of decisiveness and looming vagueness of this plan has brought on a tidal wave of questions and concerns from parents, students, community members, and staff. I feel that these valid concerns should have already been addressed prior to administering or the closing haphazard survey that was put out in December. At the end of the day, I am an educator. I have been for over 25 years, but during the day, I am the one having interpersonal conversations with our students and families. I am hearing their fear and their concerns, struggle to comfort or even inform because of my own fears and concerns are not being comforted by district level administration. I'll be one of the first to say I believe kids learn better in school. I never thought that I would have to add the caveats of safe school, clean school, or when their district has their best interests at heart. Of course, children excel in face-to-face interactions. This is what they have experienced since age 4 or 5. I also believe that we as adults, educators, and parents need to make it our priority to protect the children we cherish and care for. A rush to return to in-person instruction will jeopardize the health, safety, and mental well-being of all students. Additionally, this will have an impact on our community as a whole, not just our kids. We have all worked so hard to flatten the curve and protect ourselves. This level of exposure in a petri dish like a school will ripple throughout our community. Here are the items I feel necessary to discuss. First, local employers and agencies such as a conglomerate group and other local businesses have not done the distance learning model any favors by allowing and scheduling students to work during the same
time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, next email, please. And thank you again, Board Member Wong.
The next email is from Vivian Quintero, a student at the high school. I think it's better that we don't go to school. I believe this because there may be people who have it but do not know. If that happens, the percentage of this disease will increase more and more. There are many students who live with older adults, and many things can go wrong. It is better to take care of ourselves and our family than to go to school. Studies show that up to 70% of school children infected with coronavirus may not know they have it until after a positive test result. This helps with what I am saying. If students don't know they have it, they can affect a student unknowingly, and it continues. Most scientists believe that between 30% and 40% of adults do not show any symptoms of COVID on the day of the test, even if they are infected. For children, however, it is higher. It is probably more like 50% for those in secondary school, while for boys and girls in primary school, around 70% may not be displaying symptoms even though they have picked up the virus, says Professor Martin Hibbard of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Throughout Wisconsin, 2,446 new cases and 5 additional deaths were reported this Sunday, bringing the statewide total to 486,531 cases and 4,875 deaths. We cannot afford to take this risk. Staying home will always be the best option. I hope saying all of this helps you all to understand how bad it can get. Many students have already lost family members to this pandemic. It is best to think about everyone's health. It's what matters most, and school is for later when everything improves.
Thank you. Next email, please.
The next email is from Elizabeth Carpenter, 615 Park Avenue. Dear board members, I am writing in regard to the reopening of schools. I would like to paint a picture of what my class will look like if we reopen too soon, before we are vaccinated. Students will enter from a back door, remain seated at the most remote tables, facing away from me as I position myself up front, barricaded and glued to an open window, and my laptop attempting to stave off a panic attack. I will be furious and anxious in equal amounts, and my attempt to put on a happy face will be easily discerned as false by the students via their dying iPads. The curriculum will not be as good as what I currently deliver remotely with robust feedback, compassion, humor, and the best practices I have learned over the last several months. 3 of my students just this term were sick with COVID. I assume more have had the virus without symptoms, and I assume those sick were contagious before their symptoms developed. So I will approach each student as potentially contagious. I am not young and am compromised, as are 2 of my family members. As I ready my room for returning, I am bringing home my personal items. Other teachers have died due to school outbreaks. Why would I not plan for this? I read the WHO guidelines for school reopening. There are 5 levels of risk. Being remote, we are at the lowest level, but are planning to jump to level 4. At the high school, we will not cohorting classes. Dividing them in half is not a cohort. Not staggering passing time, nor stagger arrival and dismissal times, and we will host group lunches. We are going from risk level 1 to 4 out of 5. Planning reopening without consideration of the virus, be it in its original or variant form in our community, is confounding and frankly criminal. I implore the board to not listen to mendacious COVID deniers that overwhelmed the last meeting, but rather adhere to their original plan based on community spread. Lastly, Beloit has COVID mortality rate of 1.23% and Janesville of 0.74%. Beloit has a 40% higher mortality rate. We are more diverse, and hopefully we are aware that COVID affects people of color disproportionately. We are not Janesville. Beloit celebrates its diversity, but we should also care for it. We cannot allow a few outspoken citizens to speak for Beloit. We cannot allow surveys, emails, and the presence at board meetings to justify a response that does not take into account all the members of our community. Their lives matter. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there other emails at this time?
Yes.
Is there a lot more?
Yes. This next email is from Kalia Christians, who lives at 1870 Sherwood Drive, Southwest. On behalf of the BEA, I respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening in the interest of the safety of our students, our staff, and our families. At our current state of the communication and planning, we would be unable to professionally and effectively transition to in-person learning on this date, which would be a disservice to the students to whom we are committed. Please consider the following point. A rushed return to face-to-face instruction will jeopardize the health and safety of multi-generational families who live in the same household. Asymptomatic students carrying the virus home may transmit it to older, more vulnerable people living in their household. Statistically, multi-generational living is more prevalent in our community. Studies conducted by the Pew Research Center indicate that minority families and those who are unemployed rely upon shared living spaces at a higher rate than white families and those who are employed. Beloit has a high number of at-risk minority families and an unemployment rate that surpasses the state average, making it vastly different from surrounding districts in Rock County. Thus, our community is particularly vulnerable. Based on this point, I agree respectfully, Based on this point, I again respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening and allow time for the safe and effective return to school that our students deserve. The next email is from Sophia, I believe it's Garduño. Hello, member of the school board. I'm a sophomore at Beloit Memorial High School. I am aware that there is the possibility of us having the option to go back to school. I've also heard that if we choose to remain virtual, we would be forced to attend a virtual academy and not be able to have the same BMHS teachers. I also know that right now, this isn't 100% decided, so I feel I should voice my concerns. The main concerns right now is obviously COVID numbers, and both the Janesville and Beloit hospitals are reaching maximum capacity. Going back, even when practicing social distancing, there would still definitely be an increase in numbers because of our janitors, which are understaffed, and the amount of students we have at Beloit Memorial, and things like false positive/negative test results. Students, staff, and families would all be affected by increased COVID cases. Some teachers and families have people in their homes that are at a high risk, and going back with a ton of people or coming in contact with someone who has COVID is risk many can't afford to take. A lot of Beloit families probably wouldn't even be able to afford medical bills if they needed to be hospitalized due to COVID. There's also lots of long-term effects to COVID. Lots of students, I'm sorry, I lost my place. A lot of Beloit families probably wouldn't even be able to afford medical bills if they needed to be hospitalized due to COVID. There's also a lot of long-term effects. Lots of students also live in single-parent households or work to help out parents. If the student were to contract COVID, they would have to miss work and school, and it would be very stressful, and you would not be receiving better work if that's a concern that teachers have. And if those same students were to pass it to parents, there would be little to no money coming in. I know many students at Beloit Memorial enjoy participating in or attending sporting events. Not every school is allowing students to play sports, and so that would mean we would have to travel further to play with other schools. We would use more buses so students can be far enough apart on buses, just so students can be in close contact with their teammates and the other team. We should not be prioritizing students' wants to play sports over everyone's health. Many of the students who want to come back and play also play for clubs, and I can guarantee that majority of the students that want to go back are going to parties, not wearing masks when in public or with groups of people, and are just not being safe during this pandemic. There also have been students from other schools that are open who have reached out to me and talked about how paranoid and stressed they are having to constantly worry about contracting COVID and possibly passing it to family and friends. Last year, we had lots of behavioral issues, and one of the main issues being insubordination. I can imagine that students would not listen to teachers and janitorial staff or wear their masks correctly. I do not think we should be.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
The next email that I have is from Evelyn Galindo, professional educator at Beloit Memorial High School. She has two people who emailed, Jamie Titus and Shanae Woodard, who have donated their 3 minutes to her. So she'd have 9 minutes. My name is Evelyn Galindo, and I'm a professional educator at Beloit Memorial High School. And I'm going to pause quick because I think the translators told me, yep, they need to change interpreter, so I'm going to hold on that for just a second.
That's fine, thank you.
Move on to another one when you're waiting.
You need to wait for the translators to switch.
Oh, you read
Well,
one?
no, they translate all of them, but the translator that's doing it has to switch people, so they can take breaks in between.
Well, I'm not saying not doing it, just while we're sitting here waiting.
No, they translate all of them into Spanish. Yeah, so they can't read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a Spanish YouTube going. Okay, they're ready.
Okay, they're ready, so I will start again. My name is Evelyn Galindo, and I'm a professional educator at Beloit Memorial High School. On behalf of the Beloit Educators Association, I respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening in the interest of the safety of our students, our staff, and our families. At our current state of communication and planning, we will be unable to professionally and effectively transition to in-person learning on this date, which is a disservice to the students to whom we are committed. Please consider the following. There are two questions in play when it comes to school reopening. The first is building readiness. We know that in enclosed spaces with poor ventilation, the COVID-19 virus can spread when a person is exposed to small droplets or aerosols that spray in the air for minutes to hours. We also know that good ventilation and fresh air disperse droplets, making infection much less likely, and researchers have published numerous studies showing that good ventilation in offices and schools is associated with a lower risk of virus transmission. Which of these evidence-based reports have board members read that are guiding your decision-making? How have you involved the Beloit School District Director of Health in planning? If you are deferring to our HVAC specialists, what training have we provided them to make sure that they know how to make our buildings safe? Earlier this year, in a staff meeting, I asked what was being done to prepare our buildings and was assured that over the summer, the coils had been cleaned and the filters changed. I researched this later and found out that cleaning the coils and changing out the filter was just part of regular maintenance. More transparency in terms of building readiness is necessary. In Chicago Public Schools, every school has been inspected. Each room that sees students has a specific recommendation for ventilation and has a district-provided air purifier. These would be just a few of the kinds of things we need to do to enhance ventilation before buildings can be deemed ready for students and staff. I would also like to personally address a question that was asked by Board Member Delgado in the last board meeting. Board Member Delgado asked why Beloit is in a distance model when other schools in Rock County are not. The fact is that many districts like Janesville started in person, tried hybrid, and after multiple outbreaks were forced into full remote learning. When in session, many quarantined students were left behind to figure out how to maintain academic progress while missing 2 weeks of instruction and sometimes more. Still, it is important to note that Beloit is, in fact, an outlier in Rock County in terms of being far more socially vulnerable to COVID-19 than other districts. We have much more in common with racially and economically diverse districts like Milwaukee and Madison than with Turner, Milton, Clinton, and even Janesville. According to the National Center for Educational Statistics, Beloit School District has a 33% Black and Latino student body with a median household income of $41,000. 71% economically disadvantaged.
Time.
Beloit, that was 9 minutes? Yeah, she had two people yield.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Beloit, Turner, Milton, and Janesville on average have 93% white student bodies with a median household income of $63,000. Family structure and healthcare access also look very different across the country. While nuclear family households are often thought of as the typical household in Rock County, this narrow focus overlooks the diverse ways in which families, particularly those from minority and/or low-income backgrounds, arrange family life. The differences are substantial when broken down by race. About 57% of Black and 35% of Latino children live in an extended family compared to 20% of white children. Of the extended family households, about 24% live with a grandparent. This means that many Beloit School District students live in extended households with caretakers in high-risk age groups for severe COVID-19 illness. Our families are also more likely to be uninsured than those in other Rock County school districts. Family structure and access to health care explain in part why Black and Latino persons statewide are infected with and dying of coronavirus at rates higher than their proportion of the population. Did you know, for example, that while only 9% of Rock County residents are Hispanic/Latino, that this group makes up 17% of COVID cases. 60% of these cases are in Beloit, and that the age group that includes high school students 15 to 24 is the most impacted by the virus. The second question left to address in school reopening is if this is a conducive learning environment given the plan that has been proposed currently at the high school. For this, I think we should defer to the teachers. In our last staff meeting, many expressed deep concern that the current plan forces our students half of the time to sit passively through 5 72-minute classes about 6 hours per day watching their peers in class. Those students will be responsible for attending, learning, and processing instruction essentially alone. Think about that. It would be as if this board meeting that started at 7 p.m. went until 1 a.m., not as an exception, but as the rule, and the plan of instructional delivery. The students are in school only 2 days per week, which does little to alleviate daycare needs of many families with younger children. If a parent were to decide to keep their child home because of the health risks to the student or family, the only option this plan provides them is to change to the Beloit Virtual Academy, interrupting their relationships with friends and teachers. What about the social and emotional well-being of those students? At lunchtime, the plan that has been proposed exposes 150 students daily when eating together in the dining hall with no windows or air purifiers and with masks removed to eat and drink. The plan also has no accountability system for students to fill out a daily health screener. In comparison, remote learning provides routines, protocols, and procedures that are working for many of our students and that have kept students and staff and the community safe. Right now, the COVID positivity rate is over 31% in Rock County. President-elect Biden has announced a plan to rapidly expand the vaccination distribution program, and teachers could potentially start being vaccinated within a matter of weeks. I urge you to keep the remote learning model in place as it is for the weeks remaining until we can provide the vaccine to teachers, allow students to participate in sports, and provide extracurriculars immediately. This is what students need now rather than a chaotic reopening on an arbitrary date with an unsafe and rushed plan. Based on these points, I again respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening and allow time for the safe and effective return to school that our students deserve. Evelyn Galindo.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
Okay. Those are the ones that I had already combined into a Word doc. So now I have to go to my email and start pulling them from there, the ones that I didn't have time to do that with.
Sure. And then to clarify, were we accepting, are these emails that were sent by 3:30?
By 6:30.
Oh, by 6:30. Sorry about that.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay. So the next email is from Pole Sandoval. She is a community member. I believe it's a she. I'm sorry. Yes, it is a she. Good afternoon. My name is Pole Sandoval, and I am the mother of 3 children. My point of view of the possibility that children could return to class is negative because they still do not have the know-how that must be taken to avoid getting infected. As a mother, I am feeling restless and I am afraid that they will get infected. I would be thinking every day, wondering if they are well. My husband and I Do not take the children out to public places, not to the store for their protection. The virtual classes that my son takes from the Even Start School are very good and efficient. The teachers give them top priority so that the children learn, but I do not agree that the children should return to school. Both teachers and students, and we as parents, are at risk of being infected. I put all my effort to help my son with school, even though English is not my language. Ultimately, it is for the health and well-being of our children, teachers, and families.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
This email is from Callie Baroni, 1974 Cleora Drive. On behalf of the BEA, I respectfully request that you reconsider plans for the February 1st reopening in the interest of the safety of our students, our staff, and our families. At our current state of communication and planning, we will be unable to professionally and effectively transition to in-person learning on this date, which is a disservice to the students to whom we are committed. Please consider the following point. We have a distance learning model in place that is working. It is as effective as any model currently being implemented by any other school district. Our model provides consistent daily instruction for all students and avoids our district from having to fluctuate back and forth with in-person and distance learning as other districts have had to do repeatedly. We need a controlled, well-planned return to face-to-face instruction given the vaccine availability. Based on this point, I again respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening and allow time for the safe and effective return to school that our students deserve. Thank you for your time, Callie.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
The next email I have is from Julie Horvath, and we have Art Gerholt and Jamie Gerholt, who have each given their 3 minutes to Julie. They live at 1934 Arrowhead Drive. So that'd be 9 minutes.
All right, thank you for the 9 minutes. Yep.
My name is Julie Horvath, and I have been a teacher at Beloit Memorial High School for 19 years. Teachers want to teach kids in person in schools when it is safe to do so. Right now, it is not safe for 7,000 students and staff to return to our district school buildings. Mental health of staff and students will suffer more if schools open too early, if more people get sick, and if our health care systems are further overwhelmed. The health department says we are still in phase 1, thus learning should continue virtually for term 3. When the Rock County Health Department metrics demonstrate that we are in phase 2, our district should begin to follow Dr. Kieser's plan to gradually bring small groups of students back into school buildings to work with teachers who voluntarily want to be in buildings with them. When the vaccine is widely available and completely distributed to all district employees who want it, our district could invite additional students back to buildings. According to the Rock County Health Department Disparities Report, last updated December 29, 2020, Black and Latino members of our communities have been hit hard by this virus, especially in Beloit. Many people live in multi-generational homes where people are also essential workers. Our current virtual learning schedule allows for flexible work hours and creative childcare by older siblings for families with essential workers. Essential workers are already risking their own health in their places of employment. They don't need the added risks of school-aged kids bringing the virus from school buildings to their homes. The district can do its part to protect members of these groups from exposure and infection by keeping schools closed for now. For high school students, virtual learning from home should remain an option for the entire school year, with options for BVS and students logging in remotely to BMHS teachers' classes. Class sizes need to be kept small regardless of the number of students remotely logging in. Why is it important to keep learning virtual for the beginning of term 3? HopkinsMedicine.org reports that the new strain of the virus is even more contagious. ConnecticutChildren's.org reports that kids are being affected more by the new B117 strain. 1 out of 100 people die from the virus, according to Wisconsin mortality statistics on January 8, 2021. Using that mortality rate in our district of about 7,300 students and staff, 73 deaths are too many to risk. It's not only about the death rate. The Mayo Clinic has stated that long-term health effects of the virus include permanent damage to the heart, lungs, brain, and more. These things cannot be fixed or cured. Our students, staff, and families may not have adequate medical insurance to be able to cover health issues related to COVID. We certainly do not need our district to make a decision to send students back to buildings too early, which would inevitably cause further trauma of experiencing severe illness, death, and financial devastation. The vaccine is coming soon. We should wait for it so that teaching and learning can happen safely in school buildings and the virus is not brought home to families of students and staff. On January 6, 2021, the Rock County Reopening Dashboard reported that 1 or more hospitals in our county are at or near capacity for ICU and/or general hospital beds. If there are not beds available or adequate medical personnel, then our system cannot care for people who suffer heart attacks and broken bones, let alone any COVID super spreader that would likely occur due to students in close proximity, schools with poor air quality, and lack of appropriate sanitization with students in schools. The BMHS administrative team and staff have been collaborating about questions regarding the reopening of the building of students. Our unanswered questions are about safety and preventing the spread of the virus in our school. The lack of answers to very important questions demonstrates that it is not safe for students to return to buildings at this point in the pandemic. Here are some important questions that need real answers and solutions from CAC and the board in order for BMHS to reopen safely. Do the HVAC systems at BMHS remove virus particles sized at 0.06 microns in order to not spread the virus in the air? We still have not been provided with transparent proof that the ventilation systems can remove the virus particles before circulating air through heating ducts in our schools. How will the district support and enforce that 100% of people in schools wear masks in the buildings? What will happen for students who choose to come without a mask or wear it improperly? BMHS plans for students to be in classrooms either Mondays and Tuesdays or Thursdays and Fridays. Will staff be allowed to work from home on Wednesdays so that the building can be properly sanitized before the Thursday-Friday student cohort attends classes? Many iPads no longer hold charges for more than a few minutes. If students' iPads do not hold charges all day, how will they work as learning tools in classrooms? We will have to keep students in assigned seats for contact tracing, so we cannot allow students to move to sit by electrical outlets. At least in virtual learning, students at home can plug in their iPads to charge whenever they need to do so. How do we identify kids in the hallways who wear hats and masks if we can't see their faces to hold them accountable for hallway behavior? Will there be increased security since all our teachers teach all the blocks of the day and we cannot be in the hallways to clear them like before? How will PPE be provided to staff, to students? What will happen if a student is sick at school? Where will they wait in isolation for a parent to pick them up? What procedures are in place to keep other students safe? How long will the student have to quarantine at home? How will they know when it is safe to return to school? Who will do contact tracing in a timely manner for students and staff exposed at school? As our students move from room to room for each class time, the number of exposed people will be exponentially by the end of one school day if contact tracing is not swift and effective. What responsibilities do classroom teachers have in helping with contact tracing? How does the time taken for contact tracing impact instructional minutes? How does it impact instructional minutes for students logging in remotely from home for current class sessions? How can classroom desks and chairs be sanitized during 5-minute passing times when the disinfectant currently available must sit wet for 10 minutes prior to wiping? Who is responsible for disinfecting classroom areas between classes when teachers are expected to be in the hallway monitoring passing times? When will technology be identified, acquired, and dispersed to teachers so that concurrent teaching can happen? When will teachers be trained in technology required for concurrent teaching and learning? If we return to buildings and have to pivot back to virtual learning from home based on infection and staffing issues, how will that be communicated to students and families? What schedule will be followed then? How will we all know when to return to the buildings? Who is responsible for the students in the classroom? When a teacher has to quarantine at home due to exposure or symptoms, but is able to teach remotely, what happens if a teacher has symptoms and fails the COVID screener? Can they teach remotely from home? How will there be enough substitutes if our BMHS teachers now teach all 5 blocks daily and we don't have rotating prep times to cover absent teachers' classes? When subs are not available, how will teacher absences be covered to maintain social distancing in classrooms and proper sanitation? It is not safe to combine classes during sub shortages during a pandemic. Will the district increase the number of sick days available to teachers in order to keep staff from spreading the virus? If the teacher has to quarantine for 14 days more than once, sick days will be used up. Teachers will be forced to work when they are sick unless the district makes changes. What will district-wide consequences be for students who refuse to follow safety measures like wearing masks properly and maintaining social distancing? How will administrators keep students from eating in classrooms and hallways? How will students do the following safely: eat breakfast and lunch, participate in music and gym classes safely? The Hartford Healthcare.org site says that the highest level of risky activities include music concerts, movie theaters, working out at a gym, eating at a buffet or restaurant, which look very similar to in-school activities.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Board Member Wong. Next email, please.
Okay. The next email is from a Hackett parent, Edwin Castaneda.
Go ahead, please.
I say that students should go back to school because my son doesn't like to listen to his mother when she makes him do schoolwork. When he studies, he chooses to do it lying down on the tablet. He no longer uses a pencil or notebook. The other day, I realized that he was in his class and he was lying down and covered up. I questioned this and he answered me that it is the new way of studying. And so I set him down to work with school supplies instead. My point is, this is not the best way to learn. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Next, please.
This email is from Dorothy Harrell, citizen. A review of the Harvard study presented last month as a reason to open schools comes with caution. The study cautions a risk reduction strategy is different from a goal of achieving 0 cases. There is no such thing as 0 risk in anything we do, and certainly not during a pandemic. The report advises that risks can be minimized if schools follow strict control measures. You need to know what those measures are and how they present in Beloit Public Schools. Harvard realizes that school resources are limited, and it is the responsibility of school officials to know and do exactly what must be done. If you have not read and studied the 50-plus page Harvard study, then no decision can be made based on a citizen assertion that it as a reason to open schools. You must have a clear understanding of the specific recommendations that must be implemented to mitigate risks, help keep schools open, and ultimately save the lives of teachers, staff, students, and family members. This study does present certain understandings required to use in weighing options when making critical decisions that are made in the context of our schools and our community. This is not a blanket mandate to open schools. It provides guidance on necessary evaluation of key understandings to consider when weighing a decision to open schools. Are we even organized with staff, learning spaces, and schedules to do this? Who has studied this and presented it to the board and the community? Too many unanswered questions. Please do act on words alone. Do the required study needed to make a decision on opening schools in Beloit during a pandemic environment when we continue to experience some of the highest numbers in our state on contracting the virus and dying from the virus? Lives depend on your actions. You are accountable. Dorothy J. Harrell.
Thank you very much. Next email, please. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Bert.
I have a question again. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead.
I'm just checking through the emails. Just again, for clarification's sake, we're going through every email that was sent to the board. I thought that was only if they specifically requested for it to be read tonight.
That is my understanding. Is that correct, Ms. Shope?
Yes.
Because I did not see in the last email, for example, where it was stated to be read at the board meeting tonight. Did I miss something?
From Ms. Harrell?
Yeah.
She called me today and asked if I'd received it and I would be reading it.
Oh, okay. Okay, because all right. So then how many more emails do you need to read that we might not be aware of? With those verbal requests?
Well, I don't have any other verbal requests that I'm aware of, but I do probably have 10 to 20 more in my email.
To you that had requested that they be read?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Vice President.
No, not at all. Thank you very much for clarifying. Actually, I'll take this opportunity to ask, does anybody need a 5-minute recess at this point, or would you prefer to wait until we're finished with the email? Oh,
I'm fine.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Shope. We are ready.
Question. I didn't put it in there because it was understood that if you sent an email, it was going to be read. So what now? Because I didn't put it in there, it's not going to be read. My daughter's isn't going to be read. My friend's isn't going to be read.
No, if they were sent to me, they will be read.
Oh.
But some people emailed just the board.
Oh, okay.
And not me.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay, the next email is from Veronica Acosta. My name is Veronica Acosta. I am the mother of 2 students who attended the Beloit School District. I am very worried. I really don't agree with going back to school in person with the children yet. There are many young children who still do not know about social distancing. They do not know how to protect themselves with a mask in general, and they do not yet understand what causes this disease if one were to become infected. I know that there are many children who are behind on their schoolwork and studies in classes, although we as parents are demanding a lot from them. We also know that learning is not the same, but I, as a mother of a family, really am worried. I prefer that my children stay at home studying while healthy with the help of God than someone is gone from my family. My humble opinion. Thank you. Sincerely, Veronica Acosta.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
Okay, the next email I have is from James Hoey. teacher at Beloit Memorial High School. Thank you for taking the time to read this email. I appreciate the time and effort that you put into your role as a board member. I am sure that you are being flooded with emails leading up to the board meeting on Tuesday, so I'll try to keep this short and to the point. My name is James Hoey. I've been a teacher at Beloit Memorial School for 15 years. I'm writing this email not only as a teacher, but also as a citizen of Beloit and a parent of a senior. I understand the desire from the community to get students back into school for face-to-face instruction. Believe me, teachers want students back as much as everyone else does. I badly want students back in the classroom. I want my son to get back into school to at least enjoy part of his senior year and to hopefully get to participate in some athletics. So far, he has missed out on boys volleyball in the fall and is currently missing out on boys hockey. Despite the desire to get students back into the classroom, I am aware of where we currently are with the pandemic, and I have 3 main things I would like you to consider when making a decision tonight. Vaccination. I have heard from school nurses that teachers are very close to having access to the vaccine, probably less than a month away. Why have we done all of this virtual learning to only try to rush back into school when the vaccination is so close? I sincerely hope that you delay any reopening plan until teachers who would like the vaccine can get it and it has had the time needed to take effect. This would be the safest way to reopen schools, not only for staff, but for our students and our many multi-generational households. Number 2, time for a well-thought-out plan. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that when the board voted in December, many board members thought that there was already a plan ready to go for whenever we would decide to send students back into the classrooms. Let me assure you that there was no plan in place then, and there is not a complete plan now. I'm not trying to put blame on anyone, but you would have thought that a detailed plan would have been worked out since last spring for whenever we would go back into the classroom. At the high school, we have only recently seen pieces of a plan. There are a ton of questions that need to be answered. Rushing to get us back into the classroom by what seems to be an arbitrary date, February 1st, does not make sense. A detailed plan needs to be created with teacher input, and that has not yet happened. This is probably the single most frustrating part of all of this. Number 3, athletics. I've argued since the fall that athletics should be allowed to begin regardless of if we are in person or virtual learning. Athletics would have been a great way to work on processes and procedures with small groups of students before bringing everyone back. I please ask that you consider allowing athletics to begin immediately, regardless of your decision about in-person instruction, so students can still have a small part of.
Thank you, Board Member Wong. Thank you very much, Ms. Schmidt. Next email, please.
I just have to double check because I have 2 emails that have a header that are the same.
No problem.
I just want to make sure that there's not an issue with one of them. And they're changing interpreters while I'm checking this out.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So as soon as they're ready, I will read it. Okay, they're ready. So I have an email from, please pardon me if I mispronounce this name. It is Carta de Josefina Fasados Larios. I am concerned about the education of my children. Since being online, they are not learning well. Some teachers only tell me that they are not doing well, but the reality is that sometimes my children ask for help and they only leave them on read. but I also worry about health. That is the most important thing, and though it would be nice to go back to school, it will be safer until they get the vaccine. And that was her message.
Thank you very much.
Okay. The next email is from Gisela Maya, 2411 Butland Drive. On behalf of the BEA, I respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening in the interest of the safety of our students, our staff, and our families. At our current state of communication and planning, we will be unable to professionally and effectively transition to in-person learning on this date, which is a disservice to the students to whom we are committed. Please consider the following point. Our Beloit professional, paraprofessional staff have worked diligently to provide safe, successful instruction during distance learning. A rushed return and developed plan for face-to-face instruction as we carry out face-to-face instruction puts an undue burden on professional educators. We should be proud of what we have accomplished during this pandemic and not counter the progress made by rushing to return to face-to-face instruction that does not take into consideration the health and safety of students, staff, and our families. Based on this point, I again respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening and allow time for the safe and effective return to school that our students deserve. Personally, as a new educator, many hours were spent outside of the workday to prepare for virtual learning. Through my own research outside of the classroom and the countless hours spent practicing with the tools we were given, I am finally at a place where I feel confident in providing quality, engaging, and standard-driven instruction through our online platforms, transitioning back to in-person instruction, and also learning the protocols, expectations, and ways to ensure the students' safety will take longer than a few days or even a week for teachers to feel comfortable and confident. I personally feel that we educators and school staff need to be given adequate time to learn about and understand the protocols, procedures, new schedule changes, expectations, and the new tools we will be using to ensure a smooth transition back. I work with another school in Beloit that has been in person since September. Coming up with a plan to return to in-person instruction successfully took the administration of that school a whole summer to solidify. Their teachers were able to learn how they can best keep their students and families safe while also having time to ask questions and practice with the instructional tools they were given. I want to make this transition back to in-person school as smooth as possible for my students, but I don't feel that I can be done without the proper training and time to plan and learn how to keep our students and ourselves safe.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
The next email is from Carla Ramirez. My name is Carla Ramirez. I have a daughter who attends Hackett Elementary School. My daughter is taking classes on the Zoom platform. I would like my daughter to return to face-to-face classes since it is not the same learning process. They think there exists less responsibility and that it does not affect them if they do not enter Zoom. On occasion, the teacher is explaining the class material, and there are children who are doing other activities, and that distracts the rest of the children. Regarding COVID-19, I think that it is necessary to take precautions and follow the appropriate precautions so that our children are not at risk. Sincerely, Carla Ramirez.
Thank you. Next email, please.
Sorry, I had a duplicate again.
That's okay, thank you.
This email is, oh, sorry, not one that pertains to this. Okay. Sorry, it's hard to tell which ones are which sometimes, so. Okay. I have one from Tammy Coonley. My name is Tammy Coonley. My daughter Alexis Coonley is a senior at the high school. She has an IEP because of her learning disabilities. I feel that she is struggling even more because of the distance learning. If she was in school, she could get the one-on-one help that she needs. I am an essential worker, so I am unable to stay home with her and make sure that she is doing her homework every day. By her going back to school, the teachers can give her the help she needs and hold her accountable for doing her homework. Thank you, Tammy Coonley.
Thank you. Next email, please.
Okay. This email is from Jingjing Lu, 2630 East Ridge Road. First of all, I would like to caution against a hasty vote about the reopening of the school. As parents, we filled up a survey asking us whether we would like to send our children back to school should school reopen, but we were not informed of any details of such reopening during the survey. Hence, the survey result is not an accurate reflection of many families' true preferences. Families need to be informed of the full details of the reopening plan, and they should have a chance to share their feedback with the School District of Beloit before the board moves on to vote about the matter. Second, I would like to state that I believe online learning from teachers should remain the primary and preferred instruction at the moment, as we are still deep in the pandemic and things are not getting better, but actually worsen every day. We should, of course, review this week's later once SDB has a better idea of vaccination timeline for teachers and high-risk parents and grandparents. At the moment, however, it seems premature and unwise to reopen schools for the majority of students. I do support plans for a phased-in hybrid model that would gradually bring students and staff back into classrooms, allowing time for the vaccine to become more widely available. This is particularly the case for children with special needs or children for whom distance learning at home is not a viable option. Yet for the majority of the children and families who are able and willing to continue home instruction, keeping them at home for a few more weeks will buy us time for our teachers, grandparents, and parents with high-risk conditions to receive vaccination as soon as they are available to them. Given the rising death number of COVID cases in Rock County and in Wisconsin, and how every few days we hit another dreadful milestone of COVID death, it will be irresponsible to the health and life of our teachers and our loved family members if we reopen school and bring large number of students and teachers back to school in person. We have walked a long journey in the dark. We have all struggled, but in solidarity, we have also overcome many difficulties. We are excited to see the light at the end of the tunnel. It would be a huge pity if we stumble and fall as we are so close to the victory, and some of us might not be able to pick them up ever again. and we would be because we failed to maintain the cautions and safety measures that have helped us come along so far. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Next email, please.
Okay. The next email is from Emily Parker. Rock County has 922 active cases of COVID-19. Death counts are rising, and our positive test rate remains over 25% daily. Now is not the time to send our children back to school. I urge the district to make the hard but responsible choice of continuing distance learning until our numbers are under control per the original Safe to Learn plan. Our children should not contribute to the further spread of COVID-19, and it is our duty to keep them, our teachers and staff, and our community safe. Emily Parker, parent.
Thank you very much. Next email, please, Ms. Schultz.
This email is from Elise Grunder. Good evening. Our 4K as a whole have had many concerns regarding the return to in-person instruction date of February 1st, 2021. While we all want to be with our kiddos and begin to return to normal, we don't see how we can be prepared to do so by the given date. There are so many other things to think about besides proper mask wearing, hand washing, and social distancing. Our students have many needs, especially with 4K being a first school experience for many. At the beginning of a typical school year, many children do not want to physically leave their adult. Are we allowing parents to bring their child to the classroom? Or will we have to meet students at the door? How will we safely be able to get students to the classroom, be socially distanced, and account for late arrivals? A lot of learning in 4K happens through play. How do we expect our students to do cooperative play and lessons if they can't touch the same toys without sanitizing in between each use? How do we share supplies? Will we be provided with supplies for each child? Will we expect families to send supplies with their child? Are we expected to rotate toys throughout the remainder of the year? Who is in charge of disinfecting toys between use, and how do we make time for that? How will outdoor play work? Nap time. Do we have enough space in the classroom to be distanced while napping with 15 to 22 students? Do we allow blankets from home? Do blankets need to be washed daily? How would we sanitize mats? How much time will this take away from learning? Bathrooming. Many students in 4K are freshly potty trained and may still have accidents. If a child has an accident, what sort of PPE will be provided for us to help them? Are bathrooms supposed to be sanitized in between use, and how much time will that take away from learning? Classroom space and storage. Currently, I have 10 cubbies in my classroom. How will I be able to keep each child's personal items separate from another's? Are our children expected to sit at tables all day? Will more tables be provided if necessary? How do we really expect to simulcast without having the in-person students in and out of the camera? We would need release forms signed before this happens. For those families who want to remain online, would we change their child's teacher, or how would we expect to do this? Aside from all of the other concerns out there regarding COVID numbers, healthcare professionals in the buildings, and teachers having to quarantine without a substitute in place, 4K is another area of huge concern. Staff have not been made aware of any detailed plan, just a few points. We are not confident that we know exactly what we are coming back to.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
Okay, the next email is from Sarah Seichter. I would like an explanation as to how a teacher at any grade level would approach the following situation and what policies and guidelines are in place for the staff. Teacher is in front of classroom teaching while also live simulcasting to a group of students that are virtual. There is a commotion in the back of the classroom between a group of students, and the teacher needs to interject. With everyone having to maintain a 6-foot distance, what guidelines should the teacher follow? Should security be contacted right away? Is the live simulcasting paused, etc.? This is just one scenario of the hundreds that we as teachers need to be thinking about and having a plan in place for before. We need to keep in mind that whatever commotion may take place in our classrooms is also able to be heard within the homes of those students that are attending virtually. I understand that there may not be a one-step solution to all scenarios, but I would also appreciate some guidance on the matter. Thank you for your time. Ms. Sarah Seichter, 5th grade teacher.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
We need to change interpreters quick while I pull that up.
Thank you.
Okay, they're ready. The next email is from Aaron Arnsmeyer, 3494 Fieldcrest Court. To whom it may concern, in response to the upcoming vote to determine whether or not to continue with distance learning, I urge you, the School Board of Education, to vote to continue with distance learning through the end of the 2020-2021 school year. The decision to implement distance learning was rooted in making the physical health and safety of our students and staff the utmost priority. Why then, with COVID infection rates at their highest, would we choose to back out of that commitment? This time of social distancing has taken a toll on everyone in every community across our nation. Why then should we abandon our efforts at this most dangerous time to soothe the voices of the privileged few who are tired of COVID and the hardships that it presents? This is a time to remain vigilant in our efforts to slow the spread and protect our teachers and children. The recent release of the COVID vaccine is a step forward in the fight against COVID. However, that vaccine is currently not available to teachers and students. Even if it was available to our teachers, our students would still be at risk. Science, which should be the governing body of our decision-making, tells us that children, while not appearing to be as susceptible to the symptoms of COVID, are still carriers of the virus and are well known to be super spreaders. Super spreaders of sickness, especially in the school environment. Many schools in the surrounding area have been able to implement in-person learning. However, our district in Beloit is not a similar district in terms of the numbers of students, in its population, or in its cultural makeup to those districts that surround us. Our district should not be compared to the rural communities that surround Beloit. We should be comparing ourselves to the communities that are similar in terms of population density and demographics when making decisions on how to proceed with the education of our students during this pandemic. A fair comparison would be to that of our state's capital, Madison, which recently voted to continue with distance learning. It is important to note that I am both a father of a student in the Beloit School District as well as a spouse of a teacher in the district. I am also a former teacher. I see the effects of distance learning every day as it relates to emotional stress in my child. He misses his friends and teachers, as well as those in-person interactions that are important in human development. However, even he understands the importance of distance learning during this time, that this difficult time will come to an end, and that end will come sooner the more we as a population adhere to the codes of conduct being provided to us by our National Health
Time.
Organization.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Board Member Wong. Thank you very much, Ms. Schultz. Next email, please.
Sorry. The next email is from Christopher Luther. I'm a teacher at Beloit Memorial High School, a Beloit resident, and a parent of 3 children currently enrolled in Beloit schools, including elementary, middle, as well as high school. Our eldest son is a junior in college taking classes virtually. The future of education in Beloit is at a very important fork in the road. On one side, the path requires following Dr. Keyser's original plan of maintaining the organized and effective distance learning program we have now and slowly phasing in face-to-face instruction as the number of active cases of COVID-19 in Beloit drop and vaccines are made more readily available. This pathway is currently in motion. It is well thought out, safe, and organized. It genuinely takes into account everyone's well-being. The ultimate goal is to end up back to school in person. Dr. Keyser's plan requires doing so in a calculated manner, avoiding the risks of rushing into a situation that is not safe and potentially putting students' and staff's lives in danger. Returning in such a way provides continuity to actually remain in face-to-face instruction where students can finally enjoy some normalcy. The other path is to force face-to-face instruction without phasing it in, creating unnecessary risk. Many questions remain about how the district will address implementation and non-compliance with face coverings and physical distancing. No plans have been shared with teachers or input from teachers solicited as to how to implement daily school activities with all grade level students returning back at once. In my discussions with fellow staff and receiving questions from students, the overwhelming majority feel the same. We all want to be back, but it has to be meticulously planned while involving all key players to come up with the best strategy for continuity when returning to face-to-face. Even districts that began with face-to-face instruction largely became virtual due to localized outbreaks, creating uncertainty for those parents, students, and faculty. Or worse, those schools have flip-flopped back and forth between virtual and in-person schooling, creating major disruption for the students and their families. I sincerely ask you to set aside political differences and focus on safety first. While the majority of young children may be less impacted by COVID-19, you are asking teenage students and teachers to risk their lives or face potentially permanent medical injury. The safety of all involved should be paramount. I implore you, please choose Dr.
Time.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
The next email is from Steve Kranig. I would just like to say that this distance learning is not working very well. I understand that nobody was prepared for it and was not ever expecting it, but I think it's time to reconsider. Last year, I had 2 kids in the district, one a senior and one a first grader. The senior basically got an early summer because very little was taught or done his final days of school. At the same time, the first grader was doing more homework than the senior. Now fast forward to this year, I have one student in second grade, and between myself and my wife, we assist him. It is clearly not working the same for every student. The biggest problems I see are the ability to engage in the lesson. You have kids playing or spinning around in the chair or sleeping, or they did not mute their microphone, etc. These are all distractions, and majority of the things taught have to be retaught after the day is over. Not all kids learn the same, and not all kids have someone there to assist. There is also the psychological factor here. My kid wants to get back into school. He wants to be around other kids. These children need social interaction, and virtual is not the way. We as humans need to interact with each other and learn things from those interactions that can't be taught in a classroom. I have been a huge supporter of the Beloit community and wanted both of my kids to experience the level of culture that living here brings. Unfortunately, this is not possible today. I understand COVID was a concern, but as a person who had it and also knowing many others who have had it, and we all survived, I think at this point we have tried other methods and they clearly did not change anything for the better. I think it's time we try something else, and that starts with getting kids back into school. We are the only district in the area that has not had in-person learning this year. I want my child to have social skills. I want him to experience the world and not through a computer screen. I am very happy that we do live in a state that we can open enroll in another district, and if Beloit can't open back up. Please consider the negative effects on these kids and also the home environment from parents having to pick up the slack. Do the right thing and get our kids back in an environment that they can learn and be with their friends. Thank you, Steve Kranick.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
The next letter is coming from Justice Overcoming Borders. Ruth Kolpak at 3355 Riverside Drive, speaking on the behalf of Justice Overcoming Borders, an interfaith coalition in Rock County and an affiliate of Wisdom in Wisconsin and the Gamaliel Foundation. I am here to speak against a rapid opening of our schools in the midst of this terrible pandemic. While many are saying it's time for our students to return, that it's been too long away from in-person classes, that all the other districts in the county are doing it, and science says they can be safely educated, we as people of faith must question such statements. Jesus calls to love our neighbor as ourselves. When data tells us that 179,000 children were diagnosed with COVID-19 last week alone, that 12.4% of all cases are children, that over half of all cases come from asymptomatic carriers, and that the virus has a disproportionate impact on African American and Hispanic children, we must question if such calls really expressed concern for our neighbors here in our community. Additionally, the new B117 COVID-19 variant that made its presence known only after you, as our school board, proposed returning without consideration of infection rates, has been found to be not only more infectious, but potentially more infectious in children, 0 to 9 plus 24%, and 10 to 19 plus 14%, while the R estimate is much higher. In the 4th chapter of the Gospel of Luke, we read, "The scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him," Jesus. "He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, 'The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to let the oppressed go free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. As he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down, the eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." When Jesus spoke those words, he shared them with a community struggling in a difficult time and longing for freedom. In many ways, we are on the cusp of this day of Jubilee. A vaccine is beginning to be administered in our community. Soon, the staff of our schools will receive it, and many hope that it will be available to all by this summer. Soon we will all be able to say, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But that day is not quite yet. Today, the current spike is threatening to overwhelm our healthcare professionals. Today, a rushed return would threaten the health and safety of our multi-generational
Time.
families.
Thank you very much. Are there other emails, Ms. Schultz?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next one, please.
I have somebody yielding some time, so I just have to make a quick note.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, the next email is from Cheryl Hengeveld, Beloit resident. I would like to reiterate a few points that I made in my public comment at last month's meeting. First, the teachers, administrators, and staff in the Beloit District are a wonderful group of dedicated, caring individuals. I do believe they have the best interest of everyone in mind and are doing the best they can with the tools and information they have. That said, the decision by the board to keep schools closed hurts the district's disadvantaged and at-risk children the most. This district is full of disadvantaged and at-risk students who are suffering and falling further and further behind. You, the board, know this, and yet half of you are fighting tooth and nail to keep the schools closed. What does that say about your priorities? You are turning the achievement gap into a canyon. Children at risk from falling through the cracks are now pushed over a cliff by you. Schools can be opened safely. Parental choice would allow staff and students with risk factors to be protected by choosing virtual or remote learning. You have had 10 months to figure this out. You aren't even trying. I still believe that the pressure to stay closed is coming from the teachers' union, and if they have their way, school will be virtual forever, and this is simply a transition to the permanent virtual model. Teachers should think long and hard about their support for schools going in this direction. Teachers should realize that by supporting the notion that in-person learning is not essential, that you are participating in your own career obsolescence. Why will you, as teachers, be necessary in the future if Khan Academy and artificial intelligence can do your job for you? To the parents of children in the district, there is one thing and one thing only that will make this board sit up and pay attention to you, and that is money. The district gets around $13,000 per student per year between federal and state funding. They don't want to open in person, but they do want the funds. You are the customer, and they are providing the service. If you aren't happy with the service, then it's time to choose an alternative. If you want your children to attend in-person school and the board refuses to open, know you have 3 options, all starting in just a few weeks on February 1st. Lincoln Academy is accepting applications between February 1st and 28th on their website. If you would like voucher funds to pay for tuition to Rock County Christian or OLA, go to the DPI's website starting February 1st and search for private school choice or Wisconsin parental choice program. If you would like to open enroll to Turner, Janesville, or another neighboring district, go to
Time.
the,
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Next email, please.
translators also need a moment.
That's fine.
Okay, they're ready. And the next email is from Juanita Moneras. My name is Juanita Moneras. My son attends Hackett Elementary School. I had no idea there was a meeting being held today in regards to our students going back to school. Although I completely understand why it is so much more convenient and easy for our kids to return to school, I feel like I am not the only parent against the way they will return to school. Now, emotionally speaking, I am completely on board for kids to get back to school and see each other again face to face. My worry comes on how they will be separated and treated, and more than likely wearing masks throughout their time in school. I honestly do not like the idea whatsoever, almost as if I were sending my child off to a youth home or something where he is being punished. I don't believe that being at home is the best way either, and I know how much all students miss each other. But for now, until we can confidently say our kids can go back to school normally, in my opinion, they are better off staying home. At least this way, they are able to stay in the comfort of their home, where they can ask questions if they didn't understand something. They are able to use the restroom when they need to. They can have a snack while in class if they are hungry, or skip breakfast if they are not morning eaters. If it's decided that students go back to school, will there be an option for those who decide not to attend school to continue class virtually? If not, what would be the process to opt my child out and do homeschooling instead? Thank you so much for your time and effort on doing what you believe is best. My son's teacher suggested I write to you to voice my opinion, and I appreciate it very much. Kind regards, Juanita.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
Okay. So I have a letter that was submitted from the Beloit School District Health staff. It was submitted by Kathy Ryzek, and I know that I have at least one email from Carla Smith at 709 North Hill Street that yielded her 3 minutes. So I'm just double checking to see if I can see quickly if anybody else yielded time for her. And I am not seeing it quickly. So it looks
Okay,
like,
so 6.
yep, it
a
looks like
moment.
6 minutes. I just have to open up the attachment quick. Good evening. While the health staff would have chosen to be present at this meeting to make our statement in person, we do not feel the current climate and COVID positivity number in our community makes this possible. So thank you, Michelle Shope, for reading this statement on the behalf of the Beloit School District Health Office, registered nurses, and health room assistants, which consist of LPNs, licensed practical nurse, and CMAs, certified medical assistants, Kathy Reisig, RN, Carla Smith, RN, Emily Ray, RN, Alyssa Rohr, RN, Sarah Templeton, RN, Diana Smith, LPN, Dawn Morris, LPN, Marianne Bennett, CCMA, Jennifer Kruger, RMA, Rubicella Frosto, CMA, Brooke McKern, RMA, Elizabeth Ford, CMA, Johanna Barajas, MA, Jody Stolarczyk, CMA. The School District of Beloit health staff would like to encourage the Board of Education to take Dr. Keyser's reopening plan that was presented at the December 2020 Beloit School Board meeting into consideration. We believe his plan, if given appropriate time to ensure planning for all buildings and staff, would be effective to have our students and staff safely return to in-person instruction. While all of us are in agreement that we want our students to return to the buildings, consideration needs to be taken on how that can be done in a safe and effective manner. Dr. Keyser's plan took the current data for our area, the necessary time needed to plan, and a slow, safe approach into consideration to reopen as safely as possible. We have come a long way since last March and would like to be able to continue moving forward in a safe manner to resume in-person instruction for our students. The current capacity of the health staff at this time is inadequate to handle the amount of staff, student and family COVID contact tracing that would be required if we return to face-to-face learning. This could jeopardize everyone's safety in our buildings and in their homes. There is a request to add 2 registered nurse positions to assist with the workload that will result in face-to-face learning. The addition of the 2 proposed positions will be helpful, but we all know this process takes time. In our professional opinions, due to the current COVID numbers, the hospital capacity, the infection rate, and the possibility of the COVID variant supervirus, distance learning must continue until all of our staff have the opportunity to take the vaccine and complete the vaccination series and protocol. A rush to return to face-to-face instruction will jeopardize the health and safety of our families, especially those that live in multi-generational or crowded homes that do not have the luxury to quarantine on separate floors and must share common spaces. Asymptomatic students may carry the virus home and infect the older and/or more vulnerable members of their household. We also have many students in the past who were sent to school ill. If they come to school with the coronavirus, they will expose our staff, students, and put all of our families' lives at risk. We understand the difficult position you are, as a board, are in. It would be sad and possibly tragic to rush the return of face-to-face learning when we are so close to the availability of the COVID vaccine for our staff. The rush to face-to-face learning may risk a significant health complication or possibly even death to one of our staff, students, or any one of our family members. On a positive note, based on the current progression of the COVID-19 vaccination rollout in Rock County, it appears that we are nearing the end of the first vaccination group, 1A, being completed. We are optimistic that our teachers and staff are in the next vaccination group, 1B. The start of their vaccination series could occur approximately at the beginning of February. However, the exact date is unknown as of today. Please take into consideration that once the vaccination series is started for our teachers and staff, it will take 5 weeks to complete the vaccination series for full effectiveness against COVID-19. This is very important information to consider when determining a date for our students to return to in-person learning. We must remember that we are trying to survive during a pandemic, and these times are uncertain, fighting, and our lives are at risk. The loss of life in our city, county, state, and country is already staggering, and peak records continue to be broken. These are difficult times for all of us. Please allow the vaccine rollout to occur. Follow the science and the Rock County metrics. We are entrusting you to please make a wise and safe decision. All of our lives are depending on you. We appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you, Kathy Reisig, Carla Smith, Emily Ray, Alyssa Rohr, Sarah Templeton, Diana Smith, Dawn Morris, Marianne Bennett, Jennifer Kruger, Rubicella Frosto, Brooke McKern, Elizabeth Ford, Johanna Barajas, Jody Stolarczyk.
Thank you so much. Next email, please.
Sorry, I'm trying.
Really appreciate all you're doing tonight. Okay.
Okay, this email is from Lorena Velazquez. Hello, dear esteemed members of the school board district. I, as a mother, am worried about everything that is happening around the world with the virus. In my opinion, schools should not be opened until there are fewer cases so that our children are safer. I would like virtual classes to continue. Sincerely, Lorena Velazquez.
Thank you. Next email, please.
The next email is from Amy Richter. Hello, I just wanted to share my opinions regarding students and staff returning to in-class instruction. I understand that many students are struggling with their studies for various reasons. I understand they miss their classmates. However, if my understanding of the current model is correct, bringing them back to sit in one room and still attend all of their classes virtually isn't going to address either of those main issues that seem to be the outspoken few's problems with continuing virtual learning at home. Now you will have staff splitting their attention between their virtual class they are trying to teach and the classroom of students they are in charge of supervising. I don't know how adding to our teaching staff's workload is going to help our students learn more efficiently or allow them to interact with their classmates better. Bringing some back is a great idea, but this model is just too clumsy for the time allotted to prepare in the little time left before anyone wants them back. Let's try again on something different and better. Start working now on a great plan for the last quarter of the year and get everyone back safe and healthy. Thank you, Amy Jo Richter.
Thank you. Next email, please.
This one is from Jessica Johnson. My name is Jessica Scott, and I live at 610 Wisconsin Avenue. On behalf of the BEA, I respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February 1st reopening in the interest of the safety of our students, our staff, and our families. At our current state of communication and planning, we will be unable to professionally and effectively transition to in-person learning on this date, which is a disservice to the students to whom we are committed. Please consider the following point. The Board of Education needs to set a deadline for administration to have a detailed plan that has been made with input from teachers for a safe return to in-person learning. It is great that our current board has been so reflective with respect to the community's input. However, I am concerned that input from staff has not been highly regarded. We are being asked to make essential decisions for teaching our most vulnerable population, and being asked to do this without thinking of our own family's interest. Please remember to think about the countless number of staff members who work tirelessly and effortlessly on the forefront of all things COVID. On a personal note, many have expressed their concern with our district not having athletics and after-school curricular activities at this time. Trust me, I get it. I am one of those people who wholeheartedly believes in these programs. I am the parent of 2 high school athletes, and they have both been devastated about not being able to compete. I am also a coach and have missed my athletes in softball, cheer, and track tremendously. However, I am not going to suggest that the health and safety of all should come second to anything else. There is absolutely no reason why, as a district, we shouldn't be able to accomplish ensuring the safety of all, as well as giving our athletes an opportunity to compete. Please consider providing an option for students to participate in athletic programs regardless of how we return safely to school. Looking at other districts, I have personally witnessed some great things taking place while allowing students to compete safely. For instance, limiting the number of people present during athletic events, requiring the proper sanitation, cleaning, and health checks for any athlete, coach, referee present during practices and games, ultimately giving parents and students the option to continue participating in activities such as these. Please consider offering a safe plan to continue our athletics program, whether we return to in-person or not. Based on this point, I again respectfully request that you reconsider plans for a February
Time.
1st.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
This email is from Barbara Johnson. First and foremost, I would like to thank the School District of Beloit and the Board of Education for keeping teachers, children, and the school district families safe thus far during the COVID pandemic. I understand wanting to move on and get things back to normal, but now is not the time. We are so close to the vaccine right now. There is an end in sight. Each time we get close to a board meeting, teachers have extreme anxiety, a feeling of helplessness and fear. We have worked so hard keeping each other safe, giving up family holidays, unsafe activities, and visiting our loved ones, wiping out all of the things we have done for the last 10 months by bringing children back to school and exposing children, teachers, and families to COVID would be devastating. Teachers really want to be with their students, but we want to do it with the utmost safety. We are so close to getting the vaccine. Please keep us safe by waiting until we have been vaccinated. Fear of contact with students is not the atmosphere we want to give our children. Thank you for listening. Barbara Johnson, Paraeducator 4K.
Thank you. Next email, please.
The next email is from Shivani Kakti. Not sure I'm pronouncing that right. Ninth grade U.S. history teacher at Beloit Memorial High School. I first would like to thank each and every one of you for serving on our school board. I was very proud of the difficult decision to go virtual at the start of the school year. While it was tough, I believe it was the best decision possible that prioritized the safety of our entire community and allowed us to stay consistent with our educational offerings to students and families throughout this school year. While the beginning of this school year left me, and I'm certain other educators, feeling helpless while staring into the silent abyss of black boxes representing students online, we have grown and made lots of progress. Students who are showing up to class, doing the work, and engaging are achieving. We have been reaching out to families weekly, tracking students daily, and available for extra help if needed, which unfortunately many students do not take advantage of due to a variety of reasons. This has been hard for all of us, mostly students, and while I would love to have my students back in the classroom, I have yet to see a plan that prioritizes safety for our students and staff. This decision to return seems rushed without a clear operating plan of how this will affect parents, students, teachers, and staff alike. We have heard little to nothing about specifics of how we will deal with safety protocols, except to be told guidance will be coming. Teachers have been asked to fill out a list of concerns with solutions, but given no reopening plan to reflect what concerns we could possibly have. I don't feel like, as an educator, I should have to say this, but I will. Of course, I want students back in the building. I also would love for there not to be a pandemic raging through our country. We are in this situation due to a public health crisis that is still going on. Being a public school, we need to take into account the safety of all, not the few. My fear with this decision is a jump into doing what everyone else is doing that will include rolling school closures that will disrupt learning further. We need a clear plan first before voting to reopen. Thank you for your time and service. Ms. Kay.
Thank you very much. Next email, please.
This email is from Brenda Jensen. I understand that the board is wrestling with the decision on whether to reopen schools. I also understand what this pandemic can cost, as I have seen people close to me lose loved ones, and almost all of my close family members have gotten sick. But as we approach the 1-year mark of remote learning, it is obvious our children are starting to exhibit other symptoms as well, not sickness related. Loneliness, isolation, desperation, anxiety, depression, and questions about an uncertain future. The structure of their school day that was once there is no more. The friends they socially interacted with on a daily basis have been replaced by screens. I fear what the long-lasting effects of this virus will have on our children. I would ask that you listen and base your decisions to open the school on what the kids want, because as a school board, you are there to make the best decision for them. And in this instance, the majority prefers to be taught in school. I would also implore you to make a decision that comes from a basis of what is good for majority, even if it contradicts what your personal opinions are on this subject. Thank you for your time and dedication you have given to serving as a Beloit School Board member. As a resident of Beloit, I appreciate it. I look forward to your affirmation of moving towards getting our children back in school, and our kids are excited to return to the classroom. Brenda Jensen, 2268 Cobblestone Lane.
Thank you so much. Next email, please.
The next email that I have is from Nicolasa Gerardo. I have a son at Hackett Elementary. His name is Christian Mayo, and he is in 3rd grade. In our home, we take great care against COVID. My fear would be to send my son to school if it should reopen too soon, especially since there are still a lot of cases here in Beloit. Nor do I want teachers to be exposed to cases. For the good of all, classes should remain virtual as they are now. We cannot lower our guard. I hope that the Beloit School District makes the best decision.
Thank you. Next email.
My daughter's rest so I can leave. I just want to make sure that you got them and that they're read. Okay. Mary Ann Savem, S-V-E-O-M. It was S-V-E-O-M. It was sent in at 3:27 this afternoon. My daughter's was sent in approximately the same time. And her name is Wendy Gansel.
The next email that I have is from Wendy Ganzow. My daughter is in kindergarten and loved school when she went for early childhood classes and 4K, but now she has grown to hate school. I know because she tells me. She tells me that what we are doing is not school and that she misses her friends. She is doing well with some subjects, but is getting farther and farther behind her classmates in other subjects. If you could please open the schools or at least give the option to go in person so that the kids who are struggling could get that extra help, the parents in the school district would really appreciate it. Wendy Gansel.
Thank you. Next email, please.
The next email I have is from Marianne Svem. Beloit School Board members and superintendent, I know firsthand that kids are suffering by not being allowed to attend school in person. Virtual schooling is failing our students, and it will not only adversely affect them academically, but also psychologically if you allow it to continue. I know one particular 5-year-old child who was doing great in Beloit schools a year ago at this time, and is in kindergarten this year, who is falling more and more behind, even though her mother follows directions for her virtual learning. Dr. Fauci says schools should be open, so follow the science, open our schools, and let our students get back on track. Marianne Svem, 1131 Richer Street.
Thank you. Next email, please.
The next email is from Becky Paulson. We all want to get back to normal, but just as circumstances did not magically change as 2020 transitioned to 2021, neither will they change as we move from term 2 to term 3. We are still in the midst of a global pandemic. The new, highly contagious variant of the coronavirus has been detected in Minnesota and Indiana, which means it will be in Wisconsin soon, if it isn't here already. And returning to school buildings will look nothing like it has in the past. If students knew that their daily schedule will look like in the hybrid model, if they knew what they would be spending longer hours on their iPads, would they prefer to remain in distance learning? We don't know. A survey was sent to get feedback from staff and families, but it was so short and poorly worded, I don't know how any accurate information can come from it, and we need answers to so many more questions than the few that were asked in the survey. How can we ask families to decide if they will send their children back to the buildings without first telling them what that will look like and what we will do to keep their children safe? Do we know if teachers with health risks will return or quit? Who will monitor a teacher's classroom when they are required to quarantine and work from home? There is a sub shortage, and quarantine requirements will likely increase demand for subs significantly. How will students and staff safely eat lunch and possibly breakfast within buildings? How will students complete work in the building when iPads cannot hold a charge for a full day? And physical distancing requirements will prevent students from being able to cluster around outlets. It is not safe to pass papers. How will we maintain safety in hallways and other common areas that can't be constantly supervised with regard to mask wearing and physical distancing? What will be the consequences for students who refuse to comply with safety protocols? Will students who want to continue distance learning for safety reasons be allowed to stay with their SDB classes and teachers, or will they be forced to transition to Beloit Virtual School? As far as I know, most, if not all, of these questions still need answers, and this is a very short sample of the questions people have regarding a return to in-person learning. Vaccine distribution has begun. Dr. Kieser presented a reasonable plan last month to start Term 3 virtually, return to bringing back small groups of students and teacher volunteers, and to transition to the hybrid model, and bringing back all students after we have answered these many questions and many more, and it becomes safer to do so. I do not understand why some would prefer a risky rush back to buildings that will be anything but
Time.
normal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next email, please.
The next email is from Pierre Charles, 2227 Carnforth Place. That's Dr. Pierre Charles. The reopening of Beloit Public Schools during this pandemic is a matter of public policy that will take planning, common sense, honesty, and a bit of courage. While public policy should be based on scientific and statistical facts, it is often influenced by perception and popular opinion. Every other school district in Rock County has reopened without resulting in any associated increased community spread of COVID-19. Medical experts, with the aid of the media, suggest that minority populations are at an increased risk for contracting and dying from the virus. Beloit School District has a higher percentage of minority students compared to the surrounding school districts. This fact may be contributing to the fears of the teachers and the administration in the Beloit Public Schools. To date, however, there is no evidence that members of the various minority groups are more likely to spread the COVID-19 virus compared to their non-minority counterparts. The CDC and the Harvard School of Public Health offers plans to reopen schools as safely as possible. These plans include social distancing, face masks, hand washing, and a number of other mitigation measures that may be implemented depending on the extent of community transmission. Schools across the country and across the world have successfully reopened. Beloit schools can also reopen even before vaccines are widely available. If fear is replaced with knowledge, common sense, and safe practices, it will take courage and strong, intelligent leadership to make this work. The children of Beloit deserve our best efforts. Pierre S. Charles, MD.
Thank you. Next email, please.
Just double checking some to make sure that I haven't missed them. I apologize for the delay. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing any that were supposed to be read.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, this one. This one is from Tony Capizzello, and I believe the one I read before was not, like he had sent one and then he wanted this one to be read, so I'm not sure if you want me to read this one also?
I think since we've already heard from Mr. Capizzello, we can move on.
Okay. So I apologize for that one.
No, it's okay. My apologies to Mr. Capizzello if I'm incorrect.
So I have an email from Angie Lannon, and it's about a survey taken today. And I'm not sure how you want me to express that, or if you just want me to share that. It looks like it was sent to you, Board Member Miller, Dr. Keyser, and Board Member Levy, and to me.
Okay, do we just want to summarize? I did see the email, but, you know, just.
Okay, so.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Shope.
I was just going to say, it looks like there are, I'm trying to see how many responses there are, just about 100, nope, not quite, about 86 responses. And the questions are, did you take the survey about sending kids to school? As a community member, do you feel it was safe to send our kids back to school? Would you like to leave a comment for the board on why you would like to change your answer? Do you feel that you would like to change your answer because you think it is too dangerous? Do you think schools should remain closed for teacher safety? So those were the questions that were asked.
I will just forward that to each individual board member.
Okay.
So that they can prove that you're right, there's not a good way to summarize it. All right, next email, please.
Okay. Okay. Just double checking one last time. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. As I know, some of them came in December too, so I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody.
Okay, I would entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess while Ms. Shope checks for December email so people can use facilities if they need to, and then we can come back if somebody would like to make that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Sorry about that. Any opposed? Okay, we will come back at 1:16. Thank you. Okay, so it is now 1:16. I believe we are out of recess, but I'll give us kind of like a second here.
Vice President
Ms.
Miller?
Schoper- Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we bypass all the additional emails that have come through. We basically, the presentation is no presentation about the distance learning. We move to send administration back to develop a plan for reopening schools in a hybrid or in-person model for the fourth term. And we also conduct the business of the consent agenda and then end the night.
Okay, we have a motion. Although I believe Board Member Levy just joined, I really appreciate that you put that together. Would you mind maybe just repeating it one more time?
I'd like to make a motion to stop the emails for the public comments. We also agree to, or we have administration, no presentation this evening about any type of in-person learning for the third term. We have the administration go back to the drawing board and develop a plan for fourth term, either a hybrid or in-person instruction. We finish up tonight with the consent agenda and then adjourn from there.
Can I make a?
Thank you very much for that motion. Unfortunately, Board Member Levy just put a note in the chat box that she wasn't able to hear. Board Member Levy, are you with us and able to hear us? So while we're waiting for her, Ms. Shope, if you have that in the minutes, I appreciate it. Maybe, I think we had a question actually from somebody earlier, if I recall, to see, okay, so Ms. Levy is here but is unable to hear. So would we possibly be able to get that down on like a slide or something and just screen share it so everybody can see it? Because I believe we had a request, at least one request from the community that we broadcast with the
Vice President Miller, I think before we can even entertain that, we need to take care of the motion that I made, and I was Googling Robert's rules, and I would formally like to withdraw the motion I made in December.
So you cut out at the end, but so Board Member Wong, if we want to hang on to that for a moment, I'm going to look to Ms. Shope for guidance here since you put a motion out, it wasn't seconded. I'm not sure if you can make the same motion because I think we do need a motion. Since we postponed Board Member Jacobs' motion from the December 15th meeting, we need to vote on that one way or the other.
Well, I believe we withdraw it.
Ms. Shope.
Oh, Ms. Shope.
Is it permissible for us since nobody seconded Board Member Wong's motion, is it permissible for him to hang on to that and bring it back after we vote on Board Member Jacobs' motion?
I think if nobody seconds it, you could say it died for lack of a second, and then you could address Jacob's motion. And then he could make the motion again.
Okay,
Or
so
make a similar
you cut out the
motion.
beginning. So I apologize for the clarification. So you do or do not need a second on Board Member Wong's motion?
If there is not a second made, then it would die for lack of a second.
Okay.
And then you could address Board Member Jacobs' motion. And
Okay.
then Board Member Wong's motion or something similar to what he made, he could make again.
Okay, got it. So before we can go forward with any of that, though, we need to make sure that all of our board members are able to participate. So I'll just ask one more time. Let me just check the chat box really quick. Board Member Levy, are you able to hear us at this point?
She is not, I do not see her in Google Meets.
Okay, so we'll kind of give her like a technical difficulties pause, but in the meantime, well, I guess we should just wait. I know it's a late night, but we want to make sure everybody can participate here. Does somebody want to text her?
Here she comes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, no, that's okay. Board Member Levy, are you able to hear us now?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Board Member Levy, I see you're unmuted and I'm not hearing you. Are you able to hear us?
Okay, I think I have the issue resolved.
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. And was there, everybody's able to hear Board Member Levy? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Although if there's a motion on the floor, I have no idea what it is. If someone can repeat.
So just to catch you up, Board Member Wong made a motion, but it has to do with taking action on reopening. And so if nobody seconds it, we actually first have to address the postpone motion that Board Member Jacobs made at our December 15th meeting. So just to summarize for you, just sort of to paraphrase the spirit of Board Member Wong's motion, it was to ask administration to come back with a plan for fourth term reopening and not give us a reopening plan, I think, in third term. But I think we're going to let him remake that motion after we address Ms. Jacobs' motion.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Okay, so right now we have to address Board Member Jacobs' motion from December 15th, which was, I believe, to reopen school on, I think she described a hybrid model on February 1st. Correct. And it was seconded. So at this time, Board Member Jacobs, go ahead.
Yes, the motion was to move to begin a hybrid model no later than February 1st, including if a school closure is due to staffing shortage, the superintendent will reopen the school once the shortage is eliminated. And according to Robert's rules, to the best of my understanding, since I made the motion, I have the privilege, for lack of a better word, to ask that it be taken off.
So I'm just looking at the Roberts Rule book. I brought it down with me. It appears that a member who made the motion can request to withdraw the motion. But I don't believe that you need to have a vote on that. Ms. Shope shaking her head in agreement with that. So between her and I, we have consensus as a recommendation to the board. Vice President Miller, we're not hearing you.
Be comfortable just voting either in favor or voting down Board Member Jacobs' motion from December 15th?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to call the question on Board Member Jacobs' motion from December 15th about reopening schools on February 1st. Is there any discussion on this motion that was postponed?
No, but I would like a roll call vote, please.
No problem. Okay. No discussion. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Shope. Are we able to hear Ms. Shope at this time?
What's going on here? Hang on. We're not being recorded too.
Can you hear me?
I believe we might need to wait until Ms. Armstrong.
Megan, I'm going to walk over real quick to the boardroom. What I think has happened is they have the phone, which is the microphones, have disconnected with maybe a time frame with the Google Meet phone number. We've been on too long, so it disconnects. So let me go check that. I will be right back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Armstrong.
He's dialing in.
Welcome to Google Meet. Enter the meeting pin followed by the pound key.
What is it? My Chromebook, because that has the, that controls the meeting. I was going to extend the meeting.
Thank you. You'll join when the host lets you in.
Sorry, so you guys are good now. I was trying to type to you again, but I think I.
He took my computer, my Chromebook.
You'll join when the host lets you in. You're muted because a lot of people are on this call. Press star 6 to unmute. You unmuted yourself.
We were on so long that it logged us off.
This is muted.
Is it that one up there?
Hey, John, it's your mic.
Number 1.
Okay, now I think we've got all the technical difficulties taken care of.
Well, thank you very much for working through that. At the moment, I guess, Ms. Shope, we had originally asked for clarification, but we kind of moved forward because we couldn't hear you. Do we need to take action on the motion that Board Member Jacobs made that was postponed on the December 15th meeting?
So if she withdraws her motion, she can do that, and that ends it, because she made that motion. If you want to vote the motion down or take it for a vote, you can do that as well.
Okay, that sounds great. Board Member Jacobs, what is your preference? And now Board Member Levy is unable to hear also.
I would like to withdraw my motion.
Okay, the chair acknowledges your withdrawal of the motion. So as soon as Board Member Levy can participate and hear what's going on, we can entertain a new motion. But let's give Board Member Levy a moment.
Could someone send me, so here's my issue. The link that I am everyone sounds like dolphins talking into a fan is the best way I can describe it. And when I go to my calendar, this meeting is no longer listed as my options. It's meeting starting tonight. So thank you in advance to whoever does this, because someone try resending the calendar invite. I think that might be the best way to solve this problem.
Just sent you the email, Board Member Levy.
Thank you, Dr. Keiser.
Dr. Keiser, I think you just said something, but I couldn't make out what you said. If someone could type it in the comments, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
I just typed in the chat for transparency here in case you missed it. We were letting Board Member Levy know to check her email, and Ms. Armstrong shared the call-in number so she could join us by phone.
Vice President Miller, I have also extended the meeting on the calendar and resent that invite, so hopefully that will help people too.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Shope. We really appreciate it. So Board Member Levy has the same issue. Hang on, I'm going to try typing to her, maybe to try calling in. All right, Board Member Levy, how's it going? Are you able to hear us? Okay.
Okay, I think I have a fix. I'm going to mute the meeting and listen through YouTube, and I think I might be able to patch it together.
Okay, well, let's give Board Member Levy like 30 seconds to do that. And just a quick recap, Board Member Jacobs, you'd like to withdraw your motion. It's been acknowledged. And so I'm ready to entertain a new motion. And I appreciate, Ms. Shope, thank you so much for putting that out on the screen for us. So Board Member Wong, would you like to submit or would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would. I would like to stop the public comment for the evening. Also, I would like to skip the presentation by Dr. Keyser regarding a return to in-person school for the third term. Also, would like administration to, also for tonight's meeting, we'd like to just finish up with closed session and adjourn from there, but also have administration.
No, consent list.
The consent agenda, sorry. Have administration go back to develop a plan for in-person or hybrid instruction for the fourth term of this year. Along with that, effective for the third term, if distance learning remains in place, which it will, the superintendent will work with schools on a small group support and continue to provide regular updates to the board on that. And then also, I would like to see athletics and extracurriculars be allowed for the third term as well, but they should be done under safety guidelines.
May I offer a friendly amendment before there's a second?
Absolutely.
I totally agree with Board Member Wong with everything up until athletics. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to having athletics open, but I think so much has changed since we had our last presentation. Before I vote to say yes, I would feel much more comfortable if we had an updated presentation from Mr. Beard and his team, just to have a clear picture of what we're agreeing to.
Go ahead, Board Member Jacobs.
I believe a point of order, since we haven't had a second, don't we have to have a second before we have discussion?
So she was offering a friendly amendment, but thank you very much, Board Member Jacobs. Before we, with the friendly amendment, Dr. Keyser, you had in the presentation that you shared with us included information about athletics. Board Member Wong, I see in your motion you have no presentation this evening. Would it be better to keep your original motion language with no presentation this evening and then make a later decision on athletics, or would you like to remove the no presentation this evening and only have Dr. Keyser report on the athletic piece? And maybe you can make a separate motion then about athletics.
I would be open to including the friendly amendment if the presentation was done at the business meeting on the 26th.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a motion that was friendly amended, and we are looking for a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to give Ms. Shope a moment to catch up so everybody can clearly see what we are voting on. Board Member Levy, did you have a question or a comment?
No, that was my point, what you just said. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. While Ms. Shope is typing that up there, does anybody have any discussion for the motion?
I do.
I do too.
Okay. All right, Ms. And then let's use the chat after that, but I have Ms. Jacobs and then Ms. Delgado.
I apologize. Thank you. So we have sat through 6 hours plus of listening to public comments. And I feel we would be remiss. I feel right now like I'm sensing that we're rushing to because of the late time. And I heard certain themes tonight. There's parent confusion. And this goes along with the motion. I think that when this is brought back, the following things need to be clear. There was parent confusion regarding the hybrid, whether you had to go back, whether it was virtual. I think all of that needs to be crystal clear for the parents. I think we need a different survey given to the parents. And my recommendation would even be to get the individual school. What I would like to see is a more in-depth survey, because we heard quite a bit about the survey, a more in-depth survey with input from principals and teachers. And I think it should go out again to parents. And if we do not get a good response again, I would suggest that it would be given by individual schools. There's a lot of, I don't even know. I've heard from different people that there are already students attending different buildings, but yet staff members within those buildings aren't all aware if there are students attending. So I think that needs to be cleared up. And it was a strong message from staff, the lack of communication and the lack of staff input. And anything that's brought back to the board, I personally want to know that the staff has been involved, the principals have been involved, and that they are working closely with district office. Because we had a lot of questions and a lot of staff feeling very, very uncomfortable, being told different things and not given answers.
So Board Member Jacobs, just to clarify, all of the discussion points that you raised, you don't want those to be part of a motion, but you would like those to be notes in the minutes to go along with this motion?
I believe that would be best, or would that be a pretty dang wordy motion, wouldn't it?
Just want to clarify. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. But I just can't say that strongly enough. We have got to have the principals working directly with central office, and then the principals need to have their staff input.
Board Member Jacobs, I just want to assure you that the building principals have been intimately involved in all aspects of the development of the model, up to and including the updates to the model that was presented in December.
And thank you for that clarification. May I ask a question, Dr. Kieser?
Yes.
Were all of the intermediate, the secondary, and I'm assuming, and tell me if I'm correct, that the elementary principals have been talking among themselves, the intermediate principals have been talking among themselves, and the high school have been talking among themselves?
Correct. We've been meeting with them as whole groups, and then also by their grade bands. So elementary together, intermediate together, and high school.
Okay, I strongly would recommend that we have consistency across the entire district. I understand that each individual school has their own issues that they're going to deal with. As far as safety goes, I'd like to see an extremely deep, I'd like presented to the board after the teachers and all of the administration have had input. I would like to see a detailed report on how we're going to safely bring these kids back in a hybrid model in small groups, and which teachers are feeling comfortable working with those small groups, that, where we're at with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am texting Board Member Board Member Levy the call-in number, but so I apologize for not looking right at you. But Board Member Delgado, it is your turn. Anybody else in the chat?
I would also like to have a few things included. I think it would not be proper of us to actually point out some of the common themes that we heard over, all the public comments and all the emails that we got. And I did make a list of a few of them that I would have loved to include it in a motion, but I'm okay with just including it in the notes so that Dr. Kieser can, maybe have something included into the plan. But for the reopenings of schools, I would like something within the plans that will discuss vaccination for all staff members. I would like to have included in the plan accessible testing sites for students and staff. How is that going to be handled? A well thought out plan for each individual school, and the inclusion of staff members, to provide input for those plans. Maybe a procedural plan that would either detail, what procedures are going to be taken in place for each school, and also like a procedural plan for students and a procedural plan for parents, so that they're completely aware of what's going on. Then a full training plan for simulcasting for staff. And maybe think about, just a recommendation, think about for those staff members that are not able to do face-to-face teaching, if they're doing remote working, if maybe they could be the ones in charge of some type of virtual, but I'm sure that, that's going to be planned out and talked about, in each individual schools on how that's going to be handled. So, something in that regards, because I think a lot of those things were highly mentioned in the emails and all the, the different public comments that we got.
Thank you for your comments. I want to just share that since the December 15th board meeting, a plan was developed by our instructional tech coordinators, Brandy and Brett, and they've been, since we've been back from winter break, been implementing a comprehensive training plan, train-the-trainer model for simulcasting across our district.
And one addition to that is highly a priority. Communicate to your staff. Make sure that staff know exactly what steps we're taking, that they're not left behind, not knowing, because that's probably one of the worst things that any employee can feel. So make sure that they're communicated properly what exactly is going on.
I have shared that with principals in terms of sharing information and gathering input. I know each principal has their own unique style in doing that, but I will definitely reiterate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Delgado. Board Member Jacobs, and then Board Member Levy.
And Dr. Kieser, while I appreciate what you just said, and I do love our individual cultures that we have in each of our buildings, because this is a pandemic, I think there are going to be some non-negotiables that need to be set for the entire district. I don't think it's going to work if one building, and I'm talking in regard to safety now, if one building gives a little bit more leeway in some area with, for example, mask wearing, and then another building is more firm on it. I think that has to come from the top after we've had input, of course, from staff and all administration. And I think that has to be consistent in our entire district. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And for instance, the expectations around masks and social distancing were needed to be put in place before we brought our staff back. So that consistency has been communicated out to across all of our buildings, and we'll continue to communicate out those consistent expectations.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation that you worked so hard on for tonight.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Board Member Jacobs. Board Member Levy? We can't hear you, Ms. Levy.
All right. Can you hear me? Perfect.
Now we can hear
All
you.
right. I will attempt to be very brief and not repeat anything that has already been covered. Just the main point that made me very uncomfortable this evening, I so appreciate that families will have choice in the hybrid model, but I am very concerned that our teachers may not have that same choice. And who will be required to come back, who will be denied leave that they may be currently working under. I think we owe it to our teachers to be respectful and be very clear about what the expectations for employment are. And then also I need to see a plan that has leave figured out, because I am uncomfortable with the teacher having to go through their sick leave because they're quarantined, and what if they have to quarantine for a second time in some type of hybrid model? So they would be penalized for doing the responsible thing, which is quarantining when necessary. The positivity rate, I saw in your presentation that you swapped out some different metrics, but I would really love to have us with a standard positivity rate, and it may change from what you previously recommended in July from 5%, but I think it needs to be something that's in line that shows that we have the virus under control as far as community spread goes. And for me, that if we have those metrics in place, then we know when it's time to bring everyone back, or we know when it's time to shut down. And I believe you and I had this conversation last summer, but the final thing I'll just kind of reiterate is that I really believe we need 3 plans. We need a plan to reopen, a plan to stay open, and if needed, a plan to close. And we need to rotate through those 3 plans until COVID is in our rearview mirror. I think we have a plan to reopen, but not a plan to stay open. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yep, Board Member Jacobs, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, I'll be brief. I heard also tonight a number of times that we have to make sure that the families know that this is going to look different. Even with vaccinations, for the foreseeable future, we're all going to have to do the masks. I just want to make sure that because I did hear that concern from a number of teachers, that they were afraid that the kids when we are ready to bring them back in small cohorts, that they're going to think it's business as usual. So somehow we have to make sure that that is loud and clearly communicated so the kids are aware.
Yes, we, in part, we have the family handbook that has been drafted up in the event that we would transition to in person. So we will continue to build that out. Absolutely.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thanks.
Board Member Wong.
I apologize if this was brought up before. I was trying to get the motion down with, typed up with Ms. Shope. But what about, I guess, one thing that comes to mind is the vaccination and how this is going to be handled with the employees. And if people say that they're going to refuse to get the vaccination, the expectations for work, all of that. I think that I don't want to turn this into a big political fight, but it is something that I think that people will, we've seen in other areas. So I think it needs to be addressed and discussed as far as the plan for that.
Absolutely. I've been in communication with legal in regards to that. Our stance at this point with the vaccination is to strongly encourage staff to get the vaccine, but knowing all the parameters around vaccines, when we communicate out to staff to ask them if they want to have the vaccine or plan on getting the vaccine, because the health department is asking for us to collect that information, we are going to recommend that if they have any questions, they can either reach out to our school nurses or contact their own health provider to ask questions in order for them to make an informed decision.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? I do have one point. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Levy.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted clarity on the motion, which is really overkill because it's there in writing, but I just want to make sure that everybody is clear because we have a long night. I don't want to ruin it at the end. We are saying that we will be in virtual/distance learning for the entirety of third quarter, and that Dr. Keiser and his team is going to use that time to flush out all of the concerns that were read into the record so his team can go back and rewind, listen over, etc. And that we are hopeful if things, community spread, all that good stuff, that we can look at doing a hybrid for fourth term. Everyone on the same page?
Was that the intent of your motion, Board Member Wong?
Did I put in there, let's see, what did she have in here? For an in-person, I said in-person or hybrid, depending upon, I guess I look at it and say, we need to know where we're at. I mean, that is so far down the road right now that to say that, no, we're only going to do a hybrid when, if I don't know, a large chunk of the population has been vaccinated, why wouldn't we be going to an in-person then?
I want to be clear that our fourth term return, what that looks like, is not guaranteed. We don't know what it's going to look like.
Nope, I agree.
Okay, but Dr. Keiser and his team is flushing out that detailed plan that we kept hearing over and over, the teachers and parents and everybody need, so that it is a possibility for fourth term.
No, I think that we have to look at all options, but I think that, if we get to the fourth term and we find out that, wow, we just can't do this, then we go to the hybrid model at that point in time at best. But it would be determined later on after we flush everything out, like what we've talked about, and everything else that we've discussed, from training and simulcasting and training of all of that, vaccination, everything.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I believe Board Member Jacobs is next.
Yeah, I am just rereading. So a plan for an in-person or hybrid model for the fourth term. Okay, that leaves us open then, because if our staff feel that it's better to go, is this saying that, for example, maybe we would start with a small cohort and then throughout fourth quarter, if we feel we're ready to bring in more kids? I'm not sure exactly what that says.
The motion is for me and my team to bring back to the board a plan for in-person or hybrid, so prior to the fourth term, so that the board would be able to make a determination based on that plan and based on the information that I bring back around context and COVID and all of that. The board can make an informed decision on which model they want to move forward with, whether it be continue as we are right now or transition to a hybrid or an in-person model.
Okay, and then what does it mean when it says an effective for the third term using safety guidelines? the superintendent, etc.
That is
I'm con-
working with small groups of students who need that support.
Got it. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. Thank you.
Nope, that's okay.
Okay, are there any other questions for discussion? Yes, Ms. Levy?
This is just, it's kind of minor, but since there's a friendly amendment, it's just confusing to me to have both. Can we just have what the updated motion is instead of the old version and then the amendment? And because the motion talks about athletics would be allowed, and then it's saying that we're going to hear the presentation on the 26th. So if we ended it with work with school on small group support, period, and then we'll have a presentation on athletics by the athletic director on January 26th.
Board Member Levy, may I clarify, is that going to weigh on your determination for extracurriculars as well?
I would say yes. I would treat extracurriculars and sports the same. I would love to get them going, but I just need to be clear on what that looks like before I officially support that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Ms. Shope, are you able to edit the language on the screen so that we have a period at the end of support after small group support, and then just have a new sentence indicating that athletics and extracurricular activities, what did you say are pending or period? So we will hear a presentation from the athletic director regarding athletics and extracurricular activities on January 26th, something to that effect? Is that right? Okay. So Ms. Shope will work on that. I just want to make sure there are no other questions because I have 2 points of clarification before we call a vote. Does anybody else have any other questions? Okay, 1 point of clarification, Dr. Keister, there was a lot of confusion, particularly from our students, and you've already been kind enough to clarify, but just since we have I don't know how captive an audience we have at 1:59, but just pretending that we still have a captive audience, would you mind just clarifying that under your proposal, if students wanted to remain in distance learning, they would not have to unenroll from the district and then enroll into Beloit Virtual School. Is that correct?
That is correct, as well as it is incorrect that if in-person were approved and students want to remain and come to school, they would not be in one classroom all day long. That is a district in Rock County's model for in-person instruction. That is not the model that was being presented in December or what planned to be presented tonight.
I really appreciate you taking the time to clarify those 2 points. So just to summarize, the students could still do distance learning, and the in-person option was not going to be students just in a classroom in front of a device all day, right?
Correct.
Okay, my other small point of clarification has to do with some of the motion language that Board Member Wong included. I would be interested in, to whatever degree you feel is appropriate within the parameters of that motion language, making sure that we have all possible students who have IEPs and potentially 504s prioritized. And I don't know if we're able to expand services at all, given the safety issues, but whatever small groups means to you, given the safety parameters we discussed this evening, I just want to make sure that our students with IEPs have access to in-person assistance and support, if at all possible.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. Before I call the vote, are there any other questions?
Is everybody okay with the language in the motion?
I'm just rereading it. If you can give me a sec, that'd be awesome. And all those bullet points will be added in there that we asked about, correct? Not in the actual motion, but carried along. And I don't know, Vice President Miller, there are 311 people watching on YouTube.
Yes, I saw your note in the chat. Thank you for letting us know.
Could we just clarify that for third term, those safety guidelines are applying to our small groups, like our students with IEPs, et cetera?
Yeah, I think we can do that. So you've got, when I click on it, the little pin comes up. So for the third term, using safety guidelines for small group support, would that be okay, Board Member Levy?
Perfect.
Okay, I know it's a bit wordy, but it's okay. It's a process, right? Okay, so I think everybody has had an opportunity to ask a question, to clarify and add additional comments. At this time, did you want a roll call vote, anybody, or are we ready just to vote?
Roll call, please.
Mr. Jacobs, what was that?
I'm just laughing because I said at the same time as Board Member Levy.
Oh, that's special. Okay, so at this time, Ms. Shope, could we please get a roll call vote?
Anderson,
Aye.
Delgado,
Aye.
Jacobs,
Aye.
Aye.
Levy,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for your time in fleshing that out, everybody. I just want to take a look at our agenda, and it looks like we were going to visit item 3B, but I would entertain a motion to postpone that until January 26th.
Or perhaps, may I offer a motion to send it back to policy and personnel for work?
Okay, so would anybody like to make a motion either to postpone or to send it back to committee?
I make a motion to send it back to Policy and Personnel Committee.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor of sending, let me make sure I read the correct policy. Policy 723.41, Rule 1, back to Policy and Personnel Committee. Please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, at this time, we can move on to our consent agenda. Would anybody like anything removed from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing no comments, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
I move to.
Ms. Shope, did you get that? All right, is there a second?
I'll second if Spencer got the motion.
Okay, so it sounds like, I don't know, Ms. Shope, are you good for us to move on? Or do you need a second?
I think I was first.
Sure.
Okay, I'll let you reach out. So, all right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously, and that takes us down to, everything else was skipped. So, let me just click on the next, I know our next meeting dates are a little goofy. So, I know our next regular business meeting is going to be on the 26th. Dr. Keister, do you feel the need to fill us in on any other important dates?
Not at this time.
Okay, watch the website. We'll let you know. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Point of order, Board
yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Could you open discussion, please?
Oh, of course I can. Absolutely. I am so sorry. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, no worries, but this will be brief. This has been a trying night where I believe good work has been done, and you were kind of thrown into a situation, and I think you handled it beautifully. So thank you for your leadership.
Ditto to that.
I concur.
Megan, you're amazing.
Okay, I'm
Nice
going to
job.
go ahead and shame. Thank you.
Good job.
And may I also say thank you to all of the school staff that have been tuned in all of this time And I have to work tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to thank everybody as well, particularly Ms. Shope for the 75,000 words I think you read tonight. So thank you so much for all that and for everybody who tuned in. Ms. Delgado, did you have anything to say as well?
No, ditto to everything. Thank you to everyone for staying up with us this long.
All right, thank you everybody, and thank you very much, Ms. Levy. I appreciate it, everybody. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of adjourning, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Have a lovely morning.